Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Bone Manipulation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mina Ashido let out a small groan of pain as she slid into her desk the next day, her backpack falling to her side as she almost slid off her seat. For a moment, she just stared at the ceiling as her sore muscles began to loosen a little as they were thankful for the sudden relaxation. It wasn't until she heard the familiar sound of a foot being dragged across the floor that she turned her head. As she thought, it was Uraraka still limping as she got into her own seat before face planting onto her own desk. Yet, despite all the pain she was clearly in, the gravity girl had a smile on her face. One that Mina herself understood and mirrored. Last night had been intense. When the two girls had first arrived in the gym being used by the 1B training group, did they have an official name? The pair had been met with suspicion as well as looks of pure disdain. It was clear that they all knew who they were, which class they belonged to. As such, their expression clearly stated that they did not belong there. "Alright everyone, listen up," Izuku had said after clapping to get everyone's attention. "We have a couple new people who wish to join our training sessions." "Whoa, hold on there," came a gruff voice from the crowd. "Why the F should we let them join us? Didn't we start this group so we could be prepared for the sports festival and beat the ever-loving sheet out of their class? What the F man? What the literal F dash?" "While I disagree with Away's crude language, I share his feelings on the matter," said a girl near the front with vines for hair. As the girl spoke, Mina could see several other people nodding in agreement while keeping their narrowed eyes on the pair. Seeing this solidarity of their feelings caused a pit to form in the acid girl's stomach as she understood just how much 1A was hated by the school. Glancing to her side, Mina could see Uraraka holding her hands together across her chest while her body trembled. It seemed that she was feeling the same thing as well. Yet there was a look of determination in her eyes, a fierce refusal to back down now. One that Mina shared wholeheartedly. The pink-skinned girl looked away from her classmate to scan the group before her once more until her eyes fell upon one. A blue-haired girl who was half hiding behind another student, this one a boy with untamed purple hair and looking like he hadn't slept in a while. But despite her attempts, it was hard to hide when those snake-like bodies coming out of your back made you stick out like a sore thumb. Their eyes met, the blue-haired girl flinching slightly as she tried her best to hide behind the boy even more while the serpent heads hissed at the acid teen. So, as Midoriya did his best to calm everyone down with his hands, Mina began walking towards the other girl. With each step she took, she could feel everyone's stares upon her. Their glares sharpened, making Mina's heart pound all the more loudly. But that never stopped her from moving one foot in front of the other until she was finally in front of the pair. The tired-looking teen who kind of reminded her of Mr. Aizawa raised a hand as if to shield his friend from an attack. Then Mina bowed deeply. "I am so sorry for what happened to you today," Mina had said, a pain entering her voice. I should have been there to stop my Netta. I should have insisted that us girls not eat outside so we could keep an eye on the little creep. Because I did nothing, he just did whatever he wanted. It could have been prevented. I'm just so sorry for what those bullies did to you." Mina never raised her head once, keeping it down as tears formed in her eyes. She almost felt like she had been the one having her ass smacked by that little pervert. "You think saying sorry is good enough? Our sister was humiliated in front of the entire school. How do you plan on making up for this? Do you taste like bubblegum?" Mina winced a little at the three female voices coming in front of her, as well as feeling a little confused by the fourth. But still she kept her head down. "Sisters, that's enough," came another voice, one much softer and sweeter than the first four. The gym had gone silent for a moment save for the sounds of someone moving forward on the mat. Then the voice spoke again. "Could you please raise your head?" Mina hesitated for only a breath, but did as she was asked. Though she was still bowing, she lifted her head up to see that the business course student was looking at her. While the serpents on her back were still shooting her angry looks, the girl's eyes were no longer looking at her with fear. Instead, Mina saw that they had become gentle as they looked into her own teary eyes while a kind smile appeared on her lips. "Even though you did nothing wrong, "Thank you," was all the girl said after that, bowing in return as she spoke. The apology had been accepted. As the two girls righted themselves, Mina noticed that the tension in the room had lessened. Sure, there were still students in the room giving her looks that were certainly not friendly, but the overall hostility had gone down sharply. No one looked like they would pounce on her, ready to rip her to shreds or anything like that. So, after seeing this, Mina had taken a deep breath before stepping back to address the rest of the students. "Listen, I know our classes haven't been on the best of terms," she began. "And that is mostly our fault. We should have done more to stop Monoma from mocking you. We should have tried telling Bakugo to stop calling you extras, though he does that to everyone including us. But, more importantly, I should have done more to show that I want to be friends with all of you. So, I understand what you're all thinking right now. Me coming here, saying all this because I want something from you. I get it. That's why, if you don't want me here, I'll leave without making a fuss. But, just think a little longer about my friend. She has a better reason than I do for wanting to do well in the sports festival. Uraraka needs it so much more." "Well," someone said in the back before a small murmur began to grow. From where she stood, Mina had seen several of them shifting uncomfortably where they stood. Then Midoriya spoke, his voice carrying over everyone else's. "You're here now, and that's what matters," Midoriya had said, a brilliant smile on his face as he had stepped forward. "Listen, I know a lot of you still have negative feelings about 1A. And that's fine, you're allowed to. But even when they knew this, both girls still came to us for help. And helping others when they need it is still a core aspect of what it means to be a hero, regardless of how they personally feel about them. I've said it before, we are meant to lift others up. So, let's show them our class spirit, our pride and dedication to being the best heroes we can possibly be. Hell yeah." Mina recalled how she turned her head before blinking in surprise at who had yelled that. It looked like someone had brought one of those old comic panels and made a balloon out of it. However, it had taken Mina a moment to realize that it wasn't a balloon but someone's head. "But, they're not from our class," someone had said, albeit in a weaker tone. "True, but we also have people here from general studies and the business course," a new girl had said as she walked next to Midoriya. It had taken Mina a moment to recall her name, something Kendo. The class rep of 1B, I agree with what Midoriya here is saying. I doubt everyone in that class is a jerk. So let's give these two the benefit of the doubt. If they need help and no one in their class is willing to help them, then we'll do what's right. Well, if that's the case, came the voice of one of 1B's female classmates. Mina's eyes then widened as various masses of flesh began flying through the air, including a human head of a green-haired girl. Surprised, all Mina could have done was stand there with her eyes wide as these masses dashed towards her with the floating head showing off a fanged grin. Thankfully, those pieces passed right by her. No, rather they rushed right past her to get to their real target, Uraraka. Mina remembered how her heart had pounded in her chest as she turned her body, finding that the green-haired girl was reassembling herself behind the shaking gravity girl. The splitting girl's head seemed to rest on Uraraka's shoulder, her grin sending chills down Mina's spine. "I think setting some ground rules would be a good idea," the girl had said, her hands resting on Uraraka's shoulders. "Like no telling your classmates what our quirks are. Oh, and don't tell them every little thing we are doing. You can tell them that you are training with us, just don't get into specifics and use." The girl was interrupted by Kendo, who had moved behind her classmate to karate chop the girl's head with an enlarged fist. Turning around, the green-haired girl gave her class rep a look of surprised anger while Kendo just gave her a deadpanned look. "Hey Kendo, what's the big idea?" "You didn't have to scare them with your antics, Tokage," Kendo had said with a sigh. She then turned to Uraraka and Mina. "Sorry about that, but Tokage does bring up a good point. We don't want the rest of your class to find out about our quirks. I'm sure the same goes for you. So, let's make this fair. We won't ask about your class quirks and you keep ours a secret. Sound good?" "Why yes," Uraraka had agreed. Mina echoed the promise instantly. Then she noticed that Tokage was giving Uraraka a once-over. Starting from her feet and going all the way up to the permanent blush on her face, the green-haired girl seemed to study her features until a light blush appeared on her face. Then, before Mina could put anything together, Tokage looked away while scratching the side of her face. Well, I guess we'll be training together, she had said. Listen, I don't mean this in a perverted way, but if you're at all bi-curious, give me a ring. Uraraka's face went hot red, steam coming out of her ears as she looked at Tokage. Well, it's better than what Mineta usually tries with us, Mina had said, her shoulders slumping slightly as a small smile made its way to her face. From there, training began in earnest with Midoriya taking the lead in their training. The first thing he wanted to know was what their quirks were, stating that once he knew what they were he could come up with something suited for them. Uraraka had gone first, telling him that she could remove the effects of gravity on anything she touched with the pads on her fingers. This had brought out a hum from the green-haired boy, before looking up. I think your best option is to learn a little judo, he had said. One of the basic elements of judo is grappling their arms before tossing them. Adding your quirk into the mix, you have the potential to throw them farther than any normal person without a strength-enhancing quick is able to. Or you can toss them into the air then, once they're high enough, you can release your quirk. Basically allowing gravity to take back control in order to deal a significant amount of damage to the villain. Now, this won't work against everyone, especially those who know mid-air mobility. But it's something simple that I can teach you in a week. Another possibility is to learn the German suplex. It's not something that I'm personally fond of, but removing the weight of your opponent might make this a more powerful move for you. Mina remembered barely having to glance at Uraraka to see that she was perfectly okay with this. Stars seemed to sparkle in her eyes, almost bouncing from side to side ready to try this. So, for the next 10 or so minutes, Mina watched as Midoriya taught her classmate the basics. Uraraka gave her teacher her full undivided attention, mimicking his stances when told to. Then, once he was done, the team called Pony over to help Uraraka practice on a living person. Once he was done explaining to the pair how they were going to be training, their green-haired instructor had approached Mina. I think I have an idea on how to approach your quirk, Midoriya had said after Mina gave him a detailed run of her quirk. But before I tell you anything, I need to know, can you produce acid anywhere on your body or is it just confined to your hands and feet? Anywhere on my body, Mina had said as she held up an arm, forming a small amount of her least dangerous acid in her palm. I guess it's just easier and more convenient for me to form it on my hands and feet. My basic strategy has always been to keep moving, sliding around on my acid while flinging a more powerful type from my hands. A decent mid-range strategy, Midoriya had said with a nod. Though, it won't be as effective when you are dealing with someone who has better long-ranged capabilities or can get up close to overpower you. Do you have anything for those types of situations? What about when you are in a narrow area like a hallway? What about when you are in a situation where civilians are nearby, where a single missed shot could seriously harm them? All Mina could do was stare at the other teen for a moment before a nervous laugh overtook her while looking away. That had been some of the stuff she had been working on, with little to no success at this point. For example, when she was trying by herself to fight in the narrow hallways of the battle trails, Mina's best idea was to rush straight ahead while flinging as much acid as she could. It was an idea, though one she knew wasn't all that good. If she fought against someone like Bakugo in that situation, he would have unleashed explosion after explosion at her to not just blow her acid back but herself as well. Possibly even burning her badly. She had been telling herself that she was just starting on it. That expecting results right out of the gate was too much and that she would come up with a better plan later. It was just figuring out what to try next was a bit harder than she imagined. Thankfully, Midoriya didn't seem to have that problem. He gestured for her to follow him to a corner of the gym where several punching bags hung, suspended in the air by specially reinforced chains to keep them from flying off. Anyone with superhuman levels of strength not named All Might would have a hard time sending them flying. But along with them was something a bit more disturbing: ballistic dummies. There were 4 of them, each having transparent skin that allowed you to see all the bones in their bodies as well as organs and major blood vessels. Once they were in front of the first ballistic dummy, Midoriya held up a clenched fist. Mina remembered how she looked at it dumbly, wondering what was going to happen before small spikes came out of his knuckles. The pink girl let out a yelp, jumping back in a panic at the sight. Back when I first started training with my quirk, this was one of my earliest ideas. Something that would help make my punches more dangerous. However, I quickly abandoned that idea, he had explained. Then, as if to illustrate his point, he began to punch the dummy with both fists. Mina watched in awe as blow after blow was delivered with such grace, until she felt something land on her face. Without really thinking about it, she had brought a hand up to wipe it away before spotting the color. A blood red. That's when she noticed the blood spilling out of the puncture holes Midoriya had created in the dummy, running down its body before dripping onto the floor as well as coating the teen's hands. Focusing more on the insides of the target, Mina was almost terrified at what she saw. The kid with the plain, yet kind face, would have been hauled away for murder had this been a real person. Several ribs were broken, bent inwards to either puncture an organ or had been pulled forward. She could see a massive amount of internal bleeding and the guts along the midsection might have been shredded. Thankfully, Midoriya was finished and took a step back. My quirk, bone of my sword, allows me to manipulate my bones, he had said. I can make them harder than steel and sharper than a blade. That's why I always need to be careful with how I use my quirk. Mina recalled nodding dumbly to this. She remembered thinking about what 13 had said at the USJ, reminding them on how dangerous their quirks could be. At the time, Mina had thought she had understood what the space hero had meant. Now, she realized she had been kidding herself. During the battle trials, no one had gotten seriously hurt. Not enough to be taken away to Recovery Girl's office, just cuts and scrapes and burns. And when 13 had described what her quirk could do to a living person, well, that had been left to her imagination. Now, before her, was the proof of what could happen to a person. Just how dangerous a quirk could be. How easy it was to kill someone with it. If that had been her. However, I believe something like this would be more suitable for someone like yourself, continued Midoriya. Mina had asked, taken aback by what he said. You can control how powerful you can make your acid, explained Midoriya, a light smile on his face. I'm sure you know that sweet spot for your quirk, something strong enough to hurt your opponent without killing him. Maybe just leaving them with skin irritation or minor burns. Just coat your knuckles in that solution and deliver some powerful blows to the dummy here. It's a simple but effective combination. From there, Midoriya worked with Mina personally for some time. It proved to be a unique challenge to the pink-skinned girl. She already knew the pH level he was asking for and she had been able to quickly form the small amounts of it to coat her knuckles. That had been the easy part. The hard part was doing it over and over again. Midoriya wanted her to coat her knuckles with this acid right before every punch until she could do it without thinking. Over and over again she punched the dummy. Sometimes she would see that the acid was getting weaker, barely doing any damage to its skin. Other times it was too powerful, eating right through it. Yet Midoriya never lost his patience with her, never told her that he just expected her to get better. Instead he offered whatever help he could, even bringing up some imaging exercises that he himself used. Eventually she got much better at it. After a while, Mina and Uraraka were told to move over to the weight machines. There, the pair of girls worked every muscle in their bodies. The other teens around them would not let them settle with what they were comfortable with. No, they all pushed the pair to go beyond. Plus ultra. By the time this part of the training was over, Mina felt like she was about ready to puke, followed by an irritation due to the fact that only Uraraka seemed to feel her level of discomfort. Were they done after that? Oh hell no. As a group, they ran around the faux city that All Might's battle training had been held in. Starting from the entrance they ran around the perimeter. Then they were all meant to scale the side of one of the 6-story buildings. Those with quirks not suitable for this needed to rely on those who had the quirks needed. Thankfully, Mina had Uraraka who, despite already feeling like she was going to puke from their workout, managed to remove gravity from the pair so they could make it up with the rest of them. Now on the roof, the running continued. Everyone ran, jumping from building to building and even tightrope walking over a thin wire to prepare themselves for whatever they had to deal with in the sports festival. At one point, they even had an automated gun firing paintball bullets at them at moments when they were at their most vulnerable. When that was finished, they were all split into smaller groups to work on team combo moves. At least that was the last part of the night's training. As the two girls managed to stumble their way back to the locker rooms, the 1B students seemed to look at them with a bit more respect. Like they thought they would quit or brag about how easy it had been. Perhaps they saw just how draining it had been for the two, yet despite that they pushed forward. Now back in the present, Mina was hoping she could do all that again. Midoriya had told her before she left that he wouldn't be able to train with them as he and Pony had to meet someone from the States. But he assured her that Kendo would be more than capable to help her. And if she was too busy, then she could turn to Kan. Just then, the door to the classroom was swiftly opened, making a loud, thocked sound. This drew everyone's attention, including Iida, who rose to his feet while adjusting his glasses. "See here, you two," he all but yelled, one hand continuing to adjust his glasses while the other arm began making a chopping motion at Mineta and Monoma. "Have you no respect for the property of this fine institution? You could have broken the door that countless fine upperclassmen have passed through." Mina managed to find the strength to properly sit up, shooting a glare at the vice rep which seemed to go completely unnoticed by him. This got him to react instantly? Someone slamming the door open and not students getting harassed? "Never mind that," shouted Monoma as he rushed to the front of the class, standing in front of Aizawa's desk with his phone in one hand. Behind him was his tiny partner in crime, eyes wide and almost looking bloodshot. "We have a serious problem on our hands. The very status of our class, our superiority, is being challenged by 1B. Those fiends." Hearing that caused Mina to take in a breath, doing her best to hold in how nervous she felt. Slowly, carefully, she moved her eyes over to Uraraka to see that she was looking right back with clear nervousness in her eyes. Had those two found out about 1BS training? Well, it's not like it was some big secret or anything like that. There were tons of ways those two blowhards could have found out. But if they knew, then there was a chance that they knew that two members of the class were joining them. Knowing them, they would pressure and harass the two girls into revealing all of 1BS quirks in order to get an edge. The school paper just announced that dash. "UA has a school paper?" asked Zero, interrupting Monoma. "It's digital. Just check out the school's website," said Mineta before pointing up at Monoma's phone, which was now being held at arm level. "But never mind that. The stupid paper decided to update their top couples by year. And the cutest couple for first years went to a 1B couple." Several students allowed themselves a confused sound before approaching the extended phone. First among them was Toru, who had practically jumped out of her seat. "Oh my God, they look so cute together," she cried, the floating clothing shaking back and forth as she held in a squeal. Now curious, Mina rose from her seat, as did several other students in the room. What she saw was definitely cute. The picture of the pair was of Midoriya and Pony, both of them sitting under a tree on school grounds. The horned girl was sitting on the bone quirk user's lap, pointing and smiling at something in the distance as a wind blew through her hair. As for Midoriya, he was laughing as well. All throughout the image, you could almost feel the love they had for each other in this moment, as if it were a tangible force that was oozing out of the screen. Glancing to the side, she saw clearly that several of the guys were looking on with clear jealousy written on their faces. And while Tsu and Toru were harder to read, she could see the blush on Momo's face as her hands shot to her face. "You're right, they do look cute together," agreed Uraraka as she too began to gush over the image. "This is something we cannot stand for. To not include the superior class of 1A in such a list is an unthinkable action," exclaimed Monoma, looking like he was about to burst into tears. Meanwhile, Mineta showed off his jumping ability by leaping onto Mr. Aizawa's desk while still pointing to the phone, as if to make sure everyone there kept their attention on it. "Such wasted energy," muttered Tokoyami from his seat, arms crossed and looking away from the rest of the class. He was among those who had shown little to no interest in what was going on. Todoroki remained in his seat as well, head resting on his hand as he stared at the wall with a look that seemed to scream that he was bored with everything. Then there was Bakugo, feet on his desk as he stared at the ceiling with his usual pissed-off expression. "Look, we need to get our class on this list," insisted Monoma. "This is a golden opportunity for our class to shine brightly once more before we become yesterday's news. The public goes nuts for heroic celebrity couples. If the press finds out that we have a superstar couple right here, they will be sure to give our class extra attention. Seeing them together might give them fans before they even make their first heroic appearance. Groups gossiping around the couple shall spam the web, bringing more attention to them as well as the rest of the class. Why, we might even get reporters coming up to us and asking about them. Ah, okay, said Sato, raising himself to his full height as he gave their blonde classmate a questioning look. But you know there's nothing much we can really do, right? Mr. Aizawa made it very clear what will happen if he catches any of us dating. Yeah, but that's only if he catches us, said Kaminari with a laugh of his own before giving everyone a thumbs up. You do realize that if we want people to think there's a couple in the class we have to put it out there, right? Asked Shoji, one of his tentacles moving close to the electric quirk user before becoming a mouth. All while the main head just gave him a deadpanned look. He's going to find out it's on the school's website. Ha! Such an issue is barely an inconvenience for the superior minds of Class 1A, exclaimed Monoma with a wild grin. For you see the devil is in the details. None of us shall be dating for it will all be a farce. A ploy upon the school and the media. That doesn't sound very heroic. Ribbit, stated Sue. She actually frowned deeply at that. Hey, as long as no one gets hurt then it should all be good, said Kaminari with a grin. Besides, it might actually be fun. So, who do you have in mind for this forbidden class romance? Now you are getting it, exclaimed Monoma. Yes, we shall craft the perfect narrative that shall capture the imagination of our fellow classmates. They shall watch in awe, cheering them on and, by extension, the rest of us as well. I'm beginning to think that you would have been better suited in the business course, muttered Jiro as she moved back to her seat. Well, whatever you blockheads decide, leave me out of it. Like we would ever use a curveless, flat-as-a-board girl like you, snipped Mineta. Jiro, who had been twirling her jacks, turned to glare at the small grape-themed pervert with a look that would have made Endeavor say, "It's getting hot in here." Thankfully for Mineta, Monoma was already on the move. Not to worry, Jiro, there shall be no need for your assistance in the matter, he said proudly. For you see, we shall need a pair that is like night and day. A beautiful belle of the ball to act as the stark contrast to the ruggedly handsome beast. A lady whose kindness can peer into the soul of something foul, seeing the good buried deep within. Yes, we need Bakugo and Uraraka. Wait, what? Screamed Uraraka as she was suddenly pulled off to the side. Before Mina knew what was happening, both Uraraka and Bakugo were brought to the back of the room, which was beginning to fill with laughter. The smallest of smiles graced her lips as a feeling she had not experienced in a homeroom since middle school took hold of her. Sure, Uraraka looked like she could die from embarrassment at any moment. Sure, Bakugo's teeth were clenched tightly and his eyes were white while in a narrow glare as Sato and Kirishima used all their might to hold him in place. But the feeling of everyone else goofing off and doing something silly, something she knew they would look back one day with a grin, was much too powerful. Around her, her classmates were pulling out their phones as they laughed and cracked jokes mainly at Bakugo's expense. Even the normally cold Todoroki turned to watch what was unfolding with a hint of amusement. Then, just as Mina was about to give her friend an apologetic smile, all the good vibes in the room exploded. What the F is wrong with all of you sheets? Screamed Bakugo as he shoved away Kirishima and Sato, nearly knocking them down. Everyone became silent as Bakugo stood there, back hunched over and arms extended as he panted like some sort of wild animal. Fear now seemed to ripple among the class, some even taking a step back. Then Kaminari spoke up. Hey, relax man, he said with his hands raised in a surrendering manner. It's fine. Just having a good laugh is all. If you don't want to do this then we can find someone else. That's right. There's no need to be so hostile, added Momo whose hands were also raised in a similar manner. We shouldn't be doing this at all you worthless extras, growled Bakugo, looking a bit less likely to attack his classmate. Though the danger was still there. Slowly, Mina's attention shifted from Bakugo to Iida before a frown appeared on her face. The taller teen was just standing there. Standing there. Where was all that discipline he wanted to dish out over a door? At least Momo was trying to calm things down, trying to act like a class leader. Come now, who better to represent the superior nature of 1A than you Bakugo, urged Monoma who clearly didn't want to let this go. Yet even as the copy quirk user spoke, Bakugo just brushed past him with an angry huff while returning to his seat. You, the teen who scored the highest this year in the entrance exam versus the second place holder. The two of you finding love. Surely you don't want to be upstaged by that inferior fool. We need to take that guy down. Mineta yelled, waving his fists in the air. It's just not fair. How can such a plain-looking loser like him get a hot babe like her while I'm stuck with nothing? Bet he thinks he's so much cooler than us. Well, just wait until the school hears about you. They'll forget all about that loser. Wait, you mean we were really going to spread this around the school? Asked Momo, suddenly looking scared and nervous. I thought we were just joking around. Having fun. If I had, oh my god. I'm so sorry, Uraraka. While the wealthy girl was apologizing, Mina's eyes had gone wide. Then she turned on the pair so quickly that they both jumped back in shock. Damn it, Monoma, growled Ishido, surprising the class as her normally cheerful and excited tone was nowhere to be found. More people were taking a step away from her, the pink girl's fists shaking in anger as she looked at the blonde-haired braggart along with his sidekick. How could she have been so stupid? Maybe because the idea of doing something as a class sounded so appealing to her that she had forgotten to look at the source. Well, like how she was going to keep quiet about this. She had been quiet for far too long already. That's what this is about? Finding a new way to antagonize 1B? Is the fact that two of their classmates are happy that upsetting that you have to do something like this? Or is it the fact that the rest of the school recognizing it that's the problem? That's enough, Ishido, said Iida, adjusting his glasses with one hand while the other was doing that stupid chopping motion. Seeing that caused Mina to bare her teeth as she shot the vice rep a death glare. No. I'm sick of this, exclaimed the pink-skinned girl loudly, causing most of the rest of the class to stop and look at her. Iida tried to approach her, to cut off whatever she was going to say, but Mina pushed him out of the way before returning her gaze to Monoma and Mineta. I've kept my peace on this because you promised me, Iida, that you were going to handle it. That you were going to talk to them. Well, it looks like politely talking to them isn't going to get the message across. I'm sick of them bullying our classmates and acting like war heroes after what happened at the USJ. She then returned her glare onto Iida, who seemed stunned by this outburst. I'm sick and tired of you being so slow when it matters. Chip a desk and you're on us before we even know what we did, going on and on about how important they are. But when it comes to living, breathing people, you just drag your feet. I mean, you just heard Monoma talking about how they are going to harass 1B. Did you bother to say anything then about how improper that was? What about when Bakugo was swearing his head at us? Nothing from you again. It's me calling them out on their behavior that gets you moving. It's like you're condoning their behavior. Ida's face went scarlet, mouth dropping. And now see here, he began only to have the pink-skinned girl cut him off. But do you know who I'm most angry with? Myself, she said with clenched and trembling fists. I'm angry at myself for not doing more to stop them. Maybe if I had just taken matters into my own hands, we could have been getting along with 1B this entire time. We could have gone with them to that beach cleanup and party. We could be getting along and having fun while training to be the very best heroes we can be. It took a moment for Mina to realize that she was panting now while she felt the rest of the class's eyes on her. Some of them actually looked a bit ashamed. Perhaps they agreed with her. But before she could dwell on it, Bakugo spoke up. Listen, Raccoon Eyes, we're not here to make friends with all these extras, said the blonde. Quickly inhaling angrily, Mina turned around to see her classmate standing near his desk with his hands in his pockets and a sneer on his face. I could care less about what they think of us. In the end, their opinion means nothing. Hey, speak for yourself, man, said Kaminari. I was actually starting to hit it off with one of the girls in the business course. Now, she doesn't want to be anywhere near our class. Oh boo-hoo, spat Bakugo in a mocking tone. Like anyone cares about whose plug you wanted to f-. Why you? Snarled Kaminari, sparks dancing around his body while crackling in the air. Both his hands were balled into fists, ready to fight at any moment. Yet, despite this showing, all Bakugo did was pull one of his hands out of his pocket. With a confident smirk, he made several tiny explosions go off in the palm of his hand. If you want to die right now, that's fine by me, he stated, a murderous smile appearing on his face. One less piece of sheet for me to walk over when the sports festival arrives. That's enough. Both of you, said Momo as she got in between them. At once, Kaminari's electricity stopped its sparking. As for Bakugo, his smile turned into a look of disdain as he returned his hand into its pocket. We're classmates. This isn't how we should dash. Oh, would you shut the F up about that bullshit? Raged Bakugo, spit flying and landing on Yaoyorozu's body as he screamed. Hasn't it gotten through your sheety skulls by now? It's every man for themselves. So I don't give a F what you think of me or what the F you all do. Sparky over there wants to whine about not getting some whore to spread her legs for him? Go right ahead. Those two dipshits want to waste their time on stupid extras? Let them. Raccoon Eyes wants to get along with all those worthless no-names? Fine, whatever. Because at the end of the day, all that sheet is meaningless. All that matters is winning, proving who is stronger than the rest. That's what the pros are going to be looking at. All those sheety people out there will be cheering for the one who is still standing while the bloody corpse we leave behind will be forgotten. So, if you don't want to embarrass both me and your sheety selves, drop this idea that any of us can get by with the power of friendship and Motherfangy unicorns. Because that can't happen. As Bakugo finished his statement, he raised a middle finger in the direction of Momo and Mina. While Mina just shot the teen a heated glare, Momo looked scandalized. Slowly, the rest of the class began moving towards their seats in silence. Some gritting their teeth and shooting the ashen blonde a hate-filled glare. However, Mina was once more angered by Iida's lack of actions as he just took a seat as well. Perhaps it was just easier for him to make a fuss over objects than defend people. If that was the case, he was a poor excuse of a hero. So many of them were. She couldn't take this. She had to get out of this damned classroom. Thankfully, she knew how. A bit later, Ken was in the teacher's lounge going over what he planned on reviewing for his afternoon class with 1B. He had already watched the footage of his class's lesson with All Might, rewatching it several times while making as many of his own personal notes. Now, the only thing left for him to do was to go over All Might's own notes on the matter to see if any of them aligned. Ken? Do you have a moment? The blood-themed hero looked up from his work, spotting something you really didn't see every day. It was All Might, nothing but skin and bones as he walked into the room holding two mugs. Ken kept his expression neutral while keeping his eyes on the other man's face. The number one hero didn't even try to conceal how nervous he was. But despite that, his hands were steady, placing a steaming hot cup of coffee in front of Ken before taking a seat directly across from the man. I brought you some of Lunch Rush's coffee, said All Might, doing his best to smile, and for once failing in the act that had made him so famous. Still, Ken smiled at the thoughtful gesture before picking up the mug. You have my thanks a million times over for this, he said with a laugh before taking a sip. Oh yes. The moment the hot liquid touched his tongue, it was enough to make him groan in pure delight. Finally, real coffee. There's no need to be so dramatic, said All Might, raising a hand. But there was now a hint of a genuine smile tugging at his lips. However, that died as soon as he lowered his hand. Especially since I messed up again. I know it's too late, but I wanted to apologize to you. Ken glanced down at the black liquid in his mug, seeing his reflection staring right back at him. In truth, he had a feeling about what All Might was about to say. There was a part of his that wanted to dismiss the matter entirely. However, he wanted to see where this went. That and to see if improvement was possible. He was, after all, a teacher at heart. So, slowly Ken lowered his mug onto the table along with the tablet in his opposite hand. Then he crossed his arms over his chest while putting on the same neutral expression he used when talking to villains. About what? He demanded. All Might seemed to cringe at that tone, quickly looking away while scratching the back of his neck. I messed up with your class, he said, his tone slightly defeated. I should have contacted you when I found out I would be teaching your class yesterday. But I got swept up in the moment, so excited and wanting to put on a good show for the students that I failed to understand how much you had been covering for my selfish behavior. Because of that, I made a fool of myself and hurt those kids even more. I managed to whip something up real quick, though we both know that shouldn't have happened. I should have tried talking to you, asking what you had taught them in my absence instead of assuming that they were still at the starting point. The man's shoulders then stiffened as he sat straight up. Now, there was a fire in the sunken eyes of the slender man. Those orbs locked dead on into Ken's. As someone who is famous for saying, I am here, The truth is that I haven't been living up to that. That is inexcusable for me, and it is well past time that I started to correct it. So, I was hoping to find out what you have taught those students so that I may start doing just that. Ken said nothing at first, only picking up his mug to take in a large gulp of the coffee that had cooled down. As the liquid ran down his throat, the blood-themed hero mulled over the words of his fellow teacher. Then, as Ken moved the mug away from his lips, the man let out a sigh. "I believe we are both to blame for yesterday," said Ken slowly as he sat down the mug. "No. The blame is all mine and began All Might, hands raised only to have Ken silence him with a look. "All Might, don't get me wrong. You hold the majority of the blame," said the silver-haired man. "It was because you were absent so often that you came into my class unprepared. And yes, you should have been the one to reach out to ask what I had taught them. Like how a teacher should." There was then a sigh as Ken looked down at the desk separating the two. "But, you're not really a teacher, are you? At least not a professional or one that has been doing this for some time. You're still new to this. I should have taken that into account. Instead of waiting for you to come crawling over to me, it would have been better for my students if I had just sent you an email about what we had covered." Slowly, Ken looked up so that he and All Might locked eyes, both showing the utter sincerity in their gazes. Then Ken leaned back in his seat. "I'll tell you what. How about we start over?" offered Kansas. "If you have any questions or need advice, feel free to reach out to me." Then a slight smirk appeared on Kan's face. "As long as you can handle some constructive criticism." That got a chuckle out of All Might, nearly coughing up some blood as he did so. "Well, that is certainly a better offer than what I get from Aizawa," admitted All Might. "Usually the man makes a snide remark about my teaching skills. Like how I'm the living embodiment of irresponsibility." Ken let out a slight chuckle at that. "Well, sometimes you do deserve that title," admitted Ken, causing All Might's shoulder to slump. "But, saying that and doing nothing isn't going to fix the underlying problem." All Might sat upright again as he nodded. "Then I'd like to take you up on your offer. Right now, if you have the time, that is." Ken grinned, showing off his enlarged canines as he did. "Oh, I have some time. Not enough to go over all your mistakes, but—" He began, making All Might shiver. However, seeing that his fun was done, Ken shifted back into teaching mode. "Now, first off, I want to know why you wanted to start off with a battle trial as well as why you changed it so obviously. Please, take all the time you need." All Might blinked at him, clearly showing that he was confused by the question. But after a moment, he brought a bony hand to his chin as he began to speak. "Well, I wanted to get an idea for myself where they all stood combat-wise," he began. "Using team battles like that saves time, allowing me to see how well they understand their quirks in various situations. I understand that most of these kids have never been in a situation like these before, so seeing how quickly they can adapt is also helpful. If they can't figure it out, then they need to figure out how they can compensate. Like, say, scouting the area while staying safe or using hand-to-hand combat. But, most importantly, I wanted to see how well they could work together. For example, Todoroki in 1A has a powerful quirk. But because it's so powerful, he handled the entire test all by himself with barely speaking to his partner." Ken nodded, understanding the issue at once. "That lack of communication could get someone killed when out in the field," said the 1B homeroom teacher. "Not to mention the fact that he might panic when he comes across a situation he can't just freeze over. I'm hoping you talked to him about this." "Well, I sent him an email discussing my concerns," began All Might, only to stop when Ken shook his head. "Not good enough," said the more seasoned teacher. "All Might, you need to talk to him. Think about how we deal with the people we save from a fire or natural disaster. We don't just set them down, go on our merry way, and then send a postcard asking if they're all right. It's something that needs to be done right away, after the exercise is over. That way it's not just fresh in their minds but also so that they can understand just how serious our concern is. Not to mention making sure that they heard us." Ken let out another sigh. "I am aware of how precious your time is. But if you want to connect with the students, you'll have to talk to them more. Even if it's over a screen." All Might nodded. "That's a fair point. I never thought of it like that," he said. Then he let out another sigh. "Now, as for why I changed the battle trail, well, I didn't want them to think I was being too lazy. Plus, it was an important lesson given in the wake of the USJ. I agree with you on that matter, said Kansas. We need to prepare our students for when something like the USJ ever happens again. Still, pretending that you had a different lesson plan all along won't earn you any points with my students. Lying to them will only cause more problems in the long run. While it's too late to change what happened, allow me to give you some advice for if this happens again. Tell them what you told me. Yes, they have done that before, but you still want to see things with your own eyes. Or you can tell them that you want to see how much they have improved since the last time they did the exercise. Honestly, there is plenty that you could have Kim was then cut off by All Might's phone going off. Over and over the loud voice of the pro-hero proclaimed, "A phone call is here. A phone call is here." The owner of said phone pulled it out, wincing as he saw the contact. "Something important?" asked Kansas. He watched as All Might stared at the phone for a moment or two, clearly having some sort of internal debate. And much to the blood-themed hero's surprise, All Might's fingers slid across the red icon to dismiss the call. "Nothing that can't wait a bit," said All Might while sending a quick text. Then he pocketed the phone before looking back up at Kansas. "Now, where were we?" And so, the conversation between the two men continued until the end of their break was near. While there were times when Ken had to be a little more critical of his colleague, he was glad that the man took it all in stride. There was even a brief moment when All Might began taking notes of his own, reminding Ken of a certain green-haired young man in his class. When that time finally came to end Ken's lecture, both men did so on far better terms than they had than the previous one. All Might was the first to leave, asking if he could count on Ken to give him more advice should he ever need it. The blood-themed hero barely said yes before the other man bulked up before rushing out of the room to get ready to meet 1A, all while shouting his thanks. Vlad King only chuckled at the antics of his coworker before gathering his own work, knowing that he would have to be careful when going over the notes with the class. Yet, as Ken stepped out of the teacher's lounge, he was met by an unexpected sight that caused him to stop in his tracks. There, standing before him, were two of Aizawa's students. Shoto and Uraraka, if memory served him correctly. "If you're looking for Aizawa, he isn't here right now," said the man in a kind yet firm tone. He was then about to remind them that break would be ending shortly and that they should be heading to their homeroom, only to stop when the two presented him with papers. What is this?" "We'd like to transfer to your class," said the two girls together, somewhat close to being in unison. "I'm sorry I had to call you back," said All Might. Lunch was over, his conversation with Ken taking up the entirety of his lunch break. Not that the pro-hero minded much. If going into the afternoon slightly hungry was the price he would have to pay to make the needed improvements, then it was a price he was willing to pay. His plan for today was to put what he had learned into practice as he gave Aizawa's class the same lesson he gave 1BS. After all, it was an important lesson. So here he was now, striding down a special hallway that only teachers had access to, allowing him to move about freely in his skinny form. Thankfully, there were no cameras in this area either, as the sensors detected everyone moving along by their ID badge as well as a few other things. If there had been, he really would have looked like a fool moving about in a costume that he was practically swimming in. "You're lucky I'm not on patrol or in the middle of a case," replied Night Eye over the phone, his tone dripping with annoyance. "Between doing my own hero work and doing favors for you, my free time is precious. So I would greatly appreciate it if you answered your phone during your lunch break." "Not dismissing my call. Sorry, but I was getting some teaching advice from one of the other heroes," admitted All Might. "I'm in enough hot water with them already. If things don't work out with Midoriya or Togata, we will need another option. And it will be harder if I get fired." What All Might chose not to say was that he needed to restore his students' faith in him as well. For a man whose quirk allowed his glimpses of the future, his vision could be very narrow at times. It was likely he wouldn't see the point in something like that. At least, not for a single class when compared to the rest of Japan. "I suppose you have a point," agreed Night Eye, though it sounded begrudgingly. "So, what's going on?" asked All Might. "If it was an emergency, you would have sent an SOS to Nizu after I hung up." "It's about that kid you had me looking into," said Night Eye, the sound of paper rustling being carried over the phone. "Now, I haven't scratched the surface much. But there is something here that caught my attention. It may be a problem." That caused All Might to stop in his tracks. Slowly he glanced at the screen, feeling his heart rate quickening. Well, what is it? He asked. According to his records, Izuku Midoriya was originally diagnosed as quirkless when he was 4 years old, said Night Eye. However, his quirk registration was updated during his first trip to the States. So, by the sounds of it, the young man was just a late bloomer, replied All Might, an annoyed frown forming on his face. Honestly, with the way his former sidekick spoke, it sounded like he had uncovered something truly upsetting about the kid. Like wherever he went there would be a string of dead puppies littering the streets. On the surface, that is what it looks like, came the calm voice of Night Eye. However, it wasn't his parents that updated the kid's quirk registration. That was handled by an American company called Hound Hunt. The company handles a variety of quirk-related issues, studying various types of quirks to create a wide variety of products. From specialized clothing to medicines designed to help with certain negative aspects of quirks to military assistance. It's also the company that the kid's father works for. A small hum escaped All Might as he took all this in. Well, maybe it's a service they do for all their employees. I remember hearing back in the States that registering your quirk internationally was a big headache. To that, Night Eye cleared his throat. Possible. However, that wouldn't explain what else I found. Shortly after that visit, their family received a large sum of money from the company and his father was transferred to one of their facilities here in Japan. What that money was for, I have no idea. Somehow I doubt that it was some sort of bonus. All I know is that that money went to pay for a new house out in the country. Furthermore, according to my sources, Midoriya has been making trips back to their headquarters every year. There was then a pause. I also looked up his quirk. Neither his parents nor their parents had anything remotely similar to what the boy can do. Quirks are genetic. So I decided to broaden my search, thinking that maybe the mother had an affair or that the kid was secretly adopted. Or worse. What I found. Did you ever hear of the American hero Bonesaw? All Might let out a hum, his eyes moving to look up at the ceiling as he tried to recall the memory. Bonesaw? Why did that name sound so familiar? Finally, the man admitted that he couldn't recall. Back when you made your big debut in the States, Bonesaw was an established hero located in New York, explained Night Eye. He was actually very popular, acting like one of their professional wrestlers as he fought villains. Not just that, but he had a pretty impressive success rate when fighting villains. He used the bones that came out of his body to stab and cut down his opponents, but always made sure that he brought them back alive. I see, said All Might, wishing that he could recall some of this. So where is he now? Still in New York, 6 feet underground, said Night Eye, his words causing All Might's eyes to widen. About a year after you made a name for yourself in America, a bunch of the quirk gangs decided they had enough of him. They came out, over 70 of them against one man. They threw everything they had at the man. Everything from waves of fire, ice, vehicles on the side of the road, and even a giant poodle of all things to plain old bullets. Bonesaw kept going, not stopping until he had taken down the last villain with his dying breath. The man died a legend. All Might's hand reached to touch his forehead as a wave of guilt washed over him. On some level, he felt guilty for not remembering a fallen hero who had done so much for the sake of justice. For paying the ultimate price to keep the people safe. However, the sad truth of the matter was that crime in America was insanely high, with heroic deaths being a daily occurrence. He recalled back then he would hear on the news every night the 7 or 8 stories about how a hero was tragically killed in the line of duty. And, sadly, they all began to blend together, becoming noise in the background as the days went by. Everything felt like it was on a constant loop, one that felt unending even to this day. Then All Might's eyes shot open. Wait, if he died that long ago, then he couldn't be Midoriya's father, said All Might. Did he have any other children? None on record, said Night Eye with a sigh. He died single, but that didn't mean he wasn't seeing some sort of action. Right now I'm planning on looking into anyone still alive that knew him. Hopefully that might shed some light on the situation. However, there is another possibility that we should consider. All for one. It is possible that he arranged for Bonesaw's death, hiding in the shadows and letting those villains do his dirty work. Then, right before the man died, All for One could come in and take the quirk without anyone being the wiser. All Might's hand gripped on the phone a little tighter, so much so that cracks began to appear on the screen. Yeah, that sounded like something the ancient villain would do. While All for One mainly stayed in Japan at the seat of his empire, he did have agents all over the globe working for him. If this quirk interested the man so much, he could have contacted these agents to put the idea of ganging up on Bonesaw. Knowing All for One, he would have been there in some manner, watching the fight with a smile on his face until its conclusion. Then, in some manner, he would get close enough to the hero to steal his quirk and no one would be the wiser. After all, the dead can't report that their quirk was stolen. Taking a breath, All Might began to see where his former sidekick was going with all of this. All for One originally gained his following by taking the quirks of those who wished to be normal while giving them to those who hungered for power. And, to a degree, that was true of him up until his death at All Might's hands. He could see it clearly, parents wanting the best for their child with no one to turn to. Wanting him to have a normal life. Then, here comes All for One offering their boy a quirk in exchange for either their loyalty or a favor. But there was a catch. One that All Might was well aware of. He could have given them the quirk, but the body, well, that was a completely different matter altogether. Using Bakugo's quirk as an example, if All for One stole that explosion quirk and gave it to one of his underlings, it would give them a powerful quirk. Yet, the pores on the hands would not be as large, allowing them only smaller explosions without harming themselves. Not only that, but unless the person already had a quirk that protected the body from the heat and force of the explosion, then there would be a limited amount of times they could use Bakugo's quirk. Scratching his chin, All Might began thinking of Midoriya. If he applied the same principle to his student, then every time he pulled a bone out of his body, then there would be a hole in his skin that wouldn't heal right. At least, that's what he believed. It was a tricky situation. He understood Nightai's concerns and worries, especially now that they believed that All for One could still be alive. If All for One had made contact with the Midoriyas, then there was a chance that the young man was being used as a spy. Or something else. But, on the other hand, there was not enough evidence to support that he had met that monster. For all they knew, he could have just awoken a quirk while in the USA and the company did them a favor. All Might, came Nightai's voice over the phone. I think we should play this safe. We should alert Nizu right away and have Midoriya detained until we can figure out what is going on. Nizu would never go along with that, not without proof, said All Might sternly. Look, I might not be the best teacher here, but I have checked in on the kid since I met him. As far as I have seen, he has been a model student who is going plus ultra. All we have are theories and suspicions. But began Knight, only for All Might to cut him off. Knight, before we continue, I need you to answer me honestly, said the pro-hero. Imagine if Bubble Girl approached you, saying that she believed that a local nursing home was really a front to sell the drug trigger. All she had was a few odd payments made out to the place and that one of the guests was a man who had been caught several times selling it on the street. Would you raid the place then and there? Or, would you look into seeing if the man was visiting a parent or grandparent? Would you check to see if the payments were just minor errors? Began Knight, his voice trailing off until silence took hold. Both men knew what his answer was. While Night Eye had his flaws, he was normally a very thorough man when it came to heroics. Both of them knew that in the situation that All Might presented, he would look into all these facts before making a move that would get him and his agency into any trouble. And the same should be true with Midoriya. All Might, I'm scared. That man, I know in my gut he's alive. He's had over 5 years now to plan his revenge, setting up all the pieces on a board that we can't see. We're not prepared. Your limit becomes more and more limited by the day. You're not as strong as you once were. We need to do something. And we are, assured All Might, his tone calm. He knew it had to be difficult for Night Eye, a hero who could see the future, dealing with so much uncertainty. But that doesn't mean we should jump at every little shadow and assume the worst. Just keep digging for now and we'll share what we found with Nizu, along with anything else you find. Then we'll go from there. Yes, that was the best thing to do. He didn't want to bring up the potential backlash of such reckless actions. If they had detained young Midoriya and his innocence was proven, then there were a lot of ways this could go. The best-case scenario was that he would understand and forgive them, which would be hard since All Might couldn't really explain the situation to the kid. Afterwards, he had done everything in his power to keep his fight with All for One a secret along with his injury. Plus, only a handful of people these days even knew about All for One. Right now, the only way All Might could see the boy understanding was if they explained everything, which was something the pro didn't want to do unless he chose this kid to be his successor, which would be a pretty rocky start. Oh god. The kid might refuse the gift of one for all out of spite. Then what would they do? Then there were the worst-case scenarios. 1. Izuku Midoriya becomes disillusioned with heroism, seeing the people he admired as paranoid or above the law. This could jade him to the point where they would lose him as a potential candidate as the next symbol of peace. Or he might just leave UA and the heroic profession altogether. Something like that would be a huge shame given the lad's skills, as he wasted his life as a paper pusher in some crummy office job. Then, there was the worst possibility of them all. He turns on them. Izuku Midoriya would become the very villain Night Eye thought of him as, forged by the Foresight Quirk user's paranoia. They might even lose Togata should he ever find out about this. Thankfully, Night Eye saw reason. "All right," said the man. "I should be done with this by the time the sports festival is over." With that, he hung up. Minoma chuckled to himself as he watched Mina from his hiding spot, the shadow of the building obscuring him from his classmates. His pink-skinned classmate was walking around in her gym uniform, happily talking with several of the inferior members of 1B. Walking a few paces behind her was that silly little girl who simply existed to drag down the rest of the superior class, Uraraka. He watched with cold eyes as some green-haired nobody wrapped an arm around her neck as they walked, as if they were friends. As he watched them, listening to some of them laughing, Minoma quickly glanced at his phone to check the time. Detention would be starting soon, and, if he wasn't in his seat by then, Mr. Aizawa would be even more irritated with him. But this was important. While his lunchtime excursion to put those 1B fools in their place had been met with, shall we say, less than ideal results, what had happened afterwards was like a gift from the gods themselves. Oh Toru, she had such amazing information but none of the foresight to put it to good use. Yes, he had heard every word those girls had said, but it seemed like only Ishido and Uraraka were the ones trying to capitalize on it. No doubt they had buttered up those inferior hero hopefuls to allow them to train with them, allowing the girls to observe their strengths and weaknesses. A wonderful trove of information that they were going to keep for themselves. Seeing all this brought a sadistic sneer to the blonde's face as he watched them mill into the gym, hiding what they were doing from prying eyes. Oh, they thought themselves so clever now, didn't they? Well, two can play at that game. And he had borrowed the perfect quirk for the job, all thanks to the airhead who had first gifted him with this wonderful information. Once the cost was clear, Minoma activated the quirk he had copied, turning him invisible. Looking down at himself, he saw that he could no longer see his skin. His clothing, on the other hand, was a completely different matter. He could still see it, plain as day. Somehow he doubted that any of those fools would miss seeing a male student's uniform walking around the gym. Frowning, Minoma did the only thing he could think of, quickly removing all of his clothing, which was tossed to the side before heading over to the gym. While it was oddly freeing for the teen to walk across the campus completely nude with no one the wiser, it was also slightly painful. Since he had needed to take off not only his shoes but his socks as well, the teen was forced to walk barefoot. More than once he stepped on several small rocks and pebbles, feeling them digging into his flesh and causing him to wince in pain. Heck, some of them were oddly sharp. Then there were the gross things on his path. Things that stuck to the bottom of his feet, forcing him to stop and remove them with his hands, or made sickening noises as he stepped on them. Then, finally, he made his way inside. There he could see the inferior teacher of the course, talking to everyone. Something about Midoriya not being able to be there for today, along with that whore of a girlfriend of his. Slowly, Minoma moved closer to the blood-themed hero as he tried to figure out what else he could do. This little announcement would eat up too much of his time, and he doubted he could gather up all the information he needed before he had to head back for detention. Maybe he could mess with them? Maybe poke or slap their asses and get them to fight with each other. Or maybe mess up the gym equipment so they don't progress as far. Both options were good in the blonde's eyes. He just needed to... Minoma! What the F dash? Minoma, who had his eyes closed as he thought, opened them when he heard his name being called. Slowly he looked around, finding that everyone's eyes were on him, including the teachers. Each and every one of them looked stunned, with a few even smirking. What? Wasn't he invisible? Slowly looking down, he found his answer. No, he was very visible now. Very visible and very naked. With a shocked cry, the naked teen tried to make a run for it only to be stopped when a meaty hand slammed down on his shoulder. Looking behind him, he saw that 1B teacher glaring at him with a fury that caused his skin to turn pale. Let's go see Aizawa. Now. At the same time, Izuku was walking down the street dressed in one of his nicer outfits. It was something his father had helped him pick out shortly after getting his acceptance letter to UA, something for him to wear to semi-formal events. His pants for this evening were simple, dark-colored dress pants with matching shoes along with a belt. The teen also wore a white, button-up dress shirt with long sleeves that were slightly puffy. There was no jacket, but rather a simple dark green vest with golden buttons. According to his father, he preferred to wear these things when going to anything that wasn't a black tie event. It would allow him to appear formal while also giving him plenty of mobility for things like dancing should the need arise. Izuku thought he looked like a waiter. Glancing to his side, the teen gazed at Pony, and not for the first time since they had gotten off the train. God, she looked beautiful tonight. The American girl was dressed in a cocktail dress whose colors were similar to her hero costume. Starting from the top, where the neckline showed a tasteful amount of cleavage, it was bright orange. Then, along the waistline, the color began to fade more and more until you got to the bottom of her skirt, which was pure white. Speaking of her skirt, the front portion of it was shorter than it was in the back. The front stopped just above her knees while the back portion came to a point right above her hooves. The dress was sleeveless, allowing the horned girl's bare arms to wrap around his own as they walked. According to her, this was her creamsicle dress. Together, they walked down the street until they came upon their destination. The restaurant was a small, yet upscale place located near some of the more high-end hotels that Izuku recognized from the news. He could recall that one of them was constantly used by some of the top heroes in other countries when visiting Japan. Another one had been the location where All Might had stopped a hostage situation of a major businesswoman several years ago. Now that place regularly hires retired heroes to act as additional security. After entering the establishment and being greeted by a server who was dressed eerily similar to Izuku, the two were taken past the main dining area to the back where the more private rooms were located. Standing in front of the door were two men, both dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses, that Izuku knew. The one standing on the right was named Tom Enigma, a man with a quirk that was perfect for security details. Basically, he could sense radio waves. While he couldn't pick up what was being said, he could tell where they were coming from and where they were going. Meaning, if someone placed a bug in the room to listen in on what was being said, not only would Mr. Enigma know about it, but he could also track it down. He was also a rabid collector of old Hot Wheels, showing off his collection to Izuku whenever they had the chance. As for the man on the left, that man was named Nathan Scanner. Like with Enigma, Scanner also had a quirk that was perfectly fit for security. Basically, by looking around the room, he could tell how long that object had been there even if he didn't actually see the object. Meaning he could tell if something had been planted there recently, knowing exactly where it was. The man was also an avid ice fisherman, always taking his vacations in the wintertime and traveling north so that he could spend the entire time on a frozen lake. Every year he came back with pictures of his trip, showing them off to the curious green-haired boy. After doing a routine search on the two teens, both men opened the door. Together, Izuku and Pony entered the private room large enough to hold 30 people in it without anyone feeling claustrophobic. Yet there was only one table in the room, situated underneath a diamond chandelier where two people were already sitting. The first person that Izuku recognized was Mr. Blackhound. The man had long black hair that ran down his shoulders, though there were signs of gray hair peppered within it. His eyebrows were a tad larger than normal but well kept. He looked at the two teens with icy blue eyes through a pair of oval-shaped glasses that rested on a very crooked nose. One that looked like it had been broken far too many times to count and that not even Recovery Girl could ever hope to fix it. His hands were also crooked along with scars showing the number of times they had been broken before being put back together. Yet, despite all these visible scars, the man smiled at his guests warmly. As for the other person, Izuku, Pony, with a laugh, Carol Blackhound jumped out of her seat as she rushed over to the teens to wrap them in the biggest hug she could. Like her father, Carol had long black hair, though hers went past her waist with several braids on the sides of her head. Her nose was small and thankfully unbroken, her own blue eyes twinkling with excitement. Even though she was a few years older than the teens, if Izuku remembered correctly, she would be starting college next year. Both her size and shape gave her the appearance of someone much younger. This was made evident by the skin-tight dress she wore, putting on full display that she lacked any curves, as well as her chest, which one could only generously call small. "It's great to see you again, Carol," said Pony, speaking in English as they parted. "I know. It feels like forever since I last saw you too," replied Carol, her tone giddy with happiness. "Agreed. It is nice to see you again, Midoriya." "Tsunatori," said Mr. Blackhound, getting up from his seat before gesturing to the table. "Now sit. We have the entire evening to catch up." Smiling, the teens walked back to the table with Carol taking her spot next to her father while Izuku and Pony sat directly across from them. Seeing the menu in front of him, Izuku picked it up to find a long list of some of the finest and meatiest steaks from around the world. Each one of them served with a long list of sides, some of which Izuku had never heard of. "I do hope you enjoy the food here, Midoriya," continued Blackhound, his eyes glancing down at his own menu. There was a very hungry look in the man's eye as he stared at one spot in particular. "There are many fine Japanese steakhouses around, however I much prefer enjoy them the European way." Carol rolled her eyes at that. "Come on, Dad," she said with a laugh, smacking her father's arm with her menu playfully. "Just admit it. You just want your plate to be 90% meat and weighing 10 pounds. That got a laugh out of everyone at the table. A laugh that was echoed several minutes later when their waiter came out to take their order, Mr. Blackhound ordering the thickest steak they had before requesting that it be served drenched in the house's special garlic butter and sautéed onions. As for the rest of them, they all chose steaks of more agreeable proportions as well as trying out the toppings as well. From there, the people at the table made small talk. Carol brought up her options for college, listing off the pros and cons of each of the top business schools in America. She even mentioned how one of the schools had recently employed America's top white-collar hero, Number Cruncher, to teach business ethics. That had gotten both Izuku's and Pony's attention, as they both knew of the hero who could find a dozen or so corporate misconducts in a single afternoon. Still on the topic of heroes moving on to teaching, Mr. Blackhound brought up a rumor that had been going around lately that the pro-hero unicorn, Pony's mother, was considering becoming a teacher of heroics. "She is," Pony said, her shoulders slightly slumped as she spoke. "It's something she's been thinking about for the last couple of years. Said that she wants to slow down a little, chasing students trying to cut class rather than villains." That got a good chuckle from the rest of the table. "Do you know where she'll be going?" asked Carol as their food was brought out. "Champions High," replied Pony. "She's going to be teaching heroics next year." Blackhound nodded at that before cutting into a streak that looked to be about an inch thick. "Champions is one of the top hero schools in Texas. Perhaps even one of the top in the country," said the man before taking a bite out of his food, closing his eyes to savor the taste. Then, when he looked at Pony, there was a twinkle in the man's eyes. "Though she will be missed. Unicorn has always been one of my favorites ever since she saved me back when she was a fresh sidekick. I still have her autograph on my wall back at the office. But, don't tell your father about that or he might get the impression that I hired him just because of her." From there they continued to chat while they ate, Carol wanting to hear everything about Yue, including if any of the gossip about All Might was true. "Sorry, Carol, I just don't see it," said Pony, her hands covering her mouth to keep herself from laughing. All Might joining Yue to be with his secret love child? That he had with Midnight? Izuku himself couldn't hold back his own chuckle at the image. Midnight was certainly something he could say that. It was because of her first public appearance, the fact that she was one of the siest heroes in Japan, and her general demeanor that had given rise to plenty of rumors that she had fed just about every hero you could name. And Izuku, he could name plenty. Whenever she was seen working with any hero for more than 2 seconds, the media and the net would go ablaze with predictions on whether or not this was the person she was settling down with. That or they had just finished FANG right before a disaster and decided to take care of it together. However, There were nothing more than rumors intended to create a bit of buzz in Izuku's opinion. So he took them with a grain of salt, laughing at the story. Okay, maybe not midnight, said Carol as she set down her utensils. But the theory of All Might having a secret love child has some weight to it. The man's private life is kept secret, so much so that his real man on his registration has been redacted. Not to mention that his hero work isn't what it used to be. Izuku, despite himself, nodded before looking up at the ceiling while gently placing his fork on his lower lip. Yeah, I noticed that as well, he mumbled slightly before lowering his head to look at the young hostess. During my last year of middle school, we were given an assignment to track how much time heroes spend on the field. I remember you telling me about that. Didn't you bring to class 3 folders worth of newspaper clippings going back 20 years to use as source material and a graph you needed 3 people to help set up? As Pony said this with a smile on her face, she elbowed her boyfriend gently on the side. The memory of his teacher's eyes bugging out at the extent that Izuku took his fanboying of All Might on an assignment that had only been given 3 days ago, as well as the reactions of the rest of the class, caused Midoriya to blush. Mr. Blackhound let out a laugh. You really are your father's son, he said between chuckles. He did the same thing whenever I asked him for a presentation. Anyways, continued Izuku, wanting to move past this embarrassment. My research showed that in the last 5 or 6 years, All Might's appearances in the public have been on the decline. He used to be out there all the time, one time even going 4 straight days of dealing with villains back-to-back and natural disasters. But, back when I did that project, the max amount of time he was seen in public was around 3.5 hours. And that's where the theory of his secret love child comes in, continued Carol, raising her hands as if she were praising this idea. There's actually a couple of theories going around. One of them is the whole, All Might's kid is a teen who's been acting up a lot. Maybe it was the big guy's decision or his mistress gave him an ultimatum, but All Might began cutting back his hero time to be with the kid. Even becoming a teacher so that he can make up for lost time with the kid. Another theory is that 5 years ago his kid was born and, well, has been cutting back on his heroing to take care of both his wife and child. Him being at UA, it's a cover so people will stop talking about all the heroing he's missing out on. As interesting as that would be, there is a far simpler explanation for all of this. All Might is getting older, said Mr. Blackhound as the room became far more somber. Much like Mrs. Tsunatori, no one can be a hero forever. You just start slowing down. Getting tired more quickly, reflexes aren't what they used to be. You can try and manage this, do things to slow down the effects of age, but in the end it always catches up with you. I think All Might knows that his sun will be setting soon. Blackhound then let out a sigh before looking over at Izuku, his eyes now looking more serious. More businesslike. To be honest, Midoriya, you are not the only one to notice that All Might's activeness has been on the decline. I have been in contact with the Department of Justice, Heroism, senators, and congressmen and women who have all expressed their concerns behind closed doors as well as the Japanese government. Sad to say, officials here in Japan seem to be in a state of denial, claiming that we are being paranoid or just bringing this up for sensationalism. They say that the reason why All Might is less active is due to the fact that he is not needed as much, allowing other heroes to take the reins. I will admit that there might be some truth to this, but given the length of his hero career, it makes our point of view hard to ignore. And if the events of the USJ are any indication, others are coming to this same conclusion as well. Wait, said Pony, almost standing up as she spoke. The attack on the USJ failed thanks to All Might. So everything should still be fine. Blackhound gave Pony a thoughtful look along with the briefest of smiles. I'm sure that's the same conclusion that many people are taking from the whole event. However, the Department of Heroism doesn't see it that way. According to some of the information we obtained from the Japanese government, the pro-hero Eraserhead as well as several students there reported what the leader of the League of Villains said during the attack. He said that All Might wasn't as strong as he used to be, that he was getting weaker. While it's uncertain as to how they came to this conclusion, the fact that they did, as well as recruiting a large number of villains to follow, is concerning. The Department of Heroism has theorized that, had the League gone in with more powerful and skilled villains such as Moonfish, everyone there would have died before All Might was alerted to the situation. It was then that Mr. Blackhound bit his lower lip while intertwining his scarred fingers. This attack also gave the US government a bit more weight to the theory that All Might is slowing down. We are aware that All Might was supposed to be one of the 3 teachers that day at the USJ. While 13 and Eraserhead never went into why he had called off. Strange how he was able to deal with a number of crimes before arriving at your school. Roughly 3 hours worth, give or take a few minutes. Izuku felt his heart drop in his chest as he heard this. If he was hearing this right, then Mr. Blackhound was suggesting that All Might had gotten winded or something after doing his hero work after only 3 hours. The idea just seemed so laughable since, well, they were talking about All Might, the greatest hero to ever live. Yet, with what he was hearing now along with his own past research, made him feel like his eyes were being opened to a truth that he should have noticed some time ago. And what he saw scared him. All Might was the pillar of their society, the symbol of peace. If said hero's time was being limited due to his age, then the number of problems this could cause would be a nightmare. If All Might used up all his time, and something worse happened later in the day, then the other heroes would have to find a way to deal with it on their own. Or what if a fight or a rescue mission went too long with him passing out or something during the middle? What if villains found a way to exploit this? Yet, a few things felt off to Izuku about this conversation. The first was about All Might and the US. If it was true and All Might needed to rest after only 3 hours of heroing, then why didn't he go to the USJ? If the man needed rest, he could have done so on the bus. Then, when 1A began its rescue training, he could have just stood on the sidelines. After all, no one knew that the facility was going to be attacked, meaning it should have been treated like a normal school day. Something just felt off, like he was missing an important piece to the puzzle. But there was a more important question that Izuku needed to ask. One that, after looking over at his girlfriend, Pony was wondering as well. Mr. Blackhound, began Izuku slowly. A lot of what you're telling us sounds really important. Are you sure you should be telling us all this? Blackhound's business mode softened slightly, giving the teen a reassuring smile. Yes, Midoriya. Because what I'm about to tell you concerns you more than anyone else. And since Miss Tsunotori is aware of this, I see no reason why she shouldn't be made aware of it as well. Then Mr. Blackhound took a breath while his eyes went to stare at his now empty plate. As I said, the US government is now working under the assumption that All Might's time as a pro will be ending soon. While the crime rate in the USA is still greater than other areas of the world like Japan, it still went down significantly a few years after All Might made his first appearance. Now the Department of Heroism believes that, once the man retires, the crime rate will skyrocket. So we have begun planning for when that will happen, though we don't have any idea when that will happen. It might be in 5 years or 5 days. So we are going to use every second available to prepare. Right now President Burke is talking to some of the top American heroes, like Stars and Stripes, to make sure they are ready for that day. What's more, the President is speaking with Congress to increase funding to all heroic schools as well as creating new programs designed to help those with powerful quirks get into some of the top-rated hero schools like Champions. But even with all this, it might not be enough. So, I have been ordered to resume Project Quirk Rebirth. Uraraka stood within the girls' locker room at UA, completely naked as the water from the shower poured over her. A small groan of delight was kept in her throat as she just stood there savoring this treat. Due to the fact that she was living in a very, very cheap student apartment while studying to be a hero, her bathroom wasn't the best. The room itself was extremely cramped while barely holding the toilet and sink. When she wanted to wash herself in the morning, she had to sit on that toilet and use a rag. Not exactly the most efficient way to clean yourself. Still, it wasn't so bad. Instead of going to the local public bathhouse like the rest of the tenants, she could save money by just coming to UA. At the very least, both places would provide her with water that was reliably hot. And not brown. While all this felt great for her, Uraraka couldn't help but feel a slight uneasiness within herself. The reason? Tokage. As the brown-haired, gravity-nullifying girl began to soap up her arms starting from the shoulders, she peeked a glance over at the girl who had so openly hit on her. As she looked at her, she had to wonder if any of the other girls had a problem showering with a girl who had loudly proclaimed herself as bisexual. It seemed like the answer was no. Tokage had entered the shower, towel on her shoulder before hanging it up, and just chatting with Kendo before they both turned on the water. There were no wolf whistles as she looked at all the other girls showering, no smacking them on the ass, no wildly rude comments. She was just taking a shower and being respectful. Maybe the problem with Uraraka feeling this way was due to her being in contact with too many perverts. Said girl was facing one of the side walls of the open shower, making it so Uraraka got a good look of her naked backside. With just a glance, Uraraka could see several trails of water running down her back, one even entering the crack of the green-haired girl's admittedly shapely ass. The light from the ceiling reflected off the girl's skin, making its appearance almost radiant. Suddenly, Uraraka realized that this quick glance was moving into staring territory. Wait, had she been imagining Tokage's front? Turning her head, she also understood what she had started doing. She was checking out another girl. Her heart began to beat a bit faster as her face became slightly flushed. She had never before thought of another girl in either the romantic sense before. Sure, she could admit when another girl was pretty, but that was different. So why was she suddenly feeling this way? Also, she knew she liked guys as she thought Midoriya was cute with those freckles. So much so that, if it weren't for his girlfriend, she might have considered asking him out. Oh wait, she couldn't do to Aizawa. Oh wait again, if she liked guys then why was she suddenly interested in girls? Was it because, for the first time in her life, someone had expressed interest in her and it just so happened to be another girl? Taking a breath, Uraraka looked down and frowned as another thought entered her mind. Out of all the girls here, why had someone as plain as herself caught the attention of someone as amazing as Tokage? After all, the self-disembodying girl was one of only 4 students to get into the school via recommendation and had a very useful quirk. Her grades had to be in a league of their own, just like Yaoyorozu's. And she was super attractive. Meanwhile, Uraraka was the exact opposite. Her quirk was useless, sure, but in areas like construction to make everything lighter. She had to work her ass off in the entrance exam and had only managed to get into the hero program with a single point. There was always this feeling surrounding her that at any moment, she would get kicked out by Aizawa. And as for her looks, well, a small sigh escaped her, hands going into autopilot washing her body, as Uraraka began looking around at the other girls in the shower. As she did, it was like she was finally noticing for the first time just how attractive they all truly were. Just then, Tokage stopped in the middle of her conversation with Kendo. She just suddenly stopped, the toothy smile she had fading into something akin to being curious as she turned to look at Uraraka. Realizing that she had been caught, Uraraka quickly turned her head away while her face heated up in embarrassment. Deciding she wanted to get out of here quickly before she could further embarrass herself, Uraraka decided to focus on washing her own body. As she did so, she listened to the conversations around her. So what do you have planned for tonight, Shroom? Asked Komori, her eyes poking out from underneath her bangs to stare at Kawakami. Oh, nothing special really. Since I'm free tonight, I'm going to be meeting Shinso at this nice little cat cafe a few blocks from UA, answered the Hydra girl. Though, as she said this, the snakeheads coming out of her back rolled their eyes. Sis, you promised you would meet him there before classes started for the day. We had to work triple time just to make sure we got enough done so you could make it. At least you won't have to worry about your homework during your date. Why couldn't the school have bubble baths? I like bubble baths. Uraraka and Komori just ignored the randomness of the 4th Snake Sister's head as they both stared at Kokami. They weren't the only ones since Kokami's sisters hadn't kept their voices down. Now Mina was looking at the smaller, blue-haired girl with glee that came whenever she smelt juicy gossip. As for the rest, well, they certainly looked intrigued at the very least. As for Kokami herself, said girl looked mortified. Like she wanted to dig herself a huge hole and then hide in it till she died. It's not like that, she protested, waving her arms in front of her as she spoke. Shinso just wanted a little help designing his hero costume. So if he does well in the sports festival, he can submit it right away. And it's not a date. As the other girls in the shower looked ready to pounce on her for more details, the other snakeheads decided to add more fuel to the fire. Oh please sis, don't act like you haven't been hoping this would happen. You have been practicing making boxed lunches to give to Shinso. Not the store-bought kind, but something you made all by yourself. Oh, what's this? Suddenly, the fourth and most absent-minded snake head began to extend its long neck towards the ceiling. It went into one of the corners before opening its mouth to bite down on something. A moment later, it retracted itself back to Kakami, who held out her hands as an object was dropped onto it. Said object was small, so much so that it could easily fit within the center of Kakami's hand and roll around. It wasn't all that long either, with a rectangular shape. Its black body was surrounded by some sort of plastic or something similar with a lens on one of its sides. Is that what I think it is? Asked Shigaraki, her vines wrapping around her body before her hands could cover themselves. The other girls began mirroring the vine-haired girl to the best of their ability long before Kendo, Tokage, and Kawakami all gave fearful nods. It was a camera. Someone had been recording them. A short while later, all of the students in the training class were moving down the hallway of UA after doing a thorough search of the locker room. Both of them. Yes, it seems whoever put those cameras in the girls' locker room had also done the same to the guys. It hadn't just been in the shower, but whatever sick freak had done this had also placed them everywhere. Over the lockers to view the students changing. Some hidden within the lockers. There were even some place to record students as they went to the bathroom. Now dressed in their school uniforms, the students moved with fierce expressions while Kendo held a plastic bag containing the numerous little devices they had been able to collect. All but one, as Kawakami held one of the devices in her hand, a finger covering the lens as she examined it. From the looks of it, this looks like one of the short-range spy cameras that UA offers third-year hero students, she said while her sisters looked around it as well. You sure about that? Demanded Tetsu. Kawakami flinched a little at his tone, but after a moment nodded. Yes, she said. It was part of one of my assignments in the business course. We were assigned various equipment used by hero students that the school normally provides and stores. We were then assigned to track how often the equipment was used along with giving damage reports along with a cost estimate to anything that was broken or lost. These look like one of the devices that we were monitoring. Besides, I can't find any serial numbers or other markings on these things other than the special code used by the school to track dishonest students who try to smuggle them out and sell them. Also, they are too well made to be something that was built in someone's garage. And, Power Loader keeps a very detailed inventory of all his supplies. Especially now since he has this one first-year student who keeps breaking into the support lab to work on additional projects. He would have been able to cross-reference whatever she built with what he is missing to see that something didn't add up. That and the fact that once she makes something she moves on to the next invention. Oh, also, most of the stuff she's been making has a good chance of exploding right in your face, so I don't think this is her work. The blue-haired Hydra girl then noticed that no one else was talking. Glancing around, she noticed that all of the other students were staring at her. At first, Kawakami wanted to use her sisters to hide her face. Perhaps even uses a non-lethal mist attack in order to make a getaway. But before she could, she saw their expression shift to something positive. Your experiences within the business course have proven to be most helpful, said Yanagi while Kodai hummed in agreement. Oh, it's nothing, replied Kawakami as she lowered her head. Shinso, however, shook his head. It isn't nothing. We at least have a starting point. Better than stumbling around blind throughout the school. That would have given whoever did this time to get away. Heh, makes me wish I had signed up for the business course instead of general studies. At that, Kawakami's sisters began to shudder before moving to get into the tired teen's face. Trust us, you wouldn't last. The work is far too hard and taxing for someone who looks half dead already. Not to mention the ethical issues of having someone with a brainwashing quirk learning make deals and contracts. Does your hair taste like grape juice? Before anyone could even blink, the fourth head lunged at Shinso's hair before chomping into it. Kawakami cried out in a panic, begging her sister to stop while the other heads bit into the attacking neck. Yet the fourth sister remained where she was, mouth closed around Shinso's hair while her jaw seemed to move in a chewing motion. After a while, all the students could see large amounts of drool leaking out. Eventually, albeit longer than one would have thought, the sister decided that the hair did not taste like grape juice before releasing it. Sometime after the group found themselves in front of the doors leading into the third-year studio. The doors themselves reminded the gravity girl of the sort of thing you would find in one of those sci-fi movies, appearing thick enough to withstand an explosion and opening by sliding into the wall. There was even a keypad and card reader on the wall next to it. Though, oddly, there was also a sign hanging on the side of the wall, the picture depicting a person with pink dreadlocks and steampunk goggles with a red slash going right through it. After only a moment of standing in front of the door, Uraraka watched as Kendo and Tokage took the lead with Kakami right behind them and the rest of the group behind her. Once they were inside, Uraraka blinked at what she saw as it was not what she had expected. She had assumed that there would be piles of various machines, those standing metal coils with electricity running down them, metal claws coming out of the ceiling, and a fire extinguisher on wheels to put out the numerous fires. Instead, what she found were a series of desks, all facing a plasma screen that filled up half the wall. Each table had a 3-monitor computer with a keyboard embedded into the surface, and below that were a series of different sized drawers. Lining the side wall where they entered as well as the back were a series of larger machines that looked completely alien to Uraraka. But what really drew her attention was what was along the wall directly across from them. It looked like there was a wall made of thick glass or something similar. The only way you could even tell it was there were the number of air holes that had been cut out as well as a specially made door. On the opposite side of the wall were numerous cabinets of all shapes and sizes, each one containing a different type of lock. Finally, sitting in front of the door at his own desk, was a student. His school jacket had been taken off and hung on the back of his chair, fully exposing his white button-up shirt and red tie as he kept his bespectacled gaze focused on the scenes in front of him. From what Uraraka could see, the upperclassman looked fairly average save that he lacked hair in the normal tradition. Instead, his locks had been replaced with feathers that seemed to naturally slick back, moving down the back of his head until they reached his neck. As the group made their way inside, their senior looked up from whatever he had been working on. At first, his expression was neutral and uninterested, so much so that he almost went right back to his work. Yet a moment after he had lowered his head, it shot right back up to look at the large number of people which he then scanned. Can I help you?" he asked, sounding clearly uncertain. "Wait, none of you are third years. If you want to make costume requests or check out equipment to test, you'll need to speak to your own support class." Uraraka watched as Tokage paced a hand on the desk, leaning forward a bit while bending down so that she was not just closer to him but also at his eye level. "Yeah, hi. We're not looking for either of those. We need to speak with whoever is in charge of all the third-year gadgets. Think you can help us with that?" "Then that would be me," the teen said, once more looking over all the students, like he was trying his best to place them. "I keep track and record the checkouts of all equipment used by hero students for after-hour training. Well, that and making sure that pink-haired menace doesn't sneak in here and take our equipment." "That name's Kai Sotome." "Good," replied Setsuna as she moved into a sitting position on the desk while keeping her eyes locked onto Saotome's. At the same time, her hand detached from her arm to take the small camera from Kawakami. Once she held it in her hand, her limb rejoined the rest of her body before dramatically placing the device between the pair of them. "I heard that these devices were used by the third years. Can you please tell me who checked them out?" When Sotome looked down at it, Uraraka noticed their senior seemed taken aback. Though, this only lasted a moment, for he licked his lips before picking up the spy camera, twirling it around in his hands. Was he honestly surprised to see that they had one? Or was it something else? "Yeah, this is one of ours," said Sotome. "Last time they were used was during an advanced heroics lesson at the start of the year. Funny, I could have sworn that they were all brought back. Must have been a mistake on my part. I'll have to make a note of this. What training area did you find this in?" "In the girls' locker room," replied Kendo as she then placed the bag containing the rest of the cameras on the desk, allowing them to spill out. Along with these found in both locker rooms. Sotome paled so much that his skin almost matched the color of his shirt. He seemed beyond nervous. He was terrified. His hands reached down, trembling as he picked up one of the devices at random to examine. Then, slowly, he looked up at the students who held stony as they awaited an answer. "This can't be happening," he whispered, almost to himself. "Oh, it happened," said Tokage as she leaned forward a bit, opening her mouth to reveal her razor-sharp teeth. At the same time, All of Kokami's extra heads let out snake-like hisses while Shiozaki's vines began to extend themselves in a show of force. Tetsu cracked his neck so loudly that everyone winced while Awaze did the same with his knuckles. Now, who did you give all these to? Sawtome shook his head before quickly turning to the door behind him. Body shaking, he pulled out a card from his pocket and held it up before the door opened. Uraraka, as well as the rest of the students, watched him like a hawk as he went straight to one of the cabinets. From there, as Sawtome pulled out a large key ring, the gravity girl noticed something off. There had to be more than 50 nearly identical and unlabeled keys on that ring. Yet, not only did he find the key he was looking for, but he was right on his first try. Yet, the school year was still somewhat fresh, and if he was being honest about when those cameras were last used, it seemed odd that he would know that right off the bat. Still, she watched as the teen opened the cabinet and looked inside only to fall to his knees. Seeing this, several of the students made their way around the desk and towards the fallen senior. It didn't take long to find out what had caused this, as the cabinet was completely empty. "No, this isn't possible," stammered Sawtome, now appearing close to crying. The power loader entrusted this job to me. Oh God, oh my God. What's he going to do when he finds out that I lost all of the cameras? I'm going to be expelled. Please, calm down, said Ibra as she moved beside him, a hand gently resting on his back. Hope is not lost. If you approach Power Loader honestly, confess to your failure, and produce the person responsible, then I'm sure that your teacher shall not be so severe. You might lose this position, but it would be better than being expelled during your final year. Why, stammered Sawtome before gulping dryly. Do you have any idea who might have done it? Asked Shinso. I don't know. I swear, all the hero students brought back their equipment. It can't be Mirio because his quirk won't allow him dash. Just then, Sayatome's head shot up. Wait, there was someone else who might have done it. I caught him in the room one time after I had stepped out to see if Lunch Rush was still around to make something for dinner. The little freak was standing by the entrance with a bit of drool coming out of his mouth. Little freak? Echoed Ishido in confusion. Then, her eyes widened before placing a hand on her head. Was he really short with purple balls for hair? Sawtome began to nod furiously. That's him. I thought it strange for a first-year student to be here. When I find the pervert, he is going to wish Aizawa had expelled him on day one, growled Ishido, a small amount of acid escaping her palms as she spoke. When the liquid touched the floor, everyone could hear a loud hiss while the contaminated surface began to bubble before dissolving. Thankfully, he won't have the chance to hide from us. He's either still in detention or just getting out of it. I say we find him and drag his sorry diapered ass to Nizu. As most of the rest of the students let out various noises of agreement, Uraraka kept her gaze on Sawtome. She watched him, the fear he had just moments ago lessening. It was not completely gone, but the color of his skin was returning to normal and the shaking had stopped. Also, he looked like he was holding back a sigh or something. Like he had started to but stopped just before exhaling. Was this part of his quirk, or was it due to something else? The gravity girl then noticed something else. That she wasn't the only one keeping an eye on the older support student. Tokage was giving him a calculated look. Finally, Sawtome spoke. As much as I'd love to join you all, there are some things I'll need to do. I want to do a complete inventory of everything here to see what else is missing. Then I need to write up a formal report and hand it to Power Loader. He then gave a nervous laugh, scratching the back of his head. Besides, I'd probably be more in the way if I did join you. Hey, it just means we get to pound the freak a bit more, growled Ishido before she turned and headed out the door with everyone else following her. Though not before Uraraka gave one last look at Sawtome, the older teen moving back to his desk and quickly sitting down. As the group made their way into the hallway, a gnawing feeling grew within Uraraka's stomach as she thought about their encounter with the senior. And the more she thought about it, the more she analyzed it, the more that feeling grew. It grew quickly, so much so that by the time they turned down the first hallway, the gravity girl could no longer take it. Guys, wait, she called. She had thought she would have to say it again, louder in order to get their attention. However, she had almost failed to notice that most of them had already begun to slow down as they turned. Maybe over half of them. What's more, when Ishido turned to look at her, the pink-skinned alien girl's smile was back in full force. In fact, she looked ready to burst from laughter. "Hey, why are we stopping? We need to find Mineta before he can leave," stated Tetsu, who was bouncing on his heels. "Didn't any of that seem strange to you?" asked Uraraka in a nervous tone. While the steel quirk user scowled at her, Tokage placed her hands on her hips while giving Uraraka an approving look. "So you noticed it too," she said in a matter-of-fact tone. She then turned to Ishido. "I'm guessing you picked up on it as well. Nice acting, by the way." Ishido let out a laugh, smiling brightly before taking a playful and over-the-top bow. Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone here who helped make all of my annoyance to the purple pervert possible." "Hey, can someone please tell me why we're not hunting down that purple freak?" demanded one of the general studies students. "Because this is an obvious misdirect," replied Shinso, glancing over at Tokage and Uraraka as he said this. "At least, that's what I was thinking. Good to know I wasn't the only one." "Yeah," said Ishido with a nod as she turned to look at the others. "Look, I've been in the same room with Mineta far more often than anyone should ever be subjected to. So I have a pretty good idea on what he's all about. I can honestly see him pulling a stunt like this, but only with the girls' lockers. The fact that we found so many in the guys' locker room tells me that this isn't him. Also, he probably doesn't even know we can rent these spy cameras. I don't know what you guys have been doing in your heroic classes, but so far we've been only using our own support equipment. Heck, Aizawa hasn't even told us we could rent out or borrow equipment from the support studio." "Well, he could have heard about them from an upperclassman talking about his lesson," pointed out another student from general studies. "I mean, the guy is short, so if he stayed quiet long enough he could easily eavesdrop an entire conversation without anyone being aware." "Well, that is possible," said Kawakami with a nod. "But I'm a bit more focused on how he would have gotten his hands on so many cameras. Mineta's quirk isn't exactly suited for theft. It's more for mobility and capture. From what we just saw, in order to get into the storage area you would need a special key card. Then in order to get into the cabinets there are individual keys. The key card is something that he might, and I stress the word, might have left on his desk if he did go out for food like he suggested. Thought it would have been smarter to leave it in the desk or just keep it on his person. But even then, we all saw that he keeps the key ring on him even when he's alone. In order for Mineta to get in, Sawtome would have needed to leave both the card and the key ring behind. That's when the other heads chimed in one after the other. The guy never questioned why a first-year student was there, standing on his desk. Bozo never checked to see if anything had been tampered with. Heck, shouldn't he be doing an inventory of all that junk regularly? Especially after the break-in? Well, he does have feathers for hair, so maybe he has a bird brain. I also think something is wrong with that story," said Uraraka. As the eyes of everyone turned to her, she took a deep breath before speaking her thoughts. "Let's say, for the sake of argument, that Mineta did somehow get his hands on both the key card and the key ring. Well, we all saw that there are a lot of cabinets back there. And a lot of keys. He would have had to go through the keys one by one until he found the right one, looked inside, and then moved on to the next. It just seems too convenient that Mineta came in right after Sawtome left to get food, found all the keys he needed, got the right key each time, found the cameras, and got them out without anyone noticing, all before Sawtome came back. Also, given the size of the room and the number of keys he had, didn't anyone think it was odd that Sawtome knew exactly where the cameras were?" "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing," muttered Tokage with a shake of her head. Dude was way too familiar with where they were located given that he claims he only brought them out once. So either he has a good memory or... Setsuna let her words hang as the few students who had doubted them put the pieces together. From there, the group split up. Uraraka, Ishido, Tokage, Shinso, Kendo, and Kawakami would remain behind to watch the third-year support class to see if Sawtome made any moves. Meanwhile, the rest of the group would spread out around the campus to create a sort of net with a few even standing guard by the UA gate. There would even be a few looking for Mineta, just on the chance that he was involved. After all, there was a chance that Sawtome and Mineta had teamed up, but now that they were caught he was throwing the purple-haired pervert under the bus. About 5 minutes after they had left, the group watching the support class saw Sawtome leaving in a hurry. In fact, The older teen looked like he had been holding himself back for a while now, and now that he was unable to do so any longer, moving with reckless abandonment down the halls. He wasn't even looking behind him to see if he was being watched, just running as fast as he could. But what was strange was he wasn't moving towards any of the entrances or towards where the first years were located. Instead, he moved upwards within the building as if there was some sort of helicopter waiting for him. At the same time, Uraraka and the others moved as silently as possible as they followed their upperclassmen. Even though he wasn't looking behind them, they did their best to stay a good distance behind him. Just far enough so that they wouldn't be noticed, but not far enough to where they would lose him. Eventually Shoto stopped in front of a fancy wooden door belonging to one of the business courses and, without bothering to ever look to see if there was anyone watching him, flung it open before darting inside. As the sound of doors being slammed shut echoed through the hallway, the first-year students quickly closed the distance while making sure that they made as little sound as possible. Now they were curious. A business course student did all this? Was he as perverted as Mineta? And why now, in their third year when they had everything to lose? Almost as one, the group leaned closer to the door. Thankfully, they didn't need to press their ears against it, as they could hear the shouting going on inside. "Come on, hurry up," shouted Shoto, panic clear in his voice. "Either delete it all or else dash. The F, I'm going to let all this go to waste," came another male's voice. It wasn't the annoying tone like Mineta's, but it did carry with it hints of Iida's. Authoritative tone, only deeper. "Not after all the footage we were able to gather. This stuff is gold. Do you have any idea how much this will be worth?" "Not if we get caught," yelled Shoto, still in a panic. His voice seemed to move, most likely he was pacing within the classroom. "Oh God, I'm so screwed right now. I can't believe I let you talk me into this. I'm going to lose everything." "Everything? Not like you had much to begin with," snapped the other teen. "That's why you agreed to help me. Big rewards require big risks. Now, we can still salvage this situation. Just make sure you throw that first year under the bus and keep me out of all this. Do that, and I'll keep my end of the deal. Just let me finish moving these files to my thumb drive." Whoever was speaking got no further as Kendo had had enough, opening the door with enlarged hands that quickly balled into fists. Both older teens froze as their juniors rushed in, Shoto looking like he was mid-step while the other, a white-haired boy with a comb-over haircut, looked like he had just placed a thumb drive into his front jacket pocket. Before the new teen was a laptop with several other brightly colored thumb drives all in a neat little row. "So," drawled Shinso, the first to speak. "Is this part of your inventory?" "Oh my God, began Shoto, but froze as he became trapped in Shinso's quirk. Now as he stood, there was an almost vacant expression on his face. "How about you sit down and stay there till the teachers come?" ordered Shinso to the now brainwashed teen. As Shoto was helpless but to do as he was ordered, the other teen grabbed something from beside him. A moment later, it was revealed to be a leather briefcase which he then flung at the heroes in training. More than likely he had been hoping that they would dodge it, for he was already on the move, ready to barrel on past them. But he never accounted for the skills of Kokami's sisters as one of the heads reached out to bite down hard on the briefcase before tossing it aside. At the same time, Uraraka was on the move. Using the skills she had been learning over the last couple of days from both Midoriya and Kendo, Uraraka closed the distance between her and the fleeing teen before slamming her palm right onto his open chest. Due to her quirk activating as well as the force she used on the attack, the business senior was nearly sent flying up towards the ceiling if she hadn't managed to grab one of his flailing arms. Twisting her body, Uraraka then slammed the mastermind of the camera scheme down onto the ground with so much force that they all could hear a loud crack that made them all wince. However, the teen didn't seem too hurt as he was well enough to start screaming about how much legal trouble they were all in. Tokage ignored him as she dislocated her hands, which then moved behind the business teen, one holding him down by the neck while the other grabbed a wrist which pulled it behind his back. And while this was going on, Kendo called for the teachers. Thankfully, it didn't take them long as Ken showed up a few minutes later with Nizu perched on his red shoulder and Aizawa next to him. The three of them surveyed the situation, the business course students still screaming that they had no right and that he would take them all to court for this unlawful assault on his person. However, before any of the teachers could ask what happened, Uraraka noticed that Nizu was staring at something on the desk with narrowed eyes. Following his line of sight, the brown-haired girl noticed something there that they had overlooked. A device that, according to the principal, was a receiver used by the support course and teachers. From there, Nizu moved over to the laptop with the business course student screaming his head off about a breach of privacy. This went ignored as Nizu hopped off Vlad's shoulder before heading to the laptop. What he saw, Uraraka had no idea. All she knew was that the principal looked beyond angry as his tiny eyes darted from the screen to the thumb drives. "Check him to see if he has any more," hissed Nizu. "Also contact Midnight, Hound Dog, and Power Loader. We will need to do a complete sweep of the school grounds. That includes the teachers' locker rooms." The weight of the statement was not lost on any of the students, realizing just how far these two had gone. So, rather than asking questions, Tokage and Uraraka helped bring the mastermind of all of this back onto his feet by means of having the lizard tail splitter girl's hands holding said teen up by the wrists while his gravity was still removed. From there, the white-haired teen continued to thrash around, demanding that he be released as Vlad kind patted him down while Aizawa kept a watchful on the boy from a distance. By the time they were done, they only found one of the portable storage devices on him. A lone plastic one that was broken into several pieces, no doubt due to how Uraraka handled him. However, that was not what was most pressing at the moment. For, as the white-haired teen finally began to quiet down, the teachers looked down on the device with horror as someone had written a label onto it. A single word that sent chills down their spines. Blackmail. W was all Izuku could say as he stared at the man across from him, a cold sweat appearing on the teen's brow while still processing what he had heard. Besides him, he heard the clang of silverware. Slightly shifting his attention, the teen saw Pony looking as pale as he himself felt with her eyes looking on in horror. Quickly, Izuku looked back at Blackhound hoping that he would break out into a smile and tell them it was a joke. After all, they couldn't be serious. Sure, the way they painted the picture of what would happen when All Might retired was grim, but to go back to Project Quirk Rebirth? Were they out of their minds? Out of 20 children, only one survived. After a moment or two of silence, Izuku managed to find his voice once more. "Why can't?" he stated, nearly rising from his seat as he spoke. "I mean, does President Burke even know what happened back then?" "Oh yes, he does," said Blackhound with a strange amount of calmness. "He even called me to the Oval Office to speak with me directly on the matter. He is also Dash." "Then why didn't you convince him it wasn't worth it?" shouted Pony as she stood, knocking over her glass as she did. Thankfully, there was only ice which rolled across the table. But Blackhound wasn't paying that any mind as he began gesturing with his hands for Pony to calm down. Something that she ignored, placing a hand over her heart. "How could you? Do people's lives really mean so little to you? This is monstrous. This is insane." "Miss Tsunatori," began Blackhound, raising his voice above that of Pony's while his face showed a rare spark of anger. Izuku was about to shout back, when he noticed that Carol was also glaring at them. Her face practically screamed, "How dare you talk about my father like that?" Glancing over at Pony, the teen saw that his girlfriend also noticed this. Slowly, the two of them sank back into their seats. As for Blackhound, one of his scarred hands reached up to rub his forehead before a deep sigh escaped him. Bit by bit, the tension in the room began to lessen though not completely vanishing altogether. "Pony." "Izuku," Blackhound said at last, his face calmer and now more relaxed. "I apologize. I should have asked that you remain calm until I finished explaining everything. Yes, that might have been better, given the history the two of you share with the project. And now I've gone and ruined what was supposed to be a lovely dinner between friends." "Mr. Blackhound," began Izuku, his mouth going slightly dry. He then took a deep breath before speaking. "Sorry. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to hear everything." "Thank you," replied Blackhound with a nod, placing his scarred hands on top of each other. "Yes, when I spoke to President Burke, he was already familiar with what happened at the project. Not really surprising as it had been part of a government contract. I'm sure before I ever stepped into that office, he had been debriefed on the whole situation by a number of advisors. Though when I did get there, he gave me the impression that this was the last thing he wanted to attach his name to. Whether it was because he found the deaths gruesome or fearing what would happen to his poll numbers should the deaths become far too large to cover up. Maybe even both. Still, he was willing to speak with me as he was with many other companies. Now, even though the project was officially shut down, that didn't mean that we just threw everything away. No, that would have meant that those who didn't make it died for nothing. Since that day, I have spent millions of my company's budget each year trying to figure out how you, Izuku, were the only survivor. And last year, we were able to confirm with 98% certainty that it was because you were originally quirkless. Izuku blinked at that. I don't understand, he muttered. How does being quirkless make it so I would survive? Blackhound didn't answer right away. Instead he held up his glass of wine, gazing up at the red liquid. Did you know that the inspiration for this project came from a Japanese boogeyman? He asked, his tone sounding far off. I remember hearing whispers about the man in the shady apartment I grew up in. Most of the drug dealers, pimps, and worse would talk about him. About a man from the dawn of quirks who had the power to steal another person's quirk, collecting them for himself but also able to bestow them onto others. More than once, I heard them wondering if the man would pay for a good quirk. This mostly came from the pimps, no doubt fooling themselves into thinking they could make more money from the girls who were past their prime, as they put it. As Blackhound said this last part, a look of utter disgust and revulsion swept over his face before drinking half the contents of his glass, as if what he had said had left a foul taste in his mouth, one he hoped he could wash away. I bring this up because, while the idea was based on these stories, quirks are not like a piece of computer hardware, said Blackhound, letting down his glass as he spoke. His demeanor was once more closer to that of a businessman, one that was explaining a product of potential investors. Everyone's bodies are built around their quirk so that they can handle it. For example, if a person has a fire quirk, then their skin needs to be able to withstand that heat to keep it from burning up. At least to some degree. So, if we were to give a quirk to a person who didn't have this built-in resistance, there would be serious drawbacks to using said quirk. This was something that my team understood from the beginning and worked to address. Our solution was to come up with something akin to a retrovirus, rewriting the target's DNA in such a way that would not only genetically transplant the revived quirk into the target but also altering their body so that they could handle it just as well as the original. What's more, we added in several drugs that could accelerate the process. We also choose the time when our subject would get this process with the greatest of care. At a time when their bodies were still growing and would have a greater chance to adapt to these sudden changes. The problem is that all of the children that day already had quirks. Rather than having their new changes to the body blend in with the original, they instead began to clash in unexpected ways that we could not have foreseen. Everyone but you, Izuku. You, who were the lone blank slate, were able to accept the changes without any issue. At some point, Izuku found himself placing a hand on his chest. For so long, he had wondered what had made him so fortunate to survive that day. Had he just been the lucky one? That by some miracle he had been spared? A 1 in 100 chance of survival? But now, hearing that it was the thing that he had lacked that saved his life gave him conflicting emotions that he didn't properly know how to describe. There was closure and relief, but also... Izuku shook his head at this before turning his attention back to Blackhound. Are you sure about that? He asked. I mean, I get it. Me being the only quirkless person there is probably the most notable factor. But it couldn't be that simple, could it? Blackhound chuckled a little at that. Izuku, my dear boy, we've been studying what went wrong for years in order to come to this conclusion. Yes, the fact that you were the only quirkless child there did not go unnoticed. So much so that it was the first thing that my team brought up when I asked how it was that you were able to succeed. However, we wanted to be very, very careful with this. We wished to rule out every single possibility. We took the remaining genetic samples of the children we lost, taken prior to their untimely demise, and repeated the process on a much smaller scale. The results were different, though no less deadly. We also tried slowing the process down, giving the samples more time to adjust. At that, Blackhound paused to take a breath. If those had been real people, they would have lasted longer, as well as suffered far longer than anyone should. Blackhound then gestured towards Izuku. At the same time, we were experimenting on your original quirkless samples as well as using the new ones we gathered during your visits to our headquarters. With those original samples, we wanted to see if it was the quirk or the body modifications that you received that saved your life. Let's just say that, no matter what quirk you would have been given, you would still be here enjoying this wonderful steak dinner. As for the samples we received later on, those did not do well at all. It seems like nobody shall ever have more than one quirk. Does that mean you're giving up trying? Asked Pony, very curious. Well, there are a few people still working for me that wish to keep trying, replied Blackhound, frowning slightly, though both teens could tell it wasn't directed at Pony. The most ethically sound idea that has appeared on my desk suggests that we forego the additional body modification. That just giving a person a quirk is simply enough. However, I firmly disagree with this approach, as having a quirk that would damage the user would defeat the overall purpose. After that, I have one scientist that believes that we need to alter the human body more in order so that they will be able to handle the changes. Sadly for him, I do not wish for the human race to become eldritch horrors. Another believes that we simply didn't start young enough. That the process should begin while the infants are in the womb. There we can control the very development of their bodies as well as the quirks they get. I firmly told him no. So quirk rebirth is going to focus solely on those without a quirk? Asked Izuku as he leaned forwards in his seat. This would mean that nobody would ever have to go through what Izuku did. That even a child born quirkless could grow up like any other person in this super-powered society and dream about being a hero. Sure, they might get teased or bullied for not having a natural quirk, but things like that would always exist. Blackhound's eyes relaxed while a smile appeared on his face. That is correct, he said warmly. To be honest, I'm happy that quirk rebirth is being used for its original purpose instead of allowing rich, entitled people to give their children multiple quirks. It's why I approved your father's request to have you placed in the program. I'm glad it worked out. Now, no child will ever have to go through the same thing you or I did. At that, Izuku felt a bit of unease in his gut as his eyes darted towards the crooked hands and nose of the man before him before briefly glancing over at Carol. Two people who he knew were quirkless. For Blackhound, he had been born in a time when it wasn't so uncommon for someone to give birth to a child without a quirk. Though they were still growing up in the minority. What had made it harder was that he grew up in a very poor neighborhood while living in a country that had one of the most lax quirk laws in the world, due in part to an interpretation of the Second Amendment. Because of that, Blackhound had been the victim of bullies and thugs to the point where he had been taken by an ambulance more times than he could count. Each scar and broken bone were reminders of the nightmare that he had lived through before clawing his way out of hell. As for Carol, even though her mother had a quirk, she had inherited her father's condition. Something that the former Mrs. Blackhound never forgave him for before walking out of their lives. Still, the man had pressed forward, ensuring that his daughter never went through anything as harmful as what he went through. I think you had it worse than I ever did, mumbled Izuku. No, but you were on the track, said Blackhound, his voice filled with empathy and understanding. Your father told me, shortly after you finished the process, about what happened at the playground. How you looked in the video call he had with you afterwards. Those kids were your friends, once upon a time. Am I right? I thought they were, said Izuku slowly, averting his eyes. Though I can barely remember their names or what they look like, I still remember some bits of it. The pain. The taste of blood in my mouth. The laughter as my ears rang. Then, the green-haired boy's eyes widened as he looked back Blackhound, his arms outstretched and waving around wildly. Not that what I went through was worse than anything you did. But that's where it starts, replied Blackhound with a sigh. One of my first scars happened when I made a blood pact with my best friend. We were maybe 3 and used an old rusty-can lid to cut our palms. First time I was ever rushed to the hospital too. The man paused as he gave a light, humorless chuckle. But that bond didn't last long. He got a quirk that allowed him to stretch his arms and wrap them around stuff. We all thought it was pretty cool. Then he seemed to change. Started with pulling parks and some other little things. Simple thing that most children get into when they first get their quirks. The man then paused as he looked down at the table, his eyes half-lidded as he did. I wish things had stayed like that. He began to use his quick to steal from the local stores. I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised by this, given the type of place we were growing up and the fact that his parents were not the best. From there, All it took was me simply saying that it wasn't a good idea to keep stealing for him to become the reason for my second trip to the hospital ever. As he said this last part, a hand reached upwards so that he could lightly touch his neck with his fingers. At the same time, Carol placed a hand on her father's shoulder. After a moment or two of silence, Blackhound took a deep breath before looking at Izuku again and continuing. Like you, that feeling has stuck with me ever since. The feeling of his arm wrapping around his neck. The look in his eyes as my vision began to fade. The fear that at any moment, that would be my last breath. At the very least, I remember that there were a few kids around willing to stand up to him. Izuku, that was one thing you didn't have. But, if all goes according to plan, we can close the door on this issue. Izuku nodded before a frown appeared on his face, a hand going to his chin as he began to think aloud. A sight that brought an amused smile on Blackhound's face. While I'm glad that this is happening, I just have to wonder if there will be enough quirkless for this to be effective enough. At least, to the point that the US wants. Given the limited amount of people in the US around the same age I was when I got my quirk makes me wonder if that will really make a difference. That along with the slowly decreasing number of people being born quirkless, it stands to reason that there may come a time when the number of quirkless people becomes less than 1%. Also, will people be able to afford this? Those were some of the things me and President Burke discussed, said Blackhound. Starting with the money issue, the president is working on a system that would allow parents to get their children a quirk free of charge. In addition, the government will provide funding to allow those children to attend some of the top hero schools in the country. However, the condition is that said child must agree to serve as a hero for a minimum of 10 years. But that, began Pony, growing pale. That seems too cruel. I mean, I always wanted to be a hero just like my mother. Just like every other kid. But then we grew up. I have a friend back home that is now learning to be a quirk dancer and another one that wants to become a physiologist. What happens to people like that who discover a different interest or want to pursue something else? And what about people who become afraid? You know, my mom didn't come back unharmed from every patrol. There were times when we thought she might not make it. What happens to those children when they realize this fact and that they are living in the country with the highest rate of villain attacks as well as hero death in the world? And what happens when they die or get injured so badly that they are unable to continue being a hero? As Pony spoke about her mother, Izuku's hand instinctively reached out to take Pony's. He recalled the times when he had gotten the bad news, either by text or email, that something had happened to her mother. Only once did the Midoriya family hear from the news first that the pro-hero unicorn was in critical condition. Each time the family received this news, the topic of dropping everything to travel back to the US was discussed in order to help out. Like how Inko was worried that the family might not be taking care of themselves due to worry, wanting to go over to cook their meals while making sure they got enough rest. Hisashi wanted to be there as well, wanting to offer up his own skills to make sure all their appliances and equipment was taken care of with his own touch. Though that idea was usually shot down by Izuku and his mother, as they both knew the man was more likely to cause anything he tried to fix to explode. As for Izuku, he just wanted to be that shoulder for Pony to cry on. Thankfully, for one reason or another, the travel was not needed. Those are all very real concerns, said Blackhound with a nod. One that both myself and the president are in the process of addressing. Currently, Burke is working with Congress to add an escape clause allowing the person in question to terminate this promise. However, there will need to be a penalty of some kind, and since we will be unable to remove the quirk, it's more than likely that there shall be a fine. No doubt covering the costs for the process as well as a few other things like any heroic schooling with some added interest. The same will happen if they are removed from the school for any reason or if they gain a criminal record. As for being injured or killed, that is sadly something that Burke has to speak with the Department of Heroism. He is hopeful that they will waive the fees as long as it happened while they were on duty. If not, then a committee will be formed to decide how much they are to pay back with interest, or have the debt transferred to the next of kin should they pass. At that, Pony frowned but didn't say anything. No doubt she was conflicted by what she was hearing. The whole thing seemed to be taking advantage of people in a desperate situation. Such massive fines would no doubt put additional pressure onto these children so that they would be more likely to stay with the program. Then, they would feel forced to fight for something that they might no longer wish to do. Or to do it out of obligation. But with that said, nothing in this world is free. And perhaps there would be a payment system put into place to make things easier on the families? Or maybe Izuku was being a bit too optimistic. As for the number of quirkless, we will be trying to attract quirkless people from around the world, continued Blackhound before a scowl appeared on his face. We are still recovering from President Timble's American Heroes First Act. Forbidding non-native-born citizens from entering hero schools, fining companies who hired immigrant support personnel, cutting the amount of pay foreign heroes receive from their work by 90%, and adding in additional fines? I will never understand what that buffoon and the Purist Party were thinking. A low growl then escaped Blackhound's throat as his features darkened. Well, they got what they wanted. Almost the very next day, foreign heroes who had set up shop in the US closed their agencies before moving out of the country, while many support companies had to let go of their employees. And what was the result? Entire communities losing the only heroes in their area, with the insurance in those areas going up while also disrupting the local economy. Crime rates in those areas shot up, some becoming compared to a war zone. And when things got so bad that governors were calling for military assistance to deal with the problem, what did Timble do? Pretend there wasn't a problem, even as entire cities were burning so much that they could be seen from orbit. He even forbade all might from setting foot in the country. "Daddy." Deep breaths, said Carol quickly as she noticed her father's face turning red from anger. An anger that was shared, though not quite as intense, by both Izuku and Pony. All of this had ended back when the two were one, but that did not mean that they had not been taught about the events in school. Specifically, America's Purist Party. In simplest terms, they were an extremist political party that had gained power due to their stance on immigration. Namely, there shouldn't be any, and that their country belonged only to natural-born citizens. One of the targets of their ire were foreign heroes who had set up agencies in their country, claiming that they were diluting American heroes and bringing with them more crime. Thankfully, both their behavior and policies proved to be so toxic that most of them were removed from the House and Senate after 2 years, with President Timble not receiving a second term. However, the party was still alive and still held some firm believers even to this day. It was because of this that many heroes around the world were nervous about setting up shop in America out of fear that the Purist Party would regain power. Thankfully, Blackhound managed to regain his composure, though some of the anger he held was still there in his face. It is our hope that we can use Quirk Rebirth to attract potential new heroes. President Burke is proposing that we give full citizenship to any family whose quirkless child signs up as an additional incentive. Saying this seemed to calm the man down some more as Blackhound began to relax a bit in his seat. You are correct when you bring up the slowly decreasing population of the quirkless. While there is nothing we can do about that, we have been hard at work expanding the age range of people who can receive the procedure. Currently, we've done over 1,000 simulations, and we believe that it can work along with additional drugs as well as a few additional treatments. All that is left is to start live tests on quirkless people ages 4 to 20. Which will include me, added Carol with a grin. Wait, really? Said Pony with a gasp. Carol nodded her head as she picked up a spoon, which she then pointed it at her father. Believe me, it took forever to convince Daddy about letting me do this. But I managed to win him over by saying that if he didn't feel confident enough to let his daughter in on this procedure, then he might as well not try it at all. So you know what quirk are you getting? Asked Izuku, leaning forward as he was more than a little curious. A wide grin appeared on Carol's face as she pulled out her phone. Yep. This time around we were given a list of quirks we could choose from. For me, it was a no-brainer. The quirk is called lycanthrope. Just then, the woman seemed to have found what she was looking for on her phone. As Carol held the device proudly in front of her, both Izuku and Pony leaned forward to see what it was. On the screen were 2 images side by side. The right side showed a man dressed only in his boxers with long chestnut brown hair that had dog ears sticking out of his head and a matching tail on his rear that went down to his ankles. The left side showed what looked like a brown wolf man, his finger now sporting claws and a muzzle instead of a normal human mouth. This was a no-brainer for me, explained Carol as she pulled the phone back. I mean, my name is Blackhound, so I might as well have a dog-themed quirk. Plus, it's pretty cool. I can shift between being normal me plus cute doggy ears and a full-on wolf woman whose strength increases based on the phase of the moon. Not too shabby. So does this mean you're also going to try your hands in heroics? Asked Pony. To that, Carol shook her head. Nope, she said simply as she closed her eyes while raising both hands in the air briefly. At least, not on the front line like you guys want to. The work Daddy's company is doing is just as important as taking down the bad guys. Besides, do you have any idea how much work I would have to do in order to qualify to become a hero in the US? I would have to first get my body into shape before I could step foot in one of our hero schools. A high school level hero school. Honestly, there is another reason I'm picking this quirk. Out of everything on that list, it's not even close to being the most impressive or powerful. I just want a quirk so that I can be normal, you know? None of the people we are using for these tests will be forced into heroics if they don't want to, added Mr. Blackhound. Right now we are just looking to confirm if we can give quirks to them as well as seeing if there will be any negative side effects. But should they want to, my company will do everything in its power to make it so. Okay, said Izuku slowly as he processed all of this. But I still don't understand why you're telling me all this. Well, besides the fact that I was involved in the process the first time. Yes, replied Blackhound. The man then took a deep breath, exhaling slowly before speaking. Izuku, my boy, have you ever wondered why you were allowed to leave the States? You know, after that tragic day? Izuku frowned as he looked down at his plate. To be honest, he had wondered that more than once. These thoughts mainly occurred when he was traveling to and from the States for his checkups. After all, this was a one-of-a-kind process, so it would have made more sense just to keep him close. And with the reach someone like Mr. Blackhound had, he could have easily gotten the family their American status. Heck, he could have forged new identities for the entire family as well as getting them a new house with the money he found between his couch cushions. And a nice house at that. Or, as Darker Thought suggested, he could have had his parents forcibly sign him over to the man's custody and then lock him up in a small testing room for the rest of his life. Both those thoughts normally only lasted until he left the plane, either spotting his blonde-haired friend again or seeing the signs that they were back in Japan. I have, said Izuku eventually. I thought as much, said Blackhound with a light nod of his head. Well, some high-ranking people within my company had certain beliefs on how we should be handling your future that I personally didn't agree with. We had no idea if the procedure was permanent or not, so the desire to have plenty of samples was very strong. But, as you well know, that didn't happen. Partly because I held no desire to rip you from your home. Not after so many other children had lost their lives far from their own homes and families. The other part was that I was hoping we could salvage Project Quirk Rebirth. If we ever got this to work, it would naturally come out sooner or later. When that happened, I was as certain back then as I am now that we would be asked a simple question. Can someone who has undergone this procedure live a normal life? And you, Izuku Midoriya, are the living proof of that. So all that is left is for the whole world to hear. Which is why I would like you to make this announcement during the sports festival. Izuku's thoughts grinded to a halt as he stared at the face of Blackhound, the man smiling at him while clasping his hands together in a very pleasant manner. However, this did little to reassure Izuku as he felt his world spinning all around him. Had he heard right? The secret of Bone of My Sword was one that Izuku Midoriya had guarded dearly, with only a few people aware of how he had gotten it, as well as one who had suspected something was wrong with it. However, Izuku had not thought of that person for so long that the name and face of the individual had long since been forgotten. The reason he had kept this secret was not just because the company had told him to, which he completely understood why, but also because he was afraid. Afraid of how the world would react, thinking that he was a liar and a faker that had snuck his way into the world of heroes. That's a lot to take in, the teen finally said honestly. As he spoke, Izuku began to imagine what that scene would be like. Would he be giving the opening speech at the sport festival, casually mentioning that he got his quirk via a science experiment? Or would he only mention it if he placed? Already he could see various negative outcomes. The medal being taken away, people calling him a cheater since his quirk wasn't natural. More and more angry shouts began to fill his head, calling him a freak as well as other such things that made his skin grow cold. Izuku, a person willing to take on a zero-pointer without a second thought, was terrified of a crowd and what they would think of him. Maybe it was because the largest crowd he had ever spoken to was a class and not a stadium full of pro heroes and regular people that would be allowed to shout at him and throw things at him, and it would be viewed all over the world. And he wouldn't be focusing on defeating a villain to distract him from these facts. Oh, and he doubted he could fight the crowd without getting into trouble, making him effectively helpless. "Yes, I am aware," replied the man with a nod. "Now, I can see that you're freaking out a little, and I understand. I know I'm asking a lot. I don't," was all the bone-using teen could say, feeling sweat forming all over his body. His hands began to tremble for a moment but stopped when he felt ponies on top of his own. With heavy breaths he looked up, seeing that she was looking back at him with an expression that seemed to say, "I'm here with you right now. Don't worry." Seeing that did help calm the young man down as he turned to look at the CEO across from him. Said man's smile was gone, replaced with a look of concern with his phone in hand. "Izuku, are you okay to continue?" he asked. "If not, we can end this conversation right now and I can arrange to have you taken back to your dorm." "And no, I'm fine," stammered Izuku. "Like I said, it's a lot to take in. I mean, I kind of get it. The sport festival is the most watched event in the world. Not to mention some of the biggest heroes and heads of support companies will be there in person." "Yes," said Blackhound as he set his phone down. "Now, I'm not asking you to make this announcement before the crowd as part of the opening speeches or anything like that. Knowing you, you've no doubt watched the events that happen at the end of each day of the sports festival. Specifically the live interviews that are given to the top 3 participants." Blakehound paused, watching Izuku, who gave a slow nod as he did begin to calm down. The interviews he was talking about were more like press conferences held in a large room with almost 100 reporters from all over the world. Each day of the festival, the top-placing students of that year would be asked question after question, getting their first real taste of what it meant to be a pro in this situation. Sitting with them would be their homeroom teacher and any family that happened to make it there that day, as well as any friends in attendance as well. While it was still intimidating, it was leagues better than doing it before a crowd. "Of course, you won't be alone," continued Blackhound. "If you decide to go along with this, I am planning on being there for the sports festival along with Carol so that we can help the press better understand by answering any questions that you yourself are unable to answer. Naturally, after this, reporters from all over the world will do some digging. That is part of their job after all. They will look into every record of you that is on file, checking to see if there is anything they can use. They will talk about everyone you have ever met, classmates, teachers, doctors, the bus driver, the people who work at your favorite restaurant. They will look into anyone they can, searching for proof that something is wrong, to find something to drum up negative press for the sake of ratings. And what will they find? Your life, my boy. The best proof that anyone can give that not only is this procedure safe, but that you can live a healthy, normal life without anyone being any wiser. I do not doubt there will be conspiracy theorists out there who will claim that I have pulled all the strings, but as long as the major news networks only report the truth, it should die down with time. And that truth will be heard all over the world. That parents will no longer have to live in fear that, as minor as it is nowadays, that their children will be born quirkless." Blackhound then stood up, reaching out a hand towards Izuku. "Izuku, I know you have your own reasons for doing well in the sports festival. But, should you succeed and make it to one of the pedestals, would you loudly declare to the world that you are here to mark the end of the age of quirklessness?" Though the blanket of night had been draped over the city, sleep and rest eluded to so many for various reasons. The nightlife was in full swing, with people of all ages gathered at their favorite haunts. Middle schoolers and high schoolers found themselves drawn to the nightclubs that were made with them in mind, karaoke bars, and even arcades. There were even those young people who were in the middle of cram schools, studying their hearts out in the hopes of getting into the school of their dreams. Then there were those college-age people from their late teens to late 20s. Those people were hitting the other clubs, dancing and partying the night away. Or they were gathered at sushi restaurants, chatting with friends and potential lovers over their food and cold drinks. The rest of the people, well, that varied. Some were in bars still, not ready to go back home as they drank the night away. There were heroes still at their agencies. There were even those who were indulging in the pleasures of the flesh. Men and women who had found company for the night for the right price, taking them to love motels to get their money's worth. There were also a few clubs, BDSM, and strip clubs to provide a stimulating night. And of course, there were the people on the street. Those women who worked the night stood at the corners or the entrances to alleyways, watching people of all ages walking by trying to find the right mark. The drunks who were managing to stumble home with flushed faces. Students hurrying to get back home before their curfew. Normal people muttering to themselves about what an ass their boss was for making them work late into the night to meet a deadline. So on and so on. Among this crowd were 2 UA students dressed in their finest as they walked hand in hand towards the train station. Izuku Midoriya had his head down, his mind buzzing at what he had been asked. For him to place within the sports festival, not just for the honor and the benefits that it would bring for a future hero student like himself, but also to make an announcement that might change the world as they knew it. There were so many reasons why he thought Blackhound was in the right, how this would make the world a better place. But at the same time, fear gnawed at him the same way a dog did to a bone. "It's a lot they're asking," said Pony suddenly. Izuku turned to look at his horned girlfriend. She was not looking at him, her head downcast while her normally bright eyes were half-lidded. It was clear that she, like him, was feeling the weight of what they had heard. "So, do you think I should do it?" asked Izuku. "I'm conflicted," replied Pony slowly, a deep sigh escaping her lips as she spoke. "On one hand, I can see that Blackhound's heart is in the right place despite it mostly helping out the USA. Izuku, you know what the suicide rate for quirkless people are like in the States. They're freaking insane. What makes it all the worse is that most of them happen during middle and high school. Not to mention the murder rates, crime, and discrimination all aimed towards a group of people who have a hard time fighting back without weapons. It's sick. Not only that, but this will be giving us more heroes. Not weapons like guns in every household, but trained people who know how to use their quirks to fight villains without killing them as well as assisting in disasters. Even if those people do change their minds later on and decide that they don't want to be heroes when they grow up, they'll at least have better options. But on the other hand, have you ever read or seen Dr. Seuss the Sneetches? Izuku shook his head. It's a story from an old pre-Quirk writer. I had this elementary school teacher that liked to play us the old animated shorts. The story is about these 2 groups of creatures called Sneetches that lived on a beach, ones with stars on their bellies and ones without. The ones with stars thought they were the ones who were superior since they had the stars. Can't remember what they did, just that they were real bullies and jerks. I really wanted to use my horn cannon on them." Hearing that made Izuku chuckle a bit, watching as Pony became a bit more animated as she spoke. How her free hand balled into a fist while her expression heated up when she spoke about these star-bellied creatures. It did seem odd to Izuku that they would discriminate against another group over something so trivial. Did those stars on their bellies do anything like a quirk? Could they shine a light out of it? Create a floating, star-shaped disk that they could ride the waves over? Could they use those stars to punch holes into other realities? Then one day, a man came in this weird-looking vehicle, continued Pony. He stopped in front of the starless Sneetches claiming to have the answer to their problem, that he could give them stars on their bellies. So the starless Sneetches paid him and he did what they asked. He had them step into a machine that, when they came out, had the same green star. "So I guess that was it?" asked Izuku. "I mean, now you couldn't tell who was born with a star on their belly from those that just got one. Meaning there's no reason to treat them differently." Pony, however, shook her head, sending her blonde locks from side to side. The ones who had been born with stars became upset that they were special first and didn't want to lose that. But they realized the same thing you did. How could they tell each other apart? That's when that same man showed up, offering them the solution to their problem. They stepped into a different machine, this one removing the stars. Without them, they began to strut around claiming to be superior again. So on it went. The ones with stars would have them removed and then the ones without would have them put on. Just kept on going until they ran out of money. Then the man left. It was only when none of them could even remember that they realized just how silly they had all been and agreed to share the beach they all lived on. Pony let out another sigh as she held up her free hand. Look, I'm not saying that Blackhound is like that man who profited over changing the Sneeches. What he's doing is more than a cosmetic change. It's just that the quirkless might end up trading one form of discrimination for another. That will have parents taking their kids to get a quirk so that they'll have a normal life, or someone like Carol who does it just so she can feel normal, only to have the world shunning them because their quirks aren't normal. Remember how quirks upturned society when they first showed up? What if something that bad happens? What if something like with the Sneeches happens to the world, where people are still trying to separate those who originally had quirks from people who didn't? That's possible, admitted Izuku, who nodded in understanding. Pony's concerns were valid. He could imagine how those people felt, finally getting that chance to be normal in hopes of escaping a nightmare they were born into. But what would they do if the nightmare didn't end? What if things continued to be bad just in a different way? And yet, I see what you're saying, but even if things don't get better right away, there's still a chance that people could learn, argued Izuku. I mean, in that story, the Sneeches eventually realized that they were no different. Maybe that's all we need to get the ball rolling for people to see that the quirkless are people as well. That we're not so different? Pony gulped. And what if I said I was also worried about you? Izuku stopped so suddenly he nearly fell over. Quickly he spun around to look over at Pony, finding that she was now biting her lower lip while tears began forming in her eyes. Izuku, you need to understand that when you make that announcement, once you reveal to the world that you weren't born with your quirk, nothing will ever be the same again, she continued after taking a breath, one meant to steady her nerves. You will be putting a spotlight on yourself for the whole world to see. People are going to look at you in a new light. I'm just afraid that others might start discriminating against you. They might even do that stupid Lair-revealed cliché to you, getting mad that you never told them something that wasn't any of their business or had a very good reason not to talk about it. Then, there are some people out there that might see you and Blackhound as threats. There's a good chance that you'll have a target on your back. Izuku gave a little nod before gesturing for them to continue. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I told Blackhound I'd think about it, the green-haired teen admitted. I knew going into the hero business that I'd be making enemies out of the people I captured. Sure, it's rare for a villain getting out of jail to seek revenge on the person they know they can't beat, but it does happen. A few pro-heroes actually do have nemesis like in the old comics. But if I do speak out, I won't know who's coming after me and how. It could be a deranged quirk purist, or whatever they'll want to call themselves, rushing at me in the middle of the street with a homemade shrapnel bomb. It could be some reporter or even an entire news network running bad stories about me on a daily loop. They could even go after my parents. As they walked, the green-haired teen could now better make out the sounds of Pony's hooves on the pavement, almost like the rest of the world had gone silent just for them, allowing them both to take in the gravity of what was to come. Then, as Izuku looked up at the night sky and spotted something. It was faint, the teen almost straining his eyes to make it out. There, way off into the dark distance, were clouds. They could have been just a few fluffy white clouds or storm clouds ready to unleash their fury upon them. They could be here in a few minutes, hours, or never at all. Just seeing them caused Izuku's resolve to harden. But maybe a future like that will happen whether we want it or not, continued Izuku. Now that Blackhound said it, I can't deny the truth any longer. The age of All Might is coming to an end. We have no idea when that will happen, but when it does, the world will never be the same again. And we'll need everyone on board to do their part in order to deal with that crisis. No matter what, I'm going to be a hero and face that storm when it arrives. But I can do more. Izuku paused to take a breath, further stealing his thoughts. Quirk rebirth is going to be made public sooner or later. The sooner it does, the sooner everyone can start training with their quirks and getting the experience they need. And if I am there, I can answer questions and perhaps ease parents' concerns so that they won't be as hesitant to go through with the project. Yeah, I know, replied Pony, her hand squeezing Izuku's a bit more tightly now. So many people, all the scientists who have worked so hard for so long to make this a reality. I don't want everything they've done to go to waste. And there are so many quirkless people out there praying for a miracle. But at the same time, by this point, the pair were at the station waiting for their train to arrive. As Pony's words trailed off, she looked at her boyfriend with eyes that conveyed her feelings. that she valued his happiness and well-being just as much as everyone else's combined. And that feeling was conflicting with her heroic desires so much it was beginning to tear her up inside. As Izuku looked into her eyes, he began to think about how he would feel if the situation were reversed. If it had been Pony to be the one to undergo the Quirk rebirth process and was now being asked to expose herself like that. He thought about all the hate mail, vile threats, harassing phone calls that the more deranged out there might send. How some people at school might view her as less than a hero. He had more faith that their own class wouldn't do it, not after all they had been working on since they started training. He would have been more worried about how those jerks in 1A would react. Though, as much as he hated to admit it, there was the chance that people could surprise you in the worst of ways. After all, hadn't that been the case with him when he was little? While he couldn't remember their faces exactly, he knew he had friends that had turned on him the moment they found out he was quirkless. Then, Izuku's thoughts moved to the more violent routes things could take. The more Izuku thought about it, the more he began to share Pony's inner feelings. Despite all the good that might happen, despite all the hard work people had put into this for years, he wanted to put the person before him first. To make sure she was happy. But a hero had to put the needs of others before their own wants and desires. So did that make him a bad hero in training? Without saying a word, Izuku moved behind Pony. His hands moved, wrapping around the horned girl's waist as he held her close. He could feel her relaxing with him, content in this moment of embrace. Together they stood there, swaying slightly in silence with Izuku occasionally kissing her neck as they waited for the train to arrive. When it finally did, neither seemed to mind the rush of wind that was kicked up as it came through nor the noise it made as it came to a stop. "I still have some time to make up my mind," whispered Izuku into Pony's ear as the doors to the train opened. Together they moved into the train that was, thankfully, mostly empty. Only a few people were there. Two of them looked like an older couple, their eyes closed as they swayed with the movement of the train. The third and final person on the train was a girl who looked around the same age as they. Though her attire was far more exposing. The girl was wearing a matching two-piece outfit of something shiny black that Izuku had no idea what it could be. The neckline of her blouse had a V-shaped cut that exposed plenty of her side boobs as well as showing that she wasn't wearing a bra. Her skirt was also shiny black and cut so short that, if she bent over, her panties would be visible. If she was wearing any, that is. But it wasn't her appearance that caught Izuku's attention, rather that was something he noticed after her quirk drew his attention. The girl seemed to have the ability to change the color of both her hair and skin. When he had first looked at her, the girl's skin was almost pale while with black hair almost looking like a doll or something. But as she scrolled through her phone, her skin took on a color closer to bronze while her hair turned red. Both hero students moved to the opposite side of the train, sitting next to each other with their foreheads pressed gently together so that they were now only looking at the other. Like this, the rest of the world could better be ignored as their hands continued to be connected. "Izuku," whispered Pony as the doors closed, her lips so close to his own that he could still smell the steak sauce and sautéed onions on her breath. "Did I ever tell you why I want to be a hero?" "Just about the same amount of times that I've told you my reasons," replied Midoriya, a slight smile on his face when he saw Pony start to pout slightly. "But I love hearing it. So go ahead and tell me again." That got a blush from the American girl as she wiggled just a little bit closer to him while the train started to move. "It was mostly because of my mom. For as long as I can remember, she went out every morning and came home late at night looking worn. Then, when she put me to bed, she would tell me that the streets were still safe for me and my friends to play on. And that never changed even as I got older. Well, she did change it up, telling me that the streets were safe for me and my friends to hang out on, but you get the idea. You remember the times when she would take us to her agency whenever you visited and we would sit there, watching as she and her sidekicks trained? Until they looked like they were ready to pass out," whispered Izuku. "They put their all into their training. And, somehow, they just kept going." "Yeah, that stuck with me," continued Pony. "That as well as all the times when my mom was rushed to the emergency room. It was always scary. The longer we couldn't see her, the more I began to panic. No matter how many times I was rushed there, that feeling never got any easier to bear. But while we waited, one of the nurses would change the television to the news. Most of the time I would see the aftermath of the incident my mother had been in. See the people she saved, how happy they were, and listening to them praying for my mom to recover quickly. Dad would often laugh, saying out loud that Mom was too stubborn to die until the job was done. I never knew if he was talking to the people on the TV, me, or just reminding himself. But he was right. Mom always pulled through, and as soon as she got the green light, she was back there on the streets working hard to make sure we were all safe. Then one day it just hit me. My mom and all the other heroes out there, they have all worked so hard to make sure that we're safe. So that we can have days where we can go to the playground to play, walk down the street to the mall without worrying about a villain attack, and just going home at the end of the day safely. Pony paused for a moment, her grip on Izuku tightening slightly. The last thing I want is for all that hard work, all the blood that was shed for us to be safe to go to waste, she continued. No, all the hard work that every hero who has ever come before us shouldn't go to waste. Crime, hatred, villainy, it's never going to go away. That's why we need to work as hard as we can, give it our all so that people like my mom can know that everything they have done in their lives wasn't for nothing. Pony then cupped Izuku's cheek with a gentle caress before pulling him in for a kiss. One that was gentle and light. Izuku, I want you to know that no matter what road you choose, I will stand by you. If you feel that you can do more good by telling the world how you got your quirk, I'll support you. If you can't let all the hard work that so many people put into this go to waste, then I'll support you. If you feel like you'll be throwing away all the hard work that you put into training both your body and your quirk by doing this, I'll support that as well. Just as I know that you will support me if I ever need it. To that, Izuku nodded before they went back in for another kiss. A longer one this time, filled to the brim with passion that both worked hard to contain. If they didn't, both knew that Pony would have straddled Izuku's lap by now. "Ah man, I thought they'd never let us go," exclaimed Setsuna. Achiko turned her head to look at the green-haired girl walking next to her, both dressed in their school uniforms as they made their way down the courtyard of UA towards the exit. As the sharp-toothed girl spoke, her arms were raised high above her head toward the twinkling stars above to stretch her limbs. "Why yeah," the gravity-removing girl managed to say. "It's, pretty late." Achiko winced as she said this, for more reasons other than the fact that it was obvious. Yeah, it was late. No doubt all the half-priced bento boxes at her local grocery store had been sold out by now, along with a dozen or so other half-priced options. Now she had to figure out what she was going to do about dinner. Well, maybe she could check her apartment to see if she had any instant ramen she could cook up. All she needed to do was spend some money on some cheap bottled water and she could cook it up. The problem was that those were her emergency food rations and she would prefer not to use them so soon into the school year. Plus they didn't really fill her up all that much. As Achiko began to contemplate the pros and cons of eating her dehydrated noodles with powdered flavoring, her eyes caught the sight of the rest of the training group as they made their way out of the courtyard. A few of them were standing around, all on their phones. No doubt checking to see if their parents could pick them up as well as providing rides for their friends. Others seemed to just continue as if there was no problem, either because they lived close by or simply knowing that there was a late-night train that would take them close to home. But there was one thing that caught her eye. Shinso and Kokami were walking together, their shoulders lightly bumping into the other as they walked. As she looked at them, Achiko recalled the conversation they had with Kokami before all this happened. More specifically, what her sisters had said. Was it right for them to do this? "Well, since it's so late, how about we head out to get something to eat?" said Setsuna, her words sounding as though she had read Achiko's mind. "I've seen this one place near the train station that's offering kebabs. You know the place, right? The one that lets you pick out the meat and veggies before it's cooked right in front of you? What do you say? It'll be my treat." Drool began to leak out of the sides of Uraraka's mouth as she heard the description. Real meat after school that wasn't about to expire? Not just that, but cooked veggies? Maybe she could get some tea to go along with it. Maybe she could get seconds? Oh God, when was the last time she had gone to bed without her stomach rumbling at her? Oh right, the last time she had seen her parents. Now with such an opportunity before her, the girl wanted so much to scream to the heavens, yes, and just let Setsuna drag her off to this wonderful sounding place. But something stopped her. Wiping away the drool, she turned and looked at the girl with a serious expression. Thank you for the offer, Tokij, but I have to refuse, she said in a tone that made it sound like she was forcing herself to say this. Judging by the way Tokij stopped and looked at her with a serious expression, she noticed it as well. Is there a reason you can't? Setsuna asked, placing a hand on her hip as she looked down at the slightly smaller girl. Oddly enough, there wasn't a trace of an accusing glare or anything like that. But maybe concern? I mean, it's cool if you have plans or something, but dash. Achicho shook her head. No, it's not like that. It's, as her voice trailed off, she wondered how she should put this. Mentally, she began kicking herself for already saying that she didn't have any plans. If she had, then this conversation would have been over with one or two little lies. Still, lying wasn't off the table. She could just say that she was tired. It had been a long day and she could use that while telling Setsuna that she just wanted to go home, do her homework, and get some sleep. But as she looked back into Setsuna's eyes, she felt that idea wilt. Even if her quirk changed on the spot, allowing her to go back in time to change her answer, she couldn't do that. She needed to make her stance clear. Tokij, I'm flattered that you are interested in me, but I can't go out with you, said Achiko in a firm tone. What? Was all Setsuna could say, her head tilting to the side. Please, don't take it the wrong way, continued Uraraka. It's not that I don't think that you're not attractive or that you're unpleasant to be around. The exact opposite really. But, Mr. Aizawa has made it clear how he feels about students having romantic relationships. I've worked really hard to get into this school, into the hero program, just to throw it away. But even if he didn't have that rule in place, I still won't because I don't want to become a distraction from us becoming heroes. So the girl was then interrupted as Setsuna made a soft chopping motion to the girl's head, all while holding a deadpan expression. The anti-gravity girl winced despite the lack of intense pain that would have been there had her friend used more power. I'm going to stop you right there, said Tokij, jamming a finger into Uraraka's chest, because that has to be the dumbest thing I have ever heard. What? Asked a shocked Achiko. First of all, I never said it was a date, she started with fire in her eyes. I just wanted to hang out with you. Maybe get to know what else is under that cute exterior of ours outside of class, but that's it. That and I didn't want to eat dinner alone. There was a pause before the flames in her eyes seemed to soften a bit while a hand went up to her chin. Though I guess I could see why you would think that was a date. I mean, I did ask you out in front of everyone. Plus, anyone who thought that they were going to be spending time alone with all this sinus would be doing everything in their power to convince themselves it was a date. At that, Achiko found a part of herself agreeing with that statement which made her blush. Then Setsuna's expression became more firm as she regarded the other girl. But while I can understand that part, it's the idea that I don't take my own studies seriously that pisses me off. Honestly, it's a bit disrespectful to both of us to assume that you would ever be a distraction to me. The green-haired girl then placed a hand on Uraraka's shoulder before leaning down a bit so they were looking each other in the eyes. And before you say anything, I want to ask you something. Given how hard you work to get in here and wanting to be the best so much that you would ask another class for help, would you allow yourself to be distracted by me? The brown-haired girl opened her mouth to say something but no sounds came out, her words caught in her throat. She stood there for a moment, thinking about what the other girl had said. Truth be told, when Aizawa had told them that if he caught any of them dating he would immediately kick them out of the hero course, she had secretly agreed with him. It had been a fear of hers that she, the weakest student in the class, would just be a distraction to her potential lover's hero career. Or any other career they were pursuing here at UA. The last thing she wanted was to drag someone else down with her. But she had never considered the reverse. Would she allow the fact that she was dating someone to distract her from her goals? From trying to get enough money to help out her parents and give them a better life? From trying to become an amazing rescue hero like 13? The more the girl thought about this, the more she realized that Setsuna had a point. She wouldn't let herself get so distracted by dating that it would come back to bite her. Still, there were some worries. I'd try not to let it, Achiko said finally, earning a grin for the green-haired girl. But, I mean, stuff can happen. I mean, what if whoever I'm dating wants to spend time with me but I have to keep turning them down because I need to train my quirk? Or I need to study up on hostage rescue using my skills? And not to mention all the internships we'll be doing. What if they get mad that I chose a different person to work under or we're too far away? Tokage let out a sigh, her hand putting a bit more pressure on Uraraka's back to signal that they should start moving again. Then that's when you dumped their ass, replied Setsuna as they began moving towards the gate. Look, I'm not going to say there won't be conflicts of interest or things that will strain a relationship. Shit like that happens even in the best relationships. But I think that if you are dating someone else who is working their asses off to become a hero, then they should know hero studies come first. And if they want to whine about not interning at the same agency, then they are just being childish. As they walked, Tokage's head detached from her body where it then floated right onto Uraraka's shoulder. The head then began to rub its cheek against the brown-haired girl's with its eyes closed. Sure, I can be a goofball at times, but I get it. You gotta do what's best for you. Same for me. Achiko couldn't help but giggle at the comment as well as the touch, her cheeks warming up. A warmth that she instantly missed the moment the pair were on the street, Tokage's head returning to its rightful spot to avoid getting into trouble. You have a point, conceded Uraraka, Setsuna grinning as she took her hand off of Uraraka's back so that both hands could rest behind the green-haired girl's head. So, have you ever been on a date? Asked Setsuna. The question caused Uraraka's shoulders to slump. No, she said. Everyone back home knows me as the poor girl who might cause you to float into the upper atmosphere. Plus I was always working hard, studying to make sure that if I didn't get into UA, I could make it into another good school as a backup plan. Though it's not like I ever disliked the idea of someone asking me. Just thought it would happen later when everyone was less busy, you know? Like after we graduated. Tokage gave that a good-natured laugh. Yeah, and like the real world is going to be less busy, she stated with a snort. After we graduate from here, nearly all of us are going on to be someone's sidekick doing the grunt work and being called in at all hours until we get some seniority. Then once that happens, we'll be too busy trying to make a name for ourselves. Going solo? That's going to be a nightmare and a half trying to get the endorsements to create your own agency. Not to mention that every step of the way the media will be watching you. Honestly, people like Midoriya and Tsunatori have the right idea. Date now while the worst that can happen is a slight drop in your grades. At least in your class, grumbled Uraraka. With me, the worst that can happen is getting kicked out of the hero program. Oh right, grumbled Setsuna while rolling her eyes. I forgot you have a complete hypocrite as a teacher. Uraraka blinked at the statement before quickly turning to look at her friend. What do you mean? She asked. Seriously, you haven't noticed? Asked Setsuna in disbelief. The dude threatens that if he catches any of you dating then he'll axe you from the hero program. All while keeping Mineta around. Achiko's eyes widened as if she had seen God who gave her the revaluation that the meaning of life was machi. It was no secret that Mineta was a pervert hated by all the girls and even some of the guys in class. Whenever he was paired up with a girl during their hero lessons, either with All Might or Aizawa, the small lust-filled teen would have his eyes roaming their bodies while no doubt undressing them in his mind. Not to mention what he had done to Kawakami. But despite being warned about this sort of behavior, despite getting dragged to the principal's office by their homeroom teacher, said man had not expelled the tiny cretin. It honestly made no sense. To be found dating was so irrational that the man thought that it was worth getting you removed from the hero program, yet committing acts that would get a normal person several lawsuits was perfectly acceptable? This realization nearly caused Uraraka to grab her head with both hands and scream in frustration to the heavens, the sound of glass shattering echoing within her own mind. She couldn't believe it. The only thing that kept her from doing this and calling the man insane was the notion that this could have been one of his logical ruses. Well, whatever game he was playing with their social lives, she was done. Tokage, said Achiko after a moment. Would you mind if we did make this a date? Setsuna barely hesitated, grabbing a hold of Uraraka's wrist only a moment or two before the words left her mouth. With a laugh, the detachable girl began running down the street with her date in tow. At first Achiko was startled, nearly tumbling face first into the street. It was only due to her instincts and training that she managed to prevent that before she too was racing down the street using up what little energy she had left in her. As they ran, Uraraka felt all her worries leaving her as her eyes fixed on the back of Tokage's back. Yeah, it didn't matter if the food was good or bad at the restaurant because she was still going to have a good time with someone who was very attractive and a great friend. If Aizawa found out somehow, Demanding to know what was going on between them, she would say to his face that she had gone on a date. And if he did kick her out of the hero program, then she would fight it with everything she had. She would go to the principal stating how unjust this all was. Though she hoped it wouldn't come to that and her transfer would come in before he ever caught wind. Then she and Setsuna could laugh at the expression on Aizawa's face when he realized that she had dated someone under his nose and there was nothing he could do about it now. "This storm just came out of nowhere," laughed Tokage, the green-haired girl bouncing on her heels while dripping wet. Uraraka, meanwhile, nodded as she too was dripping wet and silently thankful she wasn't on the top floor. Because of this, the walkway above her acted like a barrier to keep both herself and her, date, dry as she fished out her keys. Though that did not mean they were completely safe from the elements. The wind had picked up, adding an additional freezing element to their situation, and whenever it blew in their direction they were sure to get pelted by hundreds of large droplets. But despite their current situation, it wasn't enough to dampen Uraraka's mood from her surprise date. The dinner had been everything she had expected and more. As soon as they were seated, various meats such as chicken, beef, pork were presented to them, as well as some uncommon meats from across the seas such as crocodile, snake, and bison. There were also a number of vegetables that they could pick from, like various colored peppers and onions. Achiko had 3, squirming with joy as she chewed happily on her kebabs. But it hadn't just been the food that made the anti-gravity girl's night. A big part had been the girl whose company she shared, learning more about her. It turned out that, despite what Uraraka thought, they had a lot of things in common. Like how they were both big 13 fans and that they both wanted to prioritize in the rescue aspect of heroics. Heck, it was because of her skills in rescue that had gotten Tokage her recommendation letter. The splitting girl had told her the story that went back about a year and a half ago when a child had gone missing, the heroes asking locals to help with the search as none of them had quirks that could help in quickly searching such a large area. They had even authorized those who had volunteered to use their quirks. The pros had been amazed when Tokage's head had split into 3 parts, one part containing one of her eyes moving in one direction while the other went in the opposite. All while her mouth stayed with her body, relaying to the hero what she found. And it was thanks to this that they had been able to save the kid, who had just gotten lost and was chased around by some wild dogs. The pros had been so impressed that they had written up her letter of recommendation that very night. As for Achiko, she told Setsuna her own stories. Like how much tension was around her house due to the failing family business. But then she saw her first hero fight when she was younger. Only, it wasn't the fight that captivated her. Rather, it was the happy expressions on everyone's faces. Ones that, before the fight, had been scared or miserable. She wanted to do that, to bring back people's smiles. And if she could make money off of it, well, then everyone won. Their conversations went on for a while until they were politely asked to leave as the restaurant was closing. That was when they realized just how late it had gotten, with Setsuna's last train having departed some time ago. Then, just as Tokage was about to call for a ride, the rain started. Thankfully for the both of them, Uraraka's place wasn't too far away and she offered for her new friend to spend the night if she liked. Or, if she didn't feel comfortable doing that, waiting there for her ride to arrive. "You know, normally I don't even kiss on the first date," giggled Tokage as Uraraka placed the key into the lock. "And here you are, boldly asking me to share your bed?" Upon hearing that, Uraraka's drenched face began to heat up so much that the rainwater was practically evaporating off of it. As plumes of steam rose, her mind betrayed her. She could see herself lying in her futon, dressed in only an oversized shirt and panties. Then, before she could set her alarm or pull the covers over her body or even put on her special mittens to keep her quick deactivated at night, Setsuna came out of her bathroom. The girl stared up at the image of Tokage, who had a hand resting on the doorframe, naked as she was in the shower at school. The sharp-toothed teen then got on all fours, crawling over to the brunette like some sort of predatory animal. Due to the small size of her apartment, didn't take long for Setsuna to close the distance and make it to the edge of her bed. Crawling up to her legs, Setsuna spread them wide before lowering her head to her panties to bite. "And no, it's not like that," stuttered Uraraka, shaking her head to dispel the image. Though, in truth, there was a part of her that wanted to know if her mental Setsuna was going to pull down her panties with her teeth or just rip them off. Come on, just messing with you a little, laughed Tokage as she patted her friend on the back. Meanie, was all Uraraka could say, huffing up her cheeks as she did so, which only made her friend laugh more. Then, she sighed as she realized that she should have expected this. So, without further ado, the brunette opened the door to her apartment. As the two stepped inside, Uraraka flipped on the single light switch and felt a sense of relief when it worked without flickering or anything like that. Now, her small one-room apartment was fully lit, showing the mix of kitchen, living space, and bedroom all in one. Near the door was the old oven that had a 50-50 chance of working on a good day with the microwave that parents had given her sitting on the counter next to it. There was also a mini fridge which, while not holding much, was the second newest item in the room. Her futon was folded next to the sliding window with a few of her other outfits lay neatly folded on the other side of the room along with a couple of boxes. Hanging above them were her 2 spare uniforms, as well as an extra hanger for the one she was wearing. The only other door in the room led to the toilet and sink. Okay, let's get you out of those wet clothes, said Uraraka as she took off her shoes before making her way to the boxes. I think I have a few towels in her as well as a bathrobe you can use for the night. As she opened the first box, she began to wonder if she should say something like, you can change in the bathroom if you want. You know, for privacy. But then again, hadn't they all taken a shower together earlier? Plus it was really cramped in there. Then again, that was before she had gone on a date with her, so maybe that would make it more awkward? Only knowing Tokage, it might only be awkward for the anti-gravity girl. Hey, Uraraka, said Tokage, her voice stopping another fantasy that the brunette was about to have of her friend slowly undressing before her. Quickly, Uraraka turned her head to see that Setsuna was by the sink and, judging by the way the handle was turned, she had the water turned on. Sadly, no water was coming out while the mossy green-haired girl frowned at the sight. How much are you paying for rent? Oh, started Uraraka as she pulled out the towels, handing them over to the other girl as she mentioned the price. Tokage just gave her a look, the towel hanging limply at her side, while Uraraka just began talking about what a great deal it was. How a friend of their family had managed to help them out so much, paying less than half the going rate on a room like this in such a big city. Sure, it wasn't the greatest, but it gave her everything she needed to survive and that she only needed to deal with it for the next 3 years. She could do that. All while she said this, she knew what the other girl would say and do. Tokage would. Uraraka, you can't seriously believe a word you're saying, said Setsuna, cutting off Achiko's train of thought before it began. The funny, playful tone that Uraraka had come to associate with her was gone, replaced with a seriousness that matched her expression. What do you mean? Asked the girl who was thrown through a loop. Every person who had ever visited her had acted the same, surprised by how antiquated the place was in comparison to the rest of the city. Yet when she explained her reasoning, the looks, they had never faded, but they just smiled and nodded before telling her that she had a good deal. Tokage, however, was not doing that as she began to quickly unbutton her top. I'm saying that this place is a hellhole, she stated, taking off her bra before she began to dry her chest off. Look, you can say what a great deal it is, but truthfully you're still getting ripped off. The locks on this place are so outdated you could break in with a rusty pin. There's a puddle forming near the sliding door, meaning it's not properly sealed. There's no running water dash. The water works in the bathroom, said Uraraka, glancing over at the puddle near the window that was slowly growing. Thankfully, she had a few things in her boxes that should help. But, for some strange reason, she added, usually, there's no landline, no, continued Tokage as she went into the bathroom, but cut herself off after turning on the water in there. When she came out, her hand was covering her mouth while her face was pale. No doubt she had seen the brown water. Without saying a word, Setsuna then checked the mini fridge. As she opened the door, shouting could be heard from the room next door, the walls so thin that you could hear everything easily. The voices belonged to the guy who was renting the apartment next to her, a student of a nearby school, and his girlfriend. Apparently, she had found out that he had been cheating on her, with the proof being the panties in his room that didn't belong to her. Several crashes quickly followed, along with a high-pitched scream from the guy, along with a thud before the door slammed shut, dust from Uraraka's ceiling falling to the ground due to the force. By this time, Setsuna had finished checking on all of Uraraka's food supplies, her expression just as pale if not more so. Turning around, Tokage just looked around the small apartment with more disgust than anything else before walking over to the other girl to place both hands on her shoulders. Uraraka, this place isn't healthy for you. Living this way isn't healthy for you. I don't know how you are going to survive your first winter here, let alone 3 years. Began Uraraka, feeling like she wanted to back away. But her feet refused to move out of the hold the other girl had on her. No doubt her full stomach agreed with this full-heartedly. But deep down, she knew the truth, causing the threat of tears to begin forming in her eyes. Then, when she spoke again, her voice was shaky. It's all I can afford in the city. Tokage raised an eyebrow at that. Didn't you even look into getting a room at the dorms? She asked. At that, Uraraka gave out a humorless laugh before swiping away her friend's arms. Yeah, right, like I could ever afford those prices, she said. My family, we're all making sacrifices just so I can be here at the best hero school in the country. Perhaps even the world. And we weren't all that well off to begin with. Look, I'm still using a flip phone just to save money. With everything that my family is doing for us, I can't just go complaining to them because I'm a little inconvenienced. Uraraka, you would only be paying a little more than what you are paying for this hole in the wall if you lived in the dorm, said Tokage, her words causing Uraraka to freeze. And that includes meals. Also, the school offers financial aid to students who need it. Began Uraraka as her throat suddenly became very dry. Truth was, she and her family had assumed that the school dorms would cost an arm and a leg. How would it not, when you were living on campus of the best school around with some of the best security? But now? Quickly she shook her head, dispelling the math already forming in her. We can't accept handouts just because we're not that well off. I'll get by. Stop being stupid, shouted Tokage, charging over to the other girl and tackling her to the ground. The fall caused the anti-gravity girl to close her eyes, her head slightly throbbing from hitting the ground. When she felt ready to open them, a scowl appeared on her face as she prepared to yell at the other girl. To tell her that she couldn't understand the situation she was in, that her family was in. But her scowl faded only moments after it formed when she saw the look Tokage was giving her. She looked concerned and sad. You're being a real idiot right now, you know that, began Setsuna, biting her lower lip for a moment. And maybe I am as well for acting like this, but I can't just sit back and hope you come to your senses before it's too late. Do you have any idea what will happen if you continue to live like this? Eating almost expired or instant foods, skipping meals just to save some money? The only water being that crap in your bathroom? Living in these conditions? Even if you get a meal at school, you still won't be able to perform at your best. Your health, your well-being is just going to deteriorate. It's probably what's been affecting your performance since the first day of class. What are you going to do in the winter when this place becomes an icebox? I doubt this place even has a heater. What happens when you get sick? So much so that you don't have the strength to get to your phone? Is your damned pride worth that? Making the parents you love so much worry that their last call from you might be your last? Not from a villain attack or an accident, but because you're making yourself sick for their sake? How do you think they'll take that? Tears began to flow from Uraraka's eyes as she bit back a sob. Tokage's words were hitting her in all the right places. She knew she was having trouble just putting food on the table, so if Tokage was right and this place froze in the winter, then she was effed. She couldn't afford thicker pajamas, thicker sheets, or even a used space heater without breaking her tiny bank. Of course, those prices would seem like drops in a bucket compared to what she would have to pay if she got sick. Recovery Girl was a great nurse, but there had to be limits to what she could do. If she got really ill, she would have to be sent to a hospital. Then what? How could she pay for something like that? What about her parents? Could they even travel down here to be with her? Oh God, she had never considered that. How it would feel to know that your daughter was ill and being unable to get there. All she would be doing is making them feel worse. Still though, that part of her that had been insisting that everything was fine refused to fully die. Not without a fight. I'll figure something out, she whispered in a tone that not even she believed. I've heard that before, said Setsuna, her face softening as if she were looking back at a sad memory. But you know you don't need to. When a hero helps someone in need, do you see that as a handout? Uraraka shook her head. Then let the heroes help you. With that said, Tokage began to unbutton Uraraka's shirt, causing its owner to shift from tears to a bright blush. "What are you doing?" demanded Ochako as the last button came undone. The shirt opened up to expose her very cheap bra. At that, Tokage blinked. Getting you out of these cold, wet clothing before you catch a cold," said the green-haired girl. "Should have done that right away. I only just now realized that it was still on you when I felt you shiver beneath me. We need to dry you off and keep you warm." "Oh right," said Uraraka, blushing as she sat up. Once she did, she then realized just how cold her skin was. Fretting, she quickly took off her soaking bra followed by her skirt, panties, and stockings. Tokage followed suit, undressing herself with one hand while another pulled out her phone as she quickly went to the Ubersnack app. "Okay, I'm getting us some soup and hot chocolate from a cafe," said a now-naked Setsuna while Uraraka began hanging up their clothing to dry. "I'll also get us a gallon of orange juice, just to be on the safe side." For once, Uraraka didn't protest as she pulled out some of her other clothing from one of the boxes. One of them was an oversized sweatshirt that had belonged to her dad, and the other being the bathrobe. Without saying anything, she handed the robe to her green-haired friend before she pulled the sweater down over her head. To her, it was like wearing a tent. But its size meant that it went all the way down to cover her ass, and its fabric was already warming her up. Once that was done, Uraraka took out the rest of her spare towels. With the help of Tokage, the two girls went to work cleaning up the water seeping into the apartment while also pressing the rest of the towels against the window to prevent more from getting in. Though, this seemed to be a minor victory as, while the two girls sat on Uraraka's futon to wait for their order to arrive, water began to drip from the ceiling. The sight of the water dripping in the spot where the two girls had cleaned up caused both their eyes to twitch in frustration. "You said a friend of your family helped you get this place, right?" asked Tokage. "Yeah," was the reply. "Your family needs better friends," came Setsuna's reply with a laugh. "But lucky for you, you now have me. So tomorrow we are getting you out of here." "How?" "I don't have any money for a hotel room and I can't ask your family to just dash," began Uraraka only to have Setsuna stop her. "Hey, we both happen to know someone who's living in the dorms," said the green-haired girl as she wrapped an arm around her friend, pulling the other into a half-hug. "I'm sure she'll let you crash there for a bit while we talk to the principal to see if they have any extra room. That way, you can find out everything you've been missing out on." At the same time, in an old run-down factory, a boy lay on the ground struggling within his bonds. His arms had been cuffed behind his back while chains wrapped around his body from just under his shoulders to his legs. Tears streamed down the boy's face as he tried screaming for help only to be muffled by the gag in his mouth. No doubt he had tried to use his quirk a number of times to escape, but the drug he had been given prevented this and would continue to do so for the next several hours. All while his capturers sat on a crate, feet dangling over the edge as she kept her eyes on the shipping exit door that was open, allowing her to watch the rain pour. "Masquerade," she sang to herself. "Paper faces on parade. Masquerade. Hide your face so the world will never find you." As she sang, her body changed. Her red hair turned black as the abyss while her tan skin turned deathly pale, almost like it had no life at all. As the girl sang, she noticed that her target had been watching her change while comprehension appeared in his eyes. No doubt he was putting the pieces together. Honestly, he should have done so sooner. It hadn't taken her long to discover based on his social media posts what sort of girl appealed to him. How all his favorite teachers and female heroes had red hair, the brighter the better. How he had commented that women with a slightly more tanned look to them were sexy. Never once did he question the fact that a girl, one that just so happened to be his ideal fantasy, happened to strike up a conversation with him outside his heroic prep school. Not once had he batted an eye at all her carefully chosen flattery, stroking his ego as they walked further away from those around him. He was practically begging to be kidnapped and hauled away. Since he had been brought here, she had not spoken to him directly as she knew what was going through his mind. That he was hoping that she would go into some monologue, explaining everything in detail just to gloat or just how hopeless the situation was. He would gather the information, tucking it away until he could escape. But that was not how matchmakers worked. To them, their targets were nothing more than quirks that wealthy heroes and elites wanted to add to their bloodlines wrapped in a flesh suit. While most of the time, More than once, she had received a job from a pro hero asking for a cute plaything to have some fun with before disposing of them. And she had a couple of people who wanted her to capture some mutants to hate F before killing them. Not like the reason mattered to her. Male or female, it didn't matter as they would always be in this situation. The only difference being that the guys struggled in vain while the girls just sobbed. As she continued to sing, she thought back to when she first became a matchmaker and stupidly thought how ineffective they were being. That they should just capture people with a wide array of quirks and milk them for their seed or rent out the wombs. That way they won't need to go hunting as much. Thankfully, she hadn't voiced her stupidity before she realized why they did what they did. Keeping that many people would be a chore. Cleaning, feeding, taking care of them like pets would be a full-time job. Not only that, but they would need a big facility that would come under scrutiny. It was best to remain mobile, passing their targets onto their clients as soon as possible. Also, she would be out of a job if they did that. Just then, a white van backed up into the shipping bay. The door opened to reveal an African man wearing a silk white button-up shirt, a black vest and matching pants, dark glasses, and, finishing the look off, a cane. "Bravo, Masquerade," said the man, his accent a tad on the thick side. Everyone knew her as Masquerade. Not even she recalled what her real name was. "You're late," was all the girl said as she hopped off the crate. Sorry. "For your troubles," he said, pulling out a large folder full of cash out of nowhere. The man's quirk was called pocket space. Basically, he had a tiny pocket dimension that only he had access to. And by tiny, she meant 21 by 20 by 29 inch. It was why he was called Mr. Pockets and why he was in charge of exchanging the money. Was he the man in charge? Masquerade couldn't say as no one seemed to know who was in charge. Nor did she care. Quickly she opened the folder to see that all her money was there. "Okay then. I'll be off," she said. "A moment of your time," said Mr. Pockets, moving his cane in front of her right as she was about to pass him by. She glanced at him, but the African man just kept his gaze on their prize. "We are going to want you to stay in town for the next couple of weeks. There is a chance we might be making some money on the sports festival. Specifically, the first years." "If that's a joke, it's not funny," said Masquerade dryly. The kids of a top hero school like UA were high profile, especially after the sports festival when they would be the most recognizable. And they rarely took on high-profile targets. "Oh no, not a joke in the slightest, I'm afraid," replied Mr. Pockets. "Some of our more hesitant acquaintances have expressed interest in the class that survived that little villain attack at the USJ. They're waiting to see their quirks in action to find out just how powerful they are and if they would be a good fit for them. Well, all but one. A certain overseas client who has done business with us before is interested in a specific girl. One he has had his eyes on for the last couple of years. If she vanishes, the heroes will be wasting time searching for those League of Villains fools." "And you're saying all this in front of a target because?" asked Masquerade, though she had an idea why. She just wanted confirmation. "Oh, that's simple," replied Mr. Pockets with a grin. "It was purchased by the Shy Hasaikai. They're purchasing a wide range of quirks for experimental purposes." At the same time, Aizawa sat at his desk as he finished up the expulsion papers on one Achiko Uraraka. Uraraka was interrupted from a dreamless sleep by a familiar sound. Before she even opened her eyes, the first sensation that struck her was a warmth that surrounded her. It just seemed to wrap itself around her like one of the hugs that her mother would give her, only somehow better. But before her mind could just snuggle back into that warmth and let herself get lost in it, she had to figure out what that sound was because it wasn't stopping. Doing everything in her power to keep her eyes shut, Uraraka began to go over everything she could think of to identify the noise. It wasn't the alarm, that much she knew for certain, as the noise it made was more of a screechy, high-pitched static-like noise. A noise that was created due to the thing's age, as the timer on the old radio alarm clock was one of the few things that still worked on it. Nor was it the second alarm on her old flip phone. Not only was it the wrong noise, but it was too close. She always placed it in the kitchen to charge during the night, forcing her to move across the apartment to turn it off. With those two options crossed out, what could it be? It wasn't the sound of construction outside. Perhaps her neighbors got something new or... "Sorry about that," grumbled a voice very close to Uraraka's ear as she felt her futon shift. Fear consumed her being as the sound ended while the warmth was pulled away. Realizing she wasn't alone in her bed, Uraraka opened her eyes with a start, only to find Tokage sitting up right next to her. For a moment, Uraraka could only blink as her heart began to slow down. Tokage was sitting there, yawning widely, allowing Achiko to see the girl's jagged teeth. As the green-haired girl continued to yawn, one of her hands detached from the rest of her body before floating not too far from them towards a phone placed on one of the boxes containing Uraraka's stuff. As the disembodied hand turned off the alarm, its owner arched her back while her arms stretched upwards. It was then that Uraraka noticed what Tokage was wearing, one of her spare shirts that she used to sleep in. Below that, Tokage was wearing spare sweatpants that had once belonged to Achiko's father. All sorts of questions rumbled around the tired girl's mind until her attention was pulled away by the pounding against the sliding window door. Upon seeing the pounding rain striking it, helped by the powerful winds that slightly rattled the glass when it blew, as well as the barrier of towels that were placed on the floor to prevent the area from flooding, it all came back to the anti-gravity girl. She recalled the incident with the cameras followed by her impromptu date with Tokage. She recalled the rain that seemed to come out of nowhere along with Tokage missing her train, leading to her inviting the green-haired girl to spend the night. The talk they had when Setsuna had seen her living conditions. After that rather emotional talk, things had calmed down. The two had done their best to dry themselves off, placing the used towels along the sliding door after they were done. After that, the two had gotten changed before sitting together on the futon with the blanket wrapped around them, sharing body heat to stay warm and hopefully prevent them from catching a cold. There they sat, just talking about this or that and only getting up when the food Tokage had ordered finally arrived. After they had finished with their soup, Uraraka placed the extra orange juice in the mini-fridge to be used the next day before they went to bed. A blush appeared on Uraraka's face as she looked down, recalling that. She recalled how they had snuggled close together, keeping the other warm throughout the night. How they were so close, making Uraraka glad that they had dressed for bed. Given how her mind was acting right now, she doubted she would have put up much of a fight had Tokage suggested bare skin-to-skin contact to keep warm. From there, with their naked bodies lying under the blanket, it wouldn't have taken much to light the fire of passion and lust. "Sleep well?" asked Tokage, her voice coming out as a purr right into Uraraka's ear. "Or did you stay up all night staring at the beauty beside you?" Well, stammered Uraraka, feeling her brain crashing and needing to reboot several times as she felt her rosy cheeks burning up and spreading to the rest of her face. As steam began rising from out of her ears, Setsuna let out a laugh. "Come on, I'm just messing with you," said Tokage between her chuckles as the disembodied hand still holding her phone returned to her. When it reattached, she glanced down at the screen before letting out a groan. "Damn, I forgot I set this to my normal wake-up time. We could have slept in a bit longer." As Uraraka slowly, very slowly, began to calm down, she watched as Tokage got up from the bed rather than just lying back down. With another loud yawn, the disembodying girl made her way to where her school uniform was left hanging along with her bra and panties. Tokage then looked at her clothing, eyes narrowing slightly as the sleep left them. With one hand she reached out to feel the materials before her shoulders slumped and her head dropped. Literally dropped before rolling to the floor. "Tokage!" yelled Uraraka as she got onto her feet. Ignoring the pounding on the wall from her neighbors, she rushed over to her friend's fallen head. "Are you all right?" A groan escaped Tokage as her head began to float around. "I'm fine," she said. "My clothing is still damp and cold, but it's nothing too serious. I've made it a habit to always keep a spare uniform in my locker ever since middle school in case of situations like this. And with all the craziness that could happen in heroic lessons, I figured I should also keep some spare underwear in there as well." Uraraka found herself nodding in amazement at what she heard. While Uraraka did have her own umbrella, that could only protect her so much from the rain. In a situation like she was in now, she would have been drenched the moment she got onto the street. Even if it wasn't raining that badly, if she tripped or a car ran over a puddle and splashed her, it would have resulted in the same situation. She would have had to sit in class, dripping wet while pervs like Mineta stared at her body through the damp clothing, while Iida chastised her rather than helping. She could also hear him berating her, saying how disrespectful it was to dirty the seat that so many prior heroes once sat in. No doubt she would then have to listen to Iida chastise her for sitting in class all wet. Aizawa would then wake up, see her dripping wet, and then tell her to get changed in the school's gym uniform. Of course, he would also do his own chastising and tell her that she was wasting time or something like that. The only person in their class who would have gone out of her way to help would be Shoto. But that would only be if the alien girl got to class early and had a solution. Yeah, maybe it was a good thing she was trying to transfer out of 1A. But if she had that, why did the girl look so miserable? Then a thought came to her. One that made Uraraka gulp. Are you nervous about changing at school after what we found in the locker rooms? Asked Uraraka, guessing what could be the source of her maybe girlfriend's misery. As soon as she said this, Tokage's eyes opened. She looked at Uraraka. Their eyes locked onto the others as the lizard girls took on a look of realization followed by horror. Crap, she yelled, causing Uraraka's neighbors to once more pound on the wall. It was once more ignored as Tokage's head floated up to Uraraka's eye level while becoming pale. I completely forgot all about that sheet. Damn it. I really don't want to go back in there until either Can or Power Loader give us one more all clear. Wait, if you forgot about that, then why were you upset before? Asked Uraraka. Because I wanted to crawl back into bed with you, wailed Tokage as large crocodile tears began to flow down from her eyes. Cuddle up together for warmth along with breakfast in bed sounded like a nice way to start the morning before. Wait, do you have anything for breakfast? I have some crackers, admitted the girl. Possibly some stale granola bars too. Tokage just stared as her head floated back into place, reattaching with her own body. Okay. That's not happening on my watch, said Tokage. Since we're up, we might as well get started on getting you the F out of here. As soon as we're done getting dressed, we're heading out towards school and picking up something along the way. I think I recall seeing a stand by the train station that makes hash brown patties that you can eat while you walk along with bacon. We can see what else they have. By this point, Tokage had shimmied out of her sweatpants, giving Uraraka, who was still slowly taking her off her own top right now, a nice show. When we get there, I think the best move would be to schedule an appointment with Nizu. The sooner you get in to see him sooner we can figure out what your options are. I guess, said Uraraka slowly as she finished undressing. As she moved to put on a clean bra, she noticed Tokage giving her a look. Sorry. I appreciate everything you're doing for me. As her words trailed off, Tokage's eyes seemed to light up with understanding. Still nervous about accepting help? At that, Uraraka nodded slightly and hated herself for doing so. As much as she wanted help, knew she needed it, having grown up with a certain mindset was difficult for her to break. The idea of accepting handouts still felt wrong somehow, like if she did this she would be letting her family down. Letting herself down. Or it would just come back to bite her in the end. Tokage let out a hum as she put on her blouse, her eyes seeming to scan the ceiling as she was no doubt thinking about it. Then she gasped loudly, startling Uraraka due to the suddenness of the noise. Then, the green-haired girl turned to look at her host wearing a smile that showed off all her jagged teeth. Nizu let out a long, deep sigh as he looked out the window of his office. Beyond that barrier of glass, rain continued to fall down to the world below. From where he stood, she could see heavy streams of water rushing down the streets towards sewer grates which, thankfully, had yet to overflow. Cars drove down the streets even at this early hour, sometimes drenching those who walked on the streets. Already the unknown mammal could see a few humans who had already suffered this fate, a businesswoman raising her arms as she screamed many possible obscenities at. Emotions into words. Don't go so hard on yourself, said Lady Borg, waving off Power Loader's apology while leaning back in her seat. I was the one who recommended the little sheet. We gave him our trust and he just wiped his ass with it before tossing it to the side. She's right, added All Might. It's never wrong to place your faith in another, says the man who was late to the USJ because he didn't believe in the skills of the local heroes, grumbled Aizawa. This caused All Might's gaunt cheeks to flush while blood could be seen running down his cheeks. The skinny man then raised a bony finger, ready to continue, but an unusual ally came to his aid. Drop it, Aizawa, growled Ken, more like a dog than a man. The sound even made Nizu slightly timid at that moment, Yet he kept his composure. You know the situations are as different as night and day. But, if you need it spelled out to you, I'd be more than happy to educate you. Yes, All Might should have trusted more in his fellow heroes. There is no excuse for that. But I will say this, he did not know them. At least, as far as I know, not personally. There are extremely few people out there that can name off the quirks and effectiveness of every hero in the country. Not even one of my best students can do that. And since he was there, saw a crime in progress, didn't know if there were other heroes in the area or if they could handle the situation, he decided to proceed. Add in the fact that no one knew that the USJ would be attacked that day. His actions were nothing more than well-meaning irresponsibility. Aizawa let out a grunt at that, while All Might turned to look at his fellow teacher in red. The number one hero then gave Ken a thankful smile which was lost as Ken's eyes never left Aizawa. As for Sawtome, he was someone who his teachers had prolonged contact with, continued Kansas, a student who had sat in their classrooms, turned in his assignments, did various tasks over his stay here at UA. Clearly he had done well enough to show he could be trusted with this task. Then, for whatever reason, he decided to betray that trust for his own personal benefit. Like how a certain first year betrayed the trust of his classmates, copying one of their quirks so he could spy on another. I hope that explanation can help you rationally deduce the difference between well-meaning mistakes and selfish decisions. At that, Aizawa's eyes flashed red from under the bandages while Ken's attention shifted towards Power Loader. Since this has never happened before, I say that while I appreciate the apology, it isn't needed. At least, not from you. Thank you, said Power Loader with a nod of his head. He then tapped a button on his tablet, causing 4 holographic screens to appear in the air, each one facing the teachers in a square pattern. On each screen were the profiles of 2 students. Now then, I'd like to make sure we are all on the same page. Last night, a group of students, composed of hero studies, consisting mostly of 1B students, along with general studies students and 1 business studies student, discovered hidden cameras within the locker room. While some went to contact the teachers, the rest went to actively hunt down the perpetrators. They managed to succeed, even preventing them from leaving with their ill-gotten footage. All in all, not bad work. You must both be proud, commented Slip Steel as he leaned his head to his side, resting his face on his knuckles. Briefly, Ken's hardened face softened as a smile appeared on his face while All Might mirrored it. Nizu himself was also proud to see such young heroes taking the initiative when combating a villain within their midst. Yet, the small mammal didn't miss how Aizawa's eyes seemed to harden at that statement. Before you are the 2 boys they caught, continued Power Loader. Formerly of the support course is Kai Sawtome, 3rd-year student. Quirk, feather hair, a cosmetic mutation quirk that gave him feathers instead of hair. Interned at 2 well-respected support companies here in Japan as well as doing a work study at one of them during his last summer. Power Loader gestured to the other file on the holoscreen. Formerly of the business course, Ichiro Fujita, also a 3rd-year student. Quirk, we allowed a quirkless student into the school? Asked All Might with a raised eyebrow as he looked at the picture of Fujita. This was short-lived as, when he looked at the rest of the staff, he nearly did a double take. Present Mike was staring at him, his shades almost falling off his face while his jaw dropped. Midnight was looking at him scandalized. Ken's gruff appearance had fully returned while Power Loader, despite still wearing his helmet, acted as though he had just witnessed him growing a second head without the appropriate quirk. Lady Borg was now eyeing him as though he were a stranger who had just walked into the meeting. As for Slip Steel, his entire body seemed to stiffen. Yes, said Slip Steel slowly. We allow anyone who can pass the entrance exam set by their prospective course to enter into the school. We do not discriminate based on their quirk status. Whoa, hold on, said All Might quickly as he raised his hand as if ready to shield himself. That's not what I meant. Really? Because it sounds to me like you have a problem with the quirkless, continued Slip Steel, his voice gaining an edge while his hands gripped at the sides of his chair. And I got a little girl back at home that was diagnosed as quirkless 3 years ago. So if you dash. Gentlemen, I believe we should stay on topic, said Nizu gently, while giving All Might a disapproving look. Power Loader, would you please continue? Gladly, said the support teacher as he shot one more look at all might, causing the shriveled man to sink into his seat. After both boys were detained, under the guidance of Principal Nizu, a full search began. We discovered additional cameras within nearly all of the bathrooms, aimed at the toilets. Thankfully, neither boy was able to get past the security system, keeping them from the hero's locker room as well as the hero guest suites. We also searched Sayatome's dorm room, which, thankfully, was devoid of any additional equipment. While this was going on, both myself and Nizu were going through the files on all computers belonging to both teens. That includes their personal computers, which were brought here to UA. Thankfully, the Fujita family did not object once they learned of the seriousness of the situation and are cooperating with us fully. Thanks to a special program created by both myself and Nizu, we were able to locate all the files on Fujita's computers as well as the files he had hidden in the cloud. Do we know why they did this? Asked Kansas Power Loader. Slowly nodded his head before pressing a button on his tablet. At once the image on the holoscreens shifted, the image now only showing Sayatome. The teen sat there behind a desk, his head lowered, and the feathers that made up his hair looked like a hand had been running through them for hours. "I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I was just desperate," whimpered Sayatome, his body shaking. "None of my internships went well and my work studies were a joke. Every time I went to a support company they treated me like a janitor, cleaning up messes around the building. I didn't even get to do grunt work. I wasn't even deemed good enough to fetch coffee. And if I tried to bring up a suggestion on a project, they told me to shut up or else I wouldn't get any credit. I'm in my third year and that's all I have to show for. I can't even start up my own little shop. There's no money. I'm here on financial aid." As the young man began to sob, Lady Borg let out a snort. "Dumb kid," she growled. Did it ever cross his mind to just report those places? Nizu found himself nodding. It was true that UA gave an amazing amount of freedom to those offering to intern their students. Some heroes, for example, would simply do the basics of showing their interns how to handle themselves on patrol, paperwork, and so forth. Others would train their students, showing how to use their quirks in various situations if they could. And while there were those who would use their interns in commercials or modeling and the like, there was still something for the students to learn about hero culture. As for business and support students, it was very rare for a student to be in the process. Those who thought they would be working on the latest gear or helping with important paperwork were in for a wake-up call. However, there were certain lines that, if crossed, would bring the school's wrath upon any entity that abused the trust they placed in them. However, they could do nothing if the students don't come forth. Sighing to himself, the principal picked up his tea as he began mentally planning his next moves. First, he would need to confirm what Sayatome had said by talking to the other students who had interned at these companies. Based on what he heard would direct his course of action, leading to the school blacklisting these companies from future internships or, well, something far worse. True, it wouldn't help Sayatome's case in the slightest, but it would at least protect future students from being in that same position. "I don't know how, but Fujita seemed to know about my situation," continued the recording of Sayatome. "He told me that, if I was willing, he could help me jump-start my own small company. I just needed to use the cameras to get some shots." Fujita, he had been on all these hero fan sites and others. Turns out that there were a lot of people out there who had favorites in the sports festivals, mostly the third years. So, Fujita began making this website to sell nude pictures and videos of all the hero students. Some were willing to pay a lot for their favorite rookie hero in the nude. As for the other years, well, if any of the first-year students caught anyone's attention, then we could sell them later. Look, I was afraid for my future. That the last 3 years of my life were going to be a waste. And he was standing there, showing me all the clients he already had lined up and how much they were willing to pay. So many zeros. At that, the image paused. "So, it was all about greed," said Present Mike with a sneer. He then turned to look at Power Loader. "Any chance that they were also selling other information? Like to the League of Villains?" "That had crossed my mind," admitted Power Loader. Both teens claimed no. After checking their computers as well as the flash drives, the only thing I discovered were nude pictures of all our students and videos of them showering. All of their outgoing emails were checked too. I also took the liberty of checking on their bank accounts as well as looking for any hidden cash. So, as it stands now, it doesn't appear like they were selling information. Still, they could have hidden the cash somewhere else, said Aizawa. Then the man sighed. Though, if they had any information about the League, I'm pretty sure that they would have used it as a bargaining chip. It's the only thing they have that would be of any worth. What about the blackmail? Power Loader tapped away at his tablet again. A moment later, the image on the screen changed. Now Fujita sat behind the desk. Yet his reaction was vastly different from Sayatome's. There was a look of utter indigence in his eyes. Hate seemed to burn through those orbs while the rest of his face showed nothing but contempt. You want to know why? Asked the teen in a mocking tone. The great UA needs me to fill in the blanks? Maybe if you and the rest of the world hadn't been turning a blind eye, then perhaps you could have figured it out. I'm nothing more than the token quirkless kid you let in through your pearly gates so that you can tell the world, see? We're accepting. Fujita suddenly reached up to the neck of his shirt and, in a single motion, pulled it open. Not a single teacher, not even Aizawa, could hide their shock at what they saw. His chest was dotted with various marks, some looking very much like they were caused by cigarette burns. Others looked like burns caused from flames to boiling oil. Cuts and various other things could all be seen. Niza felt certain that there were more. It's been like this my entire FNG life, continued Fujita, his voice becoming hysterical. People have done this to me, treating me like I was subhuman, all because of an extra joint in my pinky toe. Yeah, that's it. And you know what? I thought it would end when I got here. Sure, the physical abuse stopped, but that's it. I'm always being looked down to. Always the butt of a joke. People acting like it's some miracle that I manage anything despite my handicap. Do you know how many times I was turned away from my internships? Last year, I took a half-day trip for my internship only to be told at the front desk that there had been a mistake. Bet that was a joke for them, or they finally looked at my quirk status. Didn't want the freak around polluting the area with its lesser-developed presence. So yeah, I planned on profiting off my classmates. Why not? There are so many heroes out there that are nothing more than attention-seeking whores that I doubt they would have minded the additional exposure. Heck, I even found some blackmail on people who won the genetic lottery and planned to use it, because that's the only way I'll ever have power over them. I could make them sign a contract with me, or just extort them for money, and I would have savored every moment that they had to obey the one they deemed the genetic failure. Then once I got enough money and power, I would make everyone who ever hurt me, look down at me, pay. At that point, the image paused, allowing all the teachers there to let this new information sink in. All Might, for his part, was staring up at Fujita like he was seeing a complex puzzle. It seems as though years of abuse warped this young man's sense of right and wrong, said Midnight after a while. She then turned to Slip Steel. Did you know about the internship incident? I did, replied Slip Steel. Fujita called me right as he was leaving the building. I told him to wait a moment, that I was going to call them to see what was going on. According to the company's HR department, they had accidentally accepted too many internships. They did promise to make it up with him, saying he would be guaranteed a spot next year to make up for wasting all that time traveling. Since I didn't have any proof that it wasn't a mistake, all I could do was tell them that I would hold them to that promise. Naturally, I told Fujita about this, but he was rather dismissive. Figured he was still angry and needed some time to cool his head. But after seeing all this, it would make sense that he won't believe me. Doubt he trusts anyone with a quirk. Regardless of his past, that does not excuse the fact that he committed a serious crime, said Aizawa. The man then turned to look at Power Loader. I am aware that my student damaged the drive containing the blackmail material. Were you able to recover anything? Some, said Power Loader as he went back to his tablet. Most of the drives Fujita was using were cheap. When the blackmail drive broke, most of the data was either corrupted or lost. I did manage to piece together some of the data. Scenes are played. This was all I was able to get, said Power Load, the holoscreens vanishing as he spoke. Though I might be able to retrieve more missing data if I had more time. You should make it a priority, said Aizawa. We need to know everyone who was caught so we can expel them. Everyone groaned at the man's go-to response, not like he seemed to care. If they were reckless enough to do anything in a public area that could be used against them, there is no way they'll ever make it as pros. It shows they are not aware enough and are prone to poor decision-making. I'm afraid I must disagree with you on that, said Nizu before picking up his teacup and taking a sip. As he drank, he could feel the eyes of the erasing hero falling upon him. Not like he cared, nor was he surprised by the man's decision. The principal had seen it coming ever since he had seen the blackmail drive, and the papers he submitted earlier only further cemented the man's course. The only way that we were made aware of their actions were due to illegally obtained footage using our property. I feel it would be best to simply let the matter drop. Unless, of course, you can rationalize how you obtained video footage of our students in the locker rooms and bathrooms without it being a breach of their privacy. Aizawa's eyes narrowed at Nizu, no doubt thinking on the matter as he did so. As Nizu continued to sip from his drink, he could see it in the man's eyes. There was no way he could confront any of the students with any of their actions without having some form of proof. Even if he said you allowed another student here to obtain blackmail material on you, so I believe you should be expelled, would be challenged. From there, it would only be a matter of time before the videos came out in the discovery process. Wishing an end to Aizawa's glare, Nizu then added, "Furthermore, as you so often love to remind everyone, it is up to the homeroom teacher to decide the punishment of their students." That seemed to do the trick as Aizawa followed his arms over his chest. "So, how are we going to proceed?" asked Slipsteel. "First off, the entire support course will be updating all of its security and should be finished after the sports festival," said Powerloader. "For example, I will be placing a number of sensors into all of the storage compartments in every support studio so that, if an item has been missing past school hours, a message will be sent directly to my phone. We will also be updating the checkout system so that any device leaving the studios will set off an alarm if they are not properly checked out. I can just tell that Hatsum is going to be setting those alarms off several times an hour," laughed Lady Borg. Groaning loudly at the future headaches to come, Powerloader continued. "Finally, I will be making random checks on everything we have in storage. Hopefully, these measures will help prevent something like this from happening again." "Your best is all we can ask for," said Nizu gratefully. "Now, as for the two young men, I thought it best to offer both young men a deal as I wish to prevent the press from finding out about this mess so soon after the USJ and so close to the sports festival. In exchange for pledging guilty on all charges, as well as having both themselves and both their families signing non-disclosure agreements, they shall be spending the next 2 years in a minimum security prison. Furthermore, after they have served their sentence, neither shall not seek out employment that is directly related to hero work. Should they break any of these terms, well, it shall not end well for them. Hopefully Fujita will get the help he needs," said Slipsteel. "I shall see to it that he also receives the best counseling possible," said Nizu as he recalled what he had heard and seen. "Even if I have to pay for it out of my own pocket?" "Well then, if we are done here," began Aizawa as he stood up, "I need to meet up with one of my students before she gets to class." As the man walked around the couch to grab his sleeping bag, no doubt planning on napping by the entrance of the school as he waited, Nizu's eyes shot towards the papers on his desk with a sadistic glee. He had planned on denying the man later, but this opening was just too good to pass up on. "I take it, you are referring to young Uraraka?" asked Nizu as he turned his attention to the erasing hero. Said man was lazily looking back at him, a sleeping bag folded over one of his bandaged arms. "Am I to assume that you are bringing her to my office for her expulsion before class begins?" Nizu kept back a laughing fit, though his teacup did begin trembling in his grasp as he observed the reactions of the various teachers in the room. Present mixed shades had fallen off his face, lips turned into a frown. Midnight had a hand to her head as though a sudden headache had descended upon her. Both Slipsteel and Lady Borg appeared utterly confused. All Might stood up so fast that he began coughing out large amounts of blood yet kept his sunken gaze on the bandaged man. Kan's body was trembling as he sat there as if fighting the urge not to leap across the room to begin pummeling Aizawa with all his might. Powerloader, well, his shoulders just sagged as he fell onto the couch. "Excuse me," said Slipsteel. "But perhaps I misheard that, but dash." "You didn't," interrupted Aizawa, not even bothering to look at the man. Instead, he kept his gaze on Nizu as if studying the small mammal. "I am having Uraraka expelled. Not transferred to general studies, but removed from this school entirely." Furthermore, I fully intend on having her blacklisted from all hero schools. I would have done so last night for her actions, but we were all busy dealing with 2 other wayward students. You can't just expel her for no reason, yelled All Might. I do have a reason, stated Aizawa as he briefly glanced over at All Might. Perhaps if you spent less time acting irrationally and doing interviews, you would be aware that UA allows its teachers to conduct their class however they see fit. I make the rules and have the final say when removing one of my students. Nor do I need to explain myself to my fellow teachers, especially irresponsible ones who only began taking their job seriously after being threatened with termination. But you do need to explain yourself to me, said Nizu, again holding back a laugh as Aizawa turned to look at the unidentifiable mammal. The principal then placed a paw on the papers, his eyes never leaving the eyes belonging to the man in black. You are correct that you are allowed to set the rules for your class as well as being the one who has the final say in the student's punishment. However, there is a caveat to that which allows the principal to question if said actions by the teacher are necessary. Furthermore, the principal has the power to revoke certain teachers' privileges should he or she believe that the teacher in question is abusing their authority. To that, Aizawa narrowed his eyes. You have never questioned my reasoning to expel students in the past, he stated. That is because, for better or for worse, you had a rationale that I could follow. And that I trusted you, replied Nizu. He then paused, taking a sip of his tea to allow the weight of his words to sink in. Given how you have stood before my desk and defended other students from the threat of expulsion, I hope you can understand why I, even with my high-specs quirk, am having difficulty with your decision. So I would kindly like you to explain your reasoning to both myself as well as your fellow educators. I would greatly value their input on this matter. Aizawa stood there, his eyes locked on his boss for several long seconds. It was as if he was trying to will Nizu into dropping this, to just give in with the man's wishes. When that didn't work, he glanced around the room, though it was clear by the man's posture that it wasn't because he was nervous about what they would say. No, Aizawa held the air of a man fully confident in what he believed. It was more like he found it annoying that he would have to explain himself before a room that, in his mind, should already know what he knew. Yet, in the end, Nizu saw it in the man's eyes when he looked back. They were filled with a look of understanding and, having known Aizawa for as long, knew what he understood, that he was in a room with people he considered to have varying levels of irrationality. Finally, he set down his sleeping bag before turning to look at the teachers. While there are those of you who have decided to praise these students for their actions, I am not one of them, he said stiffly. Their first action should have been to leave the cameras where they were and then contact us. This was a situation that should have been handled by the teaching staff. Instead, they went off on their own like vigilantes of justice, thinking that they could have solved the crime on their own. I hate to break it to you, but they did manage to solve it on their own, interrupted All Might. Would you be so quick to come to their aid had their actions failed? Demanded Aizawa. Or worse, accuse the wrong person? Destroying their life while allowing the true culprit to escape? All Might's cheeks flushed, but he did not back down. We are not dealing with what's here, the man stated. We are dealing with what actually happened. But, if that's the game you wish to play, then allow me to join in. What if during the course of the investigation, those 2 boys began covering their tracks? As you are so fond of reminding your students, rational heroes know that time is precious. While I am certain that we would have found them in the end, they could have hidden their ill-gotten gains before that point. Regardless, they should not have done what they did in the first place, said Aizawa firmly. I do not tolerate vigilantism, nor does it have any place within my class. Normally, I would have simply sent both Uraraka and Shoto, another one of my students who aided in this childish behavior, to general studies had it not been for what happened during their ill-thought-out escapade. Uraraka went to engage Fujita in order to prevent him from escaping. Her poorly thought-out strategy ended up damaging the blackmail drive to the point where we lost valuable evidence. This, I find to be the most serious grievance. Not only does this show a lack of rational thought on her part, but the loss of such valuable evidence is something that would bring a hero to stand before the Heroes Safety Commission. As such, the seriousness of the situation needs to be relayed to the rest of my class. Furthermore, Uraraka has the least amount of potential within my class and has shown very little, if any improvement, since the start of the year. Thus, I have concluded that she is not taking her hero training seriously. Aizawa was cut off as Kan's open palm hand slammed into the coffee table in front of him with enough force that it shattered. Niza didn't flinch as he watched thousands of bits of wood flying through the air, the legs of the table falling on the ground while the blood-themed hero kept his heated gaze on Aizawa. No, it was more than heated as Kan looked ready to explode. Veins could be seen pulsing around his temples and neck. Meanwhile, Aizawa merely turned to give his fellow teacher an impassive look. "I have heard just about enough of your garbage, Aizawa," roared Kan as he stood up with power loader looking ready to restrain the man if necessary. The same could also be said for All Might, who looked ready to buff up should the need call for it. "You allow students who make a conscious effort to antagonize my class, copy the quirks of their classmates to spy on a training group led by my class, and shrug it all off. But this? You are going to kick out and blacklist a girl over something like this because you deem her to have no potential? Because you think she's not taking her hero training seriously? And you want to ruin her future all to teach the rest of your class a lesson?" "Yes," said Aizawa. "It is the most rational course of action." Kan prepared to lunge at Aizawa only to be stopped as All Might quickly buffed up to restrain the man. Though Aizawa continuing to talk only made Kan angrier. "I am simply sacrificing the one who barely has any potential to be a hero to ensure the well-beings of those who do have the potential. Though, I will admit that most of them are also losing that potential with their antics." "Antics?" said Slip Steel, his voice showing that his anger was barely under control right now. "That is a career-ending move. In case your injuries have caused some sort of memory loss, I was there in the room when you defended that student. So you're telling me that the reason you were so lenient with him was because you thought his potential outweighs his personality? His habits?" "Currently yes," said Aizawa, causing Slip Steel to stand as well. "Uraraka got into UA by the skin of her teeth, and during the assessment test she was at the bottom. Mineta was just above her. Furthermore, willfully allowing evidence to be destroyed is also a serious matter that could end her hero career." "I have a question then," said Lady Borg. The young woman sat there calmly, seeming to be in control of her emotions as she looked over at Aizawa. When the man turned to look at her, she continued, "Did she damage the drive knowingly, or was it an accident?" "I do not see how that is relevant," stated Aizawa, his words causing Kan's struggles to start up anew. "Oh, but it is," replied Lady Borg, her voice still carrying a degree of calm. Though, from where Niza stood, it was the type of calm before the storm. And this storm was being directed right at Aizawa. If the brat had damaged the drive through malicious intent, then yes, I'd agree with you that we should kick her ass to the curb. Seriously, who would ever trust a hero who destroys evidence just because it was embarrassing to them or they had some connection to? But accidents do happen. Property damage is something that is expected when dealing with villains. We can try our best to minimize the damage, but most times we certainly can't prevent it. The same goes for preventing damage to evidence, especially if we don't know that the villain is carrying it. That is why the Safety Commission investigates such incidents. She then paused, looking Aizawa up and down. "Tell me, have you brought this up with your class yet?" "Rational students would have known better before now," stated Aizawa flatly, his words angering Kan to the point where he nearly slipped out of All Might's hold. "I plan on giving them this lesson after informing them of why Uraraka is no longer among them. Though, to keep the matter quiet, I wasn't going to go into specifics." A disapproving noise escaped Lady Borg's throat before she turned to look at the now muscular hero. "All Might, have you brought this up in your classes?" "Sort of," replied the #1 hero. "Most of my classes thus far have focused on combat, trying to reach the objective within a certain amount of time. However, these objectives have ranged from warheads to preventing files from being stolen. Nothing as fragile as what happened last night. I had planned on doing something like that later in the year, after they had gotten more used to fighting with their quirks. So it's something that Uraraka hasn't learned yet," said Midnight before turning to look at Aizawa. "Honestly, I think you are blowing this way out of proportion. It was an accident. Plus, we were able to get at least some of the files on the drive and there was plenty of additional evidence. And furthermore, stop acting like she's not doing everything in her power to get better," yelled Kansas. "You keep going on about her faults, but what have you done to help correct her issues? How she improves is not my concern, stated Izawa coldly as lightning struck outside, the thunder and flash of light seeming almost perfectly timed. Unlike you, I don't hold my students' hands like they're children. I expect them to figure things out on their own. If they are unwilling to put in the extra work to do something as simple as that, then they don't belong here. Besides, it's that oaf's job to teach them as well. Well then, guess you were too busy napping to know that she has been trying, yelled Kan, spit flying through the air. She went to everyone in your class asking for help. In the end, she had to beg my class to help her train. And you know what? That girl who you claim to have no potential is giving it her all every day that she comes in to train. She's pushing herself just as hard as any of my students who have been training like this for over a week. I can see that she'll make a great hero. Maybe if you bothered to look Kan, that is enough, said Nizu, his voice calm as another bolt of lightning struck outside. The other teachers in the room turned to look at the principal just at the right moment as a flash of light caused his features to become obscure. Young Uraraka will not be leaving us. Upon hearing that, most of the teachers relaxed. Present Mike gave a smile and a thumbs up while Midnight allowed her shoulders to relax. Slip Steel allowed a smile to appear on his face before sitting back down in his seat while letting out a sigh. Kan stopped struggling with all might, allowing the other hero to deflate before sitting back down as well. However, Kan remained standing, his eyes locked onto Aizawa's while Power Loader took a few steps back. As for Aizawa himself, he just shot an annoyed look at Kan before turning to stare at Nizu impassively. I hope you have better reasoning for this decision, said Aizawa flatly. Other than being your boss? Asked Nizu in a jovial tone. Then yes, I have 4. Number 1 was already touched upon by your fellow teachers, which calls your judgment into question. You have allowed far worse to occur in your class without the threat of expulsion. Let us take young Minoma's behavior from last night. Not only did he copy the quirk of a fellow classmate, which based on his own statements acquired it without consent, but he used this quirk outside of class in order to spy on 1B. When the copy wore off, he stood there exposing himself to a large group of students. Aizawa, you defended all of this saying it was a rational application of quirks to gain information on his opponents. Rational my ass, roared Kan as he looked over at Aizawa with heat in his eyes. I'm all up for class rivalries since they can help push our students. But I draw the line when they begin breaking school rules. You can't just claim that breaking the rules one moment is rational and then going overboard when enforcing them the next over a mistake. I stand by my decisions, was all Aizawa said. Reason number 2, continued Nizu, has to do with the USJ incident. Rumors are already spreading around the school about there being a spy amongst us. Perhaps even a student. If young Uraraka were to suddenly be expelled over an incident we are keeping quiet on while also upping security for the sports festival, it might lead many to believe that she was the spy. Or, at the very least, we suspected her. I fail to see how such irrational beliefs matter, stated Aizawa, his voice flat and unemotional. They might seem trivial to you, but they might affect that young woman into her future, said Nizu. If the press ever picked up on these rumors, then I feel confident that there will be many opinion pieces picking up on the potential story. She might be treated like a villain for some time to come. But, if that is not good enough for you, then might I bring up what will happen to you if the truth of the matter comes out? That we, heroes, expelled a young woman and allowed her to be demonized by the press over a simple little mistake? I feel confident that the people's trust in us would diminish greatly. Not to mention the possible lawsuit we would be dealing with from her family, aided on by public opinion. I'm sure you, as her homeroom teacher and the one who decided to expel her, would love explaining to a jury composed of what you would call irrational civilians your reasons. At that, Aizawa let out a sound of annoyance at 2 of the things he hated most. The press, something that would eat any hero alive after one misstep, and juries. Now, speaking of the spy, this leads me to the 3rd reason. One that involves the League of Villains, continued Nizu, all humor and goodwill in his voice gone. Now, there was only a cold, emotionless tone directed at Aizawa. If there is a spy, the news picks up on any rumors of young Uraraka's dismissal from UA, or just word of mouth. I am sure that the League will hear about it in due time. This can go either one of 2 ways. The first is that they seek revenge for their failure at the USJ, killing a former student who will no longer be under our protection and was there during the attack. This is extremely likely, given the childish nature of the leader of the attack. However, if there really is another person behind the scenes, then there is a chance that young Uraraka will be approached by them asking either to join or to sell information in the event there isn't a spy. Why? Any additional information that she could provide even if there is a spy would help them in the future. And if she refuses, then we go back to their first option. So, expelling her brings forth the possibility of her death or turning her into a potential enemy. Nizu kept his eyes on Aizawa, seeing the man's body stiffen before his eyes looked away. No doubt remembering how the leader of the attack, the man with severed hands adorning his body, had acted. The childish way he had bragged about the Nomu, treating it like a rabid attack dog. The way he had thrown a fit when everything wasn't going his way. How he then gave up, ready to go home and sulk, though not before killing a few students just to make All Might hurt a little. Yes, he was the type of person who held a grudge and would kill their students if given the chance. And if Uraraka did leave UA, then he would have his chance. Perhaps he would do more. Torture and rape were not out of the realm of possibilities. The principal then took a deep breath, doing his best not to imagine the sight his mind had conjured up once again. But it was no use. He could see a body being dropped in front of the UA gates, broken and bloody with eyes that were pleading for someone to save her even in death. The very idea made his stomach turn. When he looked up, he was glad to see that the rest of the staff were in the same boat as himself, especially All Might. What? Began Aizawa, though he needed to pause to take a breath before looking at the mammal once again. What's the fourth reason? Oh, the fourth reason, began Nizu, his chipper tone returning in full force as he reached over to grab 2 other sheets of paper. That both Uraraka and Ishido submitted their requests to transfer out of your homeroom before the incident and are being processed as we speak. Meaning that there is a chance that neither girl will be your student for much longer. Aizawa blinked at that. Is this some sort of joke? He said after a moment. No, replied Ken gruffly, though there was a hint of amusement on his face. Both of them handed me those forms personally. And then he gave them to me, added Nizu. However, Aizawa shook his head. Both of you are acting irrationally. Ken already has a full class, he said before a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Though neither Nizu nor Ken could see it, they could practically feel the smirk that appeared on his face. Though there is a simple way we could fix that. If you would trade 2 of your students, like Midoriya and Shiozaki, then we could make that happen very easily. Forget it, snapped Ken instantly. I have already discussed the matter with Ken in great lengths, said Nizu, speaking quickly to avoid another fight breaking out. Currently we have a tentative agreement to allow his class to take in a small selection of additional students after the sports festival. Should he wish it, Uraraka and Ishido will be among those numbers. Aizawa looked ready to speak, however Nizu cut him off. I have already made up my mind on this matter. Until the sports festival, any punishment or expulsion that you wish to enact upon your students shall have to go through me first. Especially with Uraraka and Ishido. And, if both girls are still in your class when this is over and you still wish to punish them, we shall decide on a more appropriate punishment together. Is that clear? Very, said Aizawa dryly, not even bothering to fight it anymore. With that, the man picked up his sleeping bag once more before heading towards the door. Hello, began Pony with a yawn, really hoping that this was just an accidentally call. That her friend had accidentally, through sleepy eyes, tried to hit the snooze button or wanted to give herself 5 more minutes of sleep but instead went through her contacts and called her. Morning, Pony, said Setsuna, trying to sound cheerful, but you could easily pick out the misery in her voice. Sorry if I woke you. It's fine, replied Pony as she laid back on the bed, getting comfortable next to Izuku. Speaking of the green-haired teen, it was clear that he was awake as well as he moved closer to press his side against her. She could feel his morning wood pressing against her side as well while an arm draped itself along her stomach, his lips pressing into her shoulder in a silent kiss. So, what's up? Right now? Definitely not breakfast, groaned Setsuna. Me and Uraraka were going to go to this stand near the train station to get a bite to eat before calling you, but that ain't happening now. Closed due to the weather, so now we have nothing to eat. Pony raised an eyebrow as she heard someone in the background saying it's fine. Didn't know you and Uraraka took the same train, said Pony, her tone causing Izuku to stop what he was doing. Normally, we don't, said Setsuna. Long story short, we got held up after training last night and I ended up spending the night at her place. And, well, you know how she told us how her family is struggling? Turns out it's worse than we thought. I don't want to even call her place an apartment because that's being way too generous. Maybe Death Trap would be more accurate. Now, Pony was sitting back up along with Izuku who, judging by the look in his eyes, had heard everything that was being said. That's horrible, was all the American girl could say. Is there anything I can do to help? That's kind of why I'm calling, said Setsuna. I want to see if we can't talk to Nizu about seeing if Uraraka can get some financial aid and move into the dorms. Only problem is that the girl is a tiny bit stubborn about accepting help. So, I was wondering if she could come up to your dorm room and check it out. See how well she could be living if she agrees to this. And, maybe letting her stay with you for a little bit? Like an extended sleepover? Of course, said Pony as she turned to look at Izuku who nodded. She was well aware of what she would be giving up by agreeing to this. That she could no longer sleep in the same bed with Izuku as long as Uraraka was with her. Not if they wanted to keep their nightly meetings a secret. But while Pony would miss waking up besides her Izuku, it was a small price to pay for helping out someone in need. Besides, she could spend time with Izuku before bed. And it was clear that Izuku felt the same way. Great, cheered Setsuna, the splashing in the background telling her that Tokage had jumped with excitement and landed in a puddle. We'll be on campus in a few minutes. Can you meet us at the entrance of the dorms? Just in case little Miss Anti-Gravity here decides to chicken out at the last minute. Not a problem, said Pony, ending the call right as she heard Uraraka whining. Once she set the phone down, the two teens quickly began to get dressed. Thankfully, Pony had brought over a pair of sweatpants and an old shirt. Something she could wear when she wanted it to look like she had gotten dressed in a hurry. Though she did have to watch herself while getting dressed. The last thing they needed was for Izuku to get aroused watching her shimmying into her sweats and, well, you know. Thankfully, that didn't happen as Izuku was in hero mode as he got dressed into his school uniform all while muttering various things he could do to help. Once dressed, Pony gave her boyfriend a quick peck on the lips before heading out. After riding the elevator down, she moved down the main floor hallway to find Setsuna and Uraraka waiting on the other side of the locked door. Both were dressed in their uniforms, though both were clearly drenched due to the rain. Though Uraraka was holding a large, black trash bag in her hands. After opening the doors for them, the three girls got into the elevator with only a minimal amount of struggling from Uraraka. Struggling that ended when Pony activated her quirk, her horns flying around to take hold of the girl's sides before lifting her into the air. When they reached the correct floor, the doors opened to reveal Izuku standing there looking as though he was about to head down. After another quick peck on the lips, Pony released Uraraka from her horn's grasp before taking the 1A girl by the hand and dragging her towards her room. Are you ready? Asked Pony when they reached her door, turning to smile at Uraraka as her hand reached out to touch the doorknob. I guess, replied Uraraka, glancing around as if she were considering making a break for it. Not that Pony thought she would, seeing as Tokage and Izuku were still down the hall near the elevators and she had no idea what was down the opposite hallway. Also, Pony could remote control her horns to just pick the girl back up before bringing her back. Let's see what is this a freaking luxury apartment. Pony winced a little at the 1A girl's outcry, though she did find the girl's other reactions to be both sad and amusing. Uraraka shambled into the room, her mouth agape as she looked at everything in wonder. When she saw the containers of apples, she actually inched her way over to them before nervously giving them a poke, as if she thought the act would cause them to pop. The brown-haired girl then looked at Pony, silently asking permission to have one. Go ahead, said Pony as she closed the door. They're meant to be eaten after all. Plus they're fresh. I got them, yes. The American girl cut herself off as she watched Uraraka grab a Honeycrisp in one hand while taking hold of a Granny Smith in the other. The moment the girl opened her mouth, Pony could see drool escaping while a look of savage hunger filled the other's eyes. Then she began to eat. The girl just took a big bite out of one of the apples, tears filling her eyes as she quickly chewed. Uraraka's stomach then made a loud noise which ended as soon as she swallowed, moving on to the opposite apple as soon as she did. Okay, looks like it's time for pancakes, exclaimed Pony as she moved towards her kitchen. In an instant, she pulled out a skillet as well as the mixing bowl and box of instant pancake mix. At the same time, Uraraka looked like she was choking on her apples. It took a moment, the same amount of time it took the horned girl to get butter out of the mini fridge, for her to set the fruits down and begin pounding her chest. No, why you don't have to, began Uraraka between deep breaths. Yes I do, stated Pony firmly crossing her arms over her chest. Class 1B is a team. We look out for each other. And you are unofficially one of us. You'll need more than a couple of delicious apples if you're going to be giving it your all today. Now watch a pro at work. With that, Pony brought her hands together to make a hand sign as if she were a ninja or something. Secret American Shinobi art. Pancake surprise. Uraraka watched in stunned silence as Pony's horns shot off her head, another pair instantly regrowing and then detaching from her head as well. In pairs the horns began moving around the room, one set moving over to the sink while the other stayed near Pony. One of the horns by the sink turned on the faucet, allowing clean water to begin flowing freely before it returned to its twin to pick up a measuring cup, one horn holding it by lifting up the handle while the other was placed beneath it. Pony watched, waiting for it to fill up to a certain point before the horns pulled it away. As the blonde turned, the other horns began to fill the mixing bowl with pancake mix. After water was added into the bowl, two of the horns dipped into the mix where they then began to spin around at amazing speeds that surprised Uraraka. Is this really some sort of American shinobi art? Asked Uraraka in amazement. Nah, I just said that to add a little flair, replied Pony with a giggle. By this time, the horns that had been doing the mixing had finished their job while the dry set picked up the bowl by its sides and brought it to the skillet. How did you get so good? Asked Uraraka as she watched Pony as she began to pour the mix onto the hot surface of the skillet. Once the pancake batter landed, the other pair of horns were at work again. The tips began to reshape the circular blobs before them, turning one into something more akin to a straw hat, another a kunai, a finger gun, and other random shapes. She even made one that was shaped like Mickey Mouse. It's something me and my mom worked on, said Pony, watching the food being cooked before her. See, when I normally shoot my horns out of my skull, they're strong enough to chip away at stone and dent metal. And when I'm controlling them like this, if I'm not careful, I can seriously hurt someone. So whenever my mom had the time, we would cook using my horns so I could fine-tune my control. Even back when I could only control one. Seeing that the batter was no longer bubbling, Pony flipped the pancakes which all had a golden brown color to them. Of course, my first few tries ended up sort of destroying the kitchen, forcing my dad to take us out to dinner. He would always get mad at my mom, saying she planned it. After a minute or two, the first batch was finished and the plate full of pancakes with butter running down the sides was given to Uraraka. The girl accepted it with trembling hands and tears running down her face. So, what do you think? Asked Pony as she began to prepare her own breakfast. Think you'll like staying here until we can get you your own dorm? It's like a dream, said Uraraka, picking up her fork and then cramming one of the smaller pancakes into her mouth. The brown-haired girl then threw back her head, moaning as she allowed the sweat taste to fill her taste buds as her tears continued to flow. But, after seeing all this, I think it'll hurt more if the principal says no. That I don't qualify. That I can't room up with you. Plus, I don't think that I don't. Hey, it'll be okay, said Pony as she reached over the counter to place a hand on Uraraka's shoulder. If you can't get your own place, then you can stay here with me. And if they say you can't, you'll still be staying here. Because friends are supposed to help their friends out. Especially if they are heroes in training. And that's what happened last night, finished Setsuna. Both she and Izuku were standing out in the hallway, the lizard-loving girl giving her class's vice rep a full rundown on the events of the night before. Starting with the camera to the takedown of the culprits, followed by Uraraka agreeing to go on a date with Tokage and finishing up with her finding out about the 1A girl's living condition. To say that Izuku was internally screaming as he heard all this would be an understatement. When the story first began, his thoughts instantly traveled to his and Pony's shower escapade. The idea that someone might have been recording it, and that recording was now in the hands of the teachers, brought forth a whole slew of fears. If it was posted online, their hero careers would be over before they started. Heck, if the teachers saw it, he was sure they would be expelled. The only chance they had to escape this nightmare was if what they did was on the blackmail drive which, according to Tokage, had been damaged. And if their luck held out, then the two of them would have to be much more careful in the future. But in any case, helping Uraraka came first. "Okay, let's get you an appointment with Nizu," said Izuku as he pulled out his phone. Seeing this, Tokage gave him a baffled expression. "You can just call him?" she asked. "No, I have the Nizu app," replied Izuku as he held up his phone to show an image of the principal on his app list. "All class reps are given this. He can send us messages reminding us of meetings and the like. We can also contact him, requesting meetings for us or our classmates." Taking a breath, Izuku opened the app to find there were no new messages. Well, that was a good sign. Deciding not to think about it for now, Izuku quickly typed in a message for Nizu about the situation. And before he could close the app, Nizu replied. Uraraka would be seeing the principal during lunch this afternoon. Aizawa grumbled to himself as he walked down the hallway towards his classroom, sleeping bag tucked under one of his arms. Normally when he did so, his steps were silent so that no one, neither student nor hero, would detect his approach. But now, his steps echoed through the hallway while carrying a sense of foreboding to anyone who heard them. Perhaps this was aided by the stillness of the hallway, the noise piercing it in the same manner as a horror movie slasher's weapon. The meeting in Nizu's office had officially wrapped up just a few minutes ago. And the man couldn't have gotten out of that room faster even if he had tried, as he felt it had been an utter disaster. He had vastly disagreed with a majority of the things said, even the parts he had kept quiet about. Had it been up to him, those two former students would spend the rest of their lives locked in a cell in the deepest part of Tartarus for doing what they had done so soon after the security breach at the USJ. Especially for such a pathetic and irrational reasons. As for the blackmail drive, well, he wished he had pushed more into getting it examined. It was the most rational course of action, along with expelling all of the students they caught. Any hero who allowed themselves to have something hanging over their head was a liability at best. He had seen it before. Heroes looking the other way, allowing a criminal to get away with their crime all because they had proof the hero was cheating or had a gambling addiction. All it would take was the right scandal and their career was over in the blink of an eye. Unless, of course, the hero did what the villain wanted. So why not save themselves the trouble and remove the as much of the wasted potential right under their roof? Then there was Uraraka and Ishido. Sighing, Aizawa shook his head to dismiss the thoughts. While he still wanted to expel Uraraka and send Ishido packing to general studies, perhaps their continued presence within his class would prove more effective for his ultimate lesson. The same lesson he had mentioned to Ken not more than a few weeks ago when he had to haul his two troublemakers out of the lunchroom. And if the class still didn't learn anything after that, then he would just have to expel them all. "Good morning," exclaimed Mina, her voice carrying a sing-song cheerfulness to it as she opened the door to her homeroom. There was a smile on her face that her heart really wasn't in, her uniform slightly damp due to the rain allowing her pink skin to bleed through the uniform in random spots. Thankfully, nothing around her chest was visible, though she suspected that the back of her bra could be seen. Still, despite this, as well as how dark and gloomy it was outside, Mina did her best to keep herself in high spirits. Which was why she raised her hand high into the air as she walked in, as if to high-five the first person she saw. Even if she didn't want to today. Yet there was a level of gloom within the classroom that had nothing to do with their homeroom teacher. Instead, it was coming from a student whom the mere sight of dried up all of Mina's sparse supply of good cheer. "What happened to him?" asked Mina dryly as she walked across the room, her eyes showing disdain for Monoma as he sat at his desk, bent over as he stared at the flat surface as several students gathered around him. The most noticeable was Iida, looking down at the copy Quirk user while shaking his head. Then there was Yaoyorozu, standing there with her arms crossed under her chest with a scowl on her face. Kaminari was there as well, standing off to the side with his hands behind his back. Then there was Toru. Judging by the way the invisible girl's clothing was moving, Mina guessed that she was rubbing the blonde braggart's back. Seeing this caused Mina to briefly narrow her eyes before letting it pass. Kaminari was the first to register the acid quirk user's approach, twisting his upper body to look at her. "Hey Ishido," he said before gesturing to the depressed blonde with his elbows. "Minoma here is depressed like all hell. Dude got in serious trouble last night." "Oh, did he?" asked Mina, doing her best not to purr as she spoke. "Yeah," said Toru, her voice indicating that she felt sorry for Minoma. At once, Mina's head snapped to look at the floating clothing with shock in her eyes as her friend continued to speak. "He almost got suspended for improper quirk use, spying on another class, and exposing himself in front of other students. According to Minoma, Principal Nizu said he should be grateful that he wasn't being expelled for all that considering what happened with the lunchroom incident. It would have gone from today all the way until the end of the sports festival." "Yeah, but thankfully, Aizawa managed to talk him out of it," said Kaminari, a grin appearing on his face. "Instead, his parents are coming over to talk to both Aizawa and Nizu tonight to discuss his behavior and that he has to clean up the stadium every day during the festival." Mina's yellow eyes then shifted back toward the hunched-over figure before her, clear disdain present in them. "And did he tell you how he did all that?" she asked in annoyance. Despite everything that had happened the night before, she couldn't forget about Minoma's brief intrusion. The way he was watching them, using his quirk so that no one could see him. Just like the cameras they found in the locker room afterwards. Just thinking about it caused a surge of disgust to race through her body. Yeah, he should be counting his lucky stars that he wasn't kicked out of the hero program on the spot or flat out expelled. But to escape suspension again? Aizawa must be going all out to protect them, putting in far more energy into that than he did in class. "Yeah," said Toru, her tone dripping with awkwardness while at the same time snapping Mina out of her thoughts. "He, used my quirk to, sort of spy on Dash." "There was no sort of about it," interrupted Mina loudly. She could tell Toru had flinched, but at this moment Mina was seeing nothing but red right now. In fact, she barely noticed that the rest of the class had moved their attention over to her. But she didn't care as she pointed a finger at Minoma. "He did it. This little creep walked all the way into the gym, naked, and began to spy on all the people in the training class. And using your quirk to do it." "Ishido, please," grumbled Iida. "Minoma has embarrassed our class enough. We don't need you causing a scene." "Oh," whispered Kaminari, wincing at the look of fury in Ishido's eyes before backing away. "Oh, Iida. No, man. Just no." "Causing a scene?" seethed Mina, her words dripping with anger as she rounded on Iida. "Embarrassed our class? Is that all you care about? Not the fact that people who were just going about their day had their privacy violated? That a member of our class acting like a villain is just an embarrassment to you? Do you even know what else happened last night after we caught him?" "No," said Yaoyorozu quickly, elbowing Iida quickly when it looked like he was about to talk. Most likely to shut him up before he could make the situation worse. "Did something else, Dash?" "She's just mad that I might have ruined everything for her," said Minoma finally, turning to look at Mina for the first time. His voice now held some of his normal smug tone, as if he were looking down at her even as he sat there in his seat. "You know, this wouldn't have been necessary if you and Uraraka were more forthcoming with sharing the wealth. But I suppose that it is every man for themselves." As Mina narrowed her eyes at Minoma, wondering where he was going with all of this, Ojiro spoke up. "What are you talking about?" he asked. In an instant, Minoma sprung up from his seat as if there had been a spring there. With a flourish, he spread his arms out wide like a showman before spinning around to face the class whose attention was now solely on him. "What I mean is that Ishido and Uraraka have been sitting on a wellspring of information," he said. "Both of them have been attending 1B's little group in its delusional attempt to catch up with the superior members of Class 1A, meaning these two now know all of the potential quirks that will be used against us." "Whoa, really?" asked Kaminari as he turned to look at Ishido. There was a large, expecting grin on his face that Mina really didn't like. What's more, she could see that the rest of the class was now giving her their undivided attention save for three: Todoroki, Tsu, and Bakugo. Todoroki was just seated at his desk, head resting on a propped-up open palms with his eyes glued to the pages of the open book laid before him. Meanwhile, Tsu was still at her seat watching everything going on with an unreadable expression on her face. Like she was just watching things play out. As for Bakugo, He was in his usual position, feet on his desk while leaning back like he was trying to get some sleep before the beginning of class. But the rest? They just stared at Mina. Even Yaoyorozu looked at her with a hungry expression at the information the pink-skinned girl could provide. "Well, come on," said Siro as he approached the pink-skinned girl. "Don't hog all the good stuff." "Yes, Ishido, why don't you share with us?" said Minoma, a sly smile on his face as he looked at her. Seeing this caused Mina's eyes to harden as she realized what the creep was doing. She was almost positive that he had wanted to collect as much information he could on the other classes for his, and only his, benefit. But seeing as that plan had failed, he was trying a new tactic. Minoma was now putting her on the spot, getting the class to exude pressure onto her so that she would tell them everything. Not only getting revenge, but possibly getting some small measure of revenge. And it was sad that part of the plan was working as so many of her classmates were waiting with bated breath to hear what she had to say. All with so little resistance. "No," she said flatly. "What?" cried Kirishima. "Come on, Ishido, I thought we were buddies." "Yeah, come on and help us out," added Jiro. "I'd like to think we're friends," said Mina, her tone making several of her classmates flinch. Both me and Uraraka made a promise to everyone there that we wouldn't talk about quirks. "We don't tell you about their quirks and they won't pester us to learn what all of you can do. That was the sole condition that we agreed to in order to join them. So, if we are really friends dash." "Yeah, but they won't know," said Siro as he moved next to Mina, wrapping an arm around her shoulder while giving her a smile she didn't trust. At the same time, for a brief moment, she noticed Minoma moving towards Iida. "Come on, it'll be our little secret." "Yeah, Mina," exclaimed Toru, her voice causing the acid user's heart to sink while the floating clothing began waving its arms around. At the same time, several others began to crowd around her. Perhaps, while she couldn't see it, surrounding her completely. Even, much to her disappointment, Kirishima. "But I would know." Mina snapped, body tensing in case the worst happened. "As far as I know, the only quirks from our class that they know about are from the recommendation exam along with myself, Uraraka, and Minetus. So if you want to know anything about them, how about you ask Todoroki or Yaoyorozu?" Feeling that was a good enough compromise, after all that was how one begot their info, Mina watched as the gazes of most of the class shifted towards the two recommendation students. "I wasn't paying attention to anyone else there," said Todoroki coldly, his answer not really surprising as he was one of the students who was most isolated from the rest of the class. Slowly, everyone turned to look at the black-haired rich girl who seemed taken aback by the sudden attention she was getting. "Oh, began Yaoyorozu as she brought a hand to her chin. "I think I saw what they could do, but honestly I don't remember. I was sort of focused on doing my own thing that day." As the rest of the class seemed to sigh in disappointment, Iida stepped forward. "Ishido, enough of this selfish behavior," he stated, adjusting his glasses with one hand while making a chopping motion with the other. "You have valuable information that would be beneficial to the rest of the class. As a hero in training at the best heroic schools in Japan, it would be disrespectful of you not to share this information with the rest of the class. I understand that parts of the sports festival are dash. This isn't a plate of cookies that I brought in from home," interrupted Mina, temper now truly flaring. "This is a promise that I made. One that I intend to keep. So sorry that your morals and values are so flimsy that they bend whenever a small breeze hits them." Iida looked aghast at that, actually stumbling back several steps until his ass hit the desk behind him. The impact nearly caused him to fall to the ground, only stopping himself as his hands landed on the table. Rather than compose himself, Iida glared at Mina from that position. How dare you insinuate that my motions are dashed," he began, but the red Mina had been seeing was taking over and it would not let Iida finish that sentence. "Are self-serving. Just like the rest of you," she snarled, glaring at everyone around her and watching as they all jumped back a bit. "You are all asking me to go back on my word, betraying people who have been nothing but good to me. Like my integrity doesn't even matter to any of you. Yeah, I might like gossiping, but when someone tells me to my face not to say something, I keep that because I would hope if the situation was reversed they would do the same for me. And if I can't be trusted to keep a promise for something like this, then how can I be trusted to save lives when it matters? But, do you know what really is pissing me off right now? Do any of you?" It's about how all of you treated Uraraka. She came to all of you begging for help. And each and every one of you said no. It was everyone for themselves. Because helping her didn't benefit any of you. But now, when there's something to gain, you pull this? Saying I am obligated to help you out with what I know? I'm sorry, but you don't get to pick and choose when we're a class. At least, not like this. With her cheeks now burning red, Mina looked around to see that a few of her classmates looked more than a little ashamed of themselves. Kirishima was looking away, scratching the back of his head as he backed off. The same went for Jiro, who seemed more than a little uncomfortable right now. But the rest, while unable to meet her gaze, stood their ground. Oh my, how defiant, moaned Monoma in a dramatic fashion. But one has to wonder why? Is it simply because you want to keep a promise, or is it because you don't want everyone to know that you sold them out? A manic smile appeared on Monoma's face as he stared at Mina, the pink girl clenching her hands into fists at the sight of it. I mean, you had to offer them something in order to let you join them. After all, I doubt they would have done something like that out of the goodness of their hearts. But, if they were to be given information on the superior forces of one, I think they would have accepted it. That or you and that poor beach spread your legs for them. At that moment, Mina saw colors of red that had never before been seen by human eyes before as she looked at the smiling face of Monoma. Only briefly she could hear Iida telling her not to do anything, but she was barely paying it any attention. Instead, she was using every fiber of her being not to go over there and punch the copycat right in his smug face. Only, that was getting harder by the second, as were the number of targets she wanted to attack. Because she could see the looks that others were giving her. Distrust. Betrayal. All of them acting as though there was a chance that Monoma was right. Then there were looks of disgust or outright leers from people like Kaminari and Mineta. Like they were imagining the two girls actually doing that. It made her sick. It made her angry. It made her all the more glad that she was doing everything in her power to get out of this class. Then, before she could snap, the door opened, gaining everyone's attention. "Good morning, everyone," exclaimed a practically glowing Uraraka. The girl walked into the classroom with an obvious skip in her step as she seemed to be practically radiating happiness. Well, sneered Monoma. "If it isn't the other dash. Why aren't you all in your seats?" demanded Aizawa, opening the door as the bell rang. There was a moment of hesitation, but once it had passed, everyone who was standing rushed to their seats. Several of them making sure to bump into Mina on their way. As Aizawa made his way to the front of the room, Mina noticed his eyes coldly lingering on her for a moment before snapping towards Uraraka. Those eyes filled with disapproval, and something else that made Mina's veins run cold seemed to focus all their efforts in destroying whatever was making Uraraka so happy. And amazingly it failed. It was like there was this bright pink aura surrounding the anti-gravity girl, blocking her from all negativity. Then, when it looked like Aizawa realized he couldn't glare someone into a state of depression and seriousness, his mood seemed to sour even more than usual. Honestly, she was surprised that he didn't threaten the brown-haired girl with expulsion if she didn't knock off the happiness. "All right," said Aizawa stiffly. "Based on certain events last night, I was asked by Nizu to talk to all of you about them and disrupt my teaching plan to go over certain topics. However, seeing as the situation has been dealt with, dwelling on it more with first-year students would be a waste of time and irrational." "Oh yeah," thought Mina sarcastically as Aizawa continued with his normal duties. "Don't tell them that a couple of our seniors were using cameras to spy on us as we changed. That a group of students went and dealt with something going on that you were completely unaware of. Bet they all think that this is just about what Monoma did." Already she could tell this day would test her more than anything All Might could ever throw at them. Elsewhere, back when Mina walked into her classroom, Izuku found himself in his own awkward situation. Both he and Pony had been walking to class together, Uraraka and Tokage having gone ahead after the brunette had finished her breakfast. Before they left, however, Izuku told his girlfriend what Tokage had told him. At first, she was horrified to learn that students of UA would put up cameras to spy on people in the bathrooms, as well as being glad that their friends and classmates had been the ones to take them down. It would have been a moment of pride for both of them, had it not been for the crippling realization that their escapade in the shower could have been recorded. A recording that was probably in the hands of the teachers as well as principal. There had been, of course, panic running between the pair, though neither ever blamed the other as they had both agreed to the act. Instead, each blamed themselves. Pony for coming up with the idea in the first place, leading Izuku into the shower. As for Izuku, he pretty much blamed himself for not exercising more caution, as there was always the chance that they could have been caught. Still, as they pointed out to each other, there was no way either of them could have known that this would have happened. The only consolation they had was that neither of them had been contacted by the school to report to the teacher's lounge or Principal Nizu office. That gave him a small sliver of hope that maybe those two upperclassmen had taken the cameras out of the locker room before they had had their fun. That hope kept both teens calm as they made their way to their homeroom, walking in silence and holding the other's hand for support. Yet, when the two reached their classroom, they found Ken waiting by the door. The man stood there, arms crossed over his chest as he gave polite yet quick greetings to the students who passed him. And once the man looked over in their direction, both Izuku's and Pony's hearts sank. The reason for this was all in the man's expression, which became hardened and neutral as he pushed himself off the wall to approach the two. "Can I speak with you both for a moment?" he asked, his voice a little gruffer than normal. He then gestured to a nearby hallway that looked somewhat deserted. Away from prying ears, both teens could do nothing but nod, their voices lost to them while all color left their skin. Slowly, as if in a robotic daze, they followed the taller man as they knew within their souls that this was it. Almost as one, the young couple tightened their hold with each other. Whatever happened to them, they would face it together. Finally, once they were far enough down the hallway with no one else around, Ken spoke. "I wanted to speak with you both about what happened last night," he began. "You already know," said Pony, almost breaking out in a mixture of Japanese and English as she spoke. Her words caused Ken's eyebrows to raise in obvious surprise. "You do?" he asked. Izuku nodded. "We spoke to Tokage before we left the dorms," explained the bone quirk user. "She filled us in on what happened." At that, Ken let out a sigh before his body visibly relaxed. "Oh, thank God," he exclaimed. He then looked at them with a bit of a smile on his face. "Sorry about this, but seeing as you two were the only ones in our class not present, I wanted to make sure you were up to speed on the whole affair. But knowing that you both already know takes a huge load off my shoulders. Especially after what happened this morning." As Ken said this last part, he shot a look off to the side in the direction of Class 1A. "I have a question," began Pony, gaining their homeroom teacher's attention. "About the footage. Has anyone seen it?" A small smile appeared on Ken's face before he placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. "Don't worry about it," he said with a tone that seemed to suggest that he knew what Pony was worried about. "For the most part, no one is looking directly at the data. All the flash drives are having their data deleted before the drives themselves are physically destroyed. Same goes for any files they might have in the cloud." The man then paused, the smile on his face fading slightly. Though his expression had hardened slightly, it felt more like he was having an internal argument with himself. No doubt debating if he should be telling them something. An action that both teens clearly noticed, their hearts beating faster once more. Then, after a moment, Ken came to his own conclusion with a nod. "I probably shouldn't be telling either of you about this," he began, his voice low. "However, given how Midoriya is vice rep and Tsunotori's mother is a pro hero, I believe I can trust you both to keep this confidential for the time being." The man waited for a moment longer, only speaking again once both teens gave their confirmation. "I'm not sure if either of you are aware, but there was one flash drive that stood out from the rest. One labeled blackmail. This was the only one that was viewed by a limited number of the staff. Or at least what we could salvage from the device, as it was damaged during the capture of the two masterminds behind this scene. Personally, from what I gleaned, I believe that they were targeting those who had bright futures ahead of them or had connections to current pro heroes. So, if they planned on threatening Mrs. Tsunotori with this ill-gotten footage, it was lost during their takedown. Still, out of respect for a fellow pro hero, I plan on informing her of the situation as well as letting her know that it has been handled." As the pro hero spoke, both Izuku and Pony could feel color returning to their skin as relief began to flood back into their systems. All of their lingering fears were leaving them as the school seemed to be doing its best to respect the privacy of the students by deleting everything without looking. And, judging by Kan's words as well as the way he was acting, Izuku felt confident that the man never saw anything about what they had done. "I'm glad," said Pony with a sigh, right as the bell rang. "Well, class is starting. I think I can overlook the both of you being a little tardy," he said, in a good-natured joking tone. With that, then both Izuku and Pony thanked their teacher before the three made their way into the classroom. Once inside, the couple took their seats while the rest of the class became silent as Kan went over the class roster. When it was clear that everyone was present, the white-haired man nodded with approval before clearing his throat. "Due to events from the previous night that you are all aware of, homeroom classes this week will be dedicated towards conducting special lessons by request of Principal Nizu. One that is normally saved for third-year students," said Kansas. "However, given the nature of what happened last night, I agree that this is necessary. But before we begin, there are a few announcements that I would like to make. First, your hero costumes. If any of you would like to request modifications to them, please head over to any of the support courses and fill out the paperwork there. Though I would recommend doing this as soon as possible to make sure your costumes are ready for your internships that will be taking place after the sports festival. It would also be in your best interest to stay within your year. I know it is generally better to go with a third-year student, one who has much more experience in doing something like this, but your fellow first years will thank you for this. The second has to deal with your hero names," continued Kan, who seemed to already sense the growing excitement with his students about both this as well as the potential to improve upon their hero gear. "I would like you all to start giving these names some thought and, if possible, submit them before the end of the week. Many of the pro heroes who will be scouting you as possible interns will be requesting the data we have on you. Having a heroic persona attached to that goes a long way. Plus, it helps President Mike when he's introducing all of you to the crowd. Remember, this will be the first time you will be introduced to the public. So make the most of it and lead with a good first impression. But, if you need more time, the final deadline will be when we come back from break after the sports festival." By this point, Izuku as well as the rest of the class seemed to be abuzz with excitement. Hero names and costume upgrades? Glancing over to his side, he looked over at Pony with a wide and excited smile on his face. One that Pony returned. No doubt the two of them would be brainstorming all their various ideas tonight. Heck, maybe during tonight's training they could all start a brainstorming session to help those who needed some advice. Or at least have the idea on the table. Another option would be for Izuku to tell everyone if they needed help and wanted it to be kept confidential they could email him. He was, after all, known to be the biggest hero nerd in the class. After a moment Kan's face, which until this point had a pleasant expression on, became more serious as he cleared his throat. Seeing this shift, the class became silent with most of them pulling out a notebook while waiting for him to continue. "Now that the announcements are out of the way, we must begin the lesson," said Kan in a grave tone. "For the rest of the week, we will be focusing on elements of heroics that are darker in nature. These will range from invasion of your personal living space to quirks being used on not just yourself but civilians as well. How you handle these situations can mean the difference in how your career progresses. To start off with, who here knows what a non-public discussion quirk is?" As soon as the class heard that, many faces began turning red. More than a few shifted uncomfortably in their seats while averting their gazes. It was like a certain aura of discomfort had descended down upon them. Finally, Shigaraki raised her hand. Once he was done, Kan moved away from a shell-shocked Tetsu. However, Izuku couldn't blame him too harshly. The bone quirk user had heard plenty of people back at his old school who used to laugh about such things as well, thinking that people with non-public discussion quirks just had abilities that made them shoo-ins for the porno industry. Izuku, on the other hand, knew better. He had studied quirks his entire life, fascinated by them, even those that people didn't want to talk about. So he knew that there were far more sinister non-public discussion quirks out there than what the kids in the locker room used to joke about, and far worse than what Kan had just told them. "Now, does anyone know of any villainous uses of non-public discussion quirks?" asked Kansas. At that, both Izuku and Pony raised their hands. After a moment, Kan gestured to Tsunatori to speak. "I heard about this one from Izuku and my mother," she said, cheeks looking like they were burning slightly. "But there was a hero back in the States who had a quirk like that. His name was Captain Amazing. Upon hearing that name, Ken took a deep breath while also looking very uncomfortable himself. However, the man visibly steeled himself before nodding. Yes, probably one of the worst misuses of a non-public discussion quirk the world has seen to date, said Ken, his mouth seeming to go dry for a moment but quickly righted himself. This goes back to when All Might was first making a name for himself in the States. At the time, it was believed that Captain Amazing, whose real name was Doug Mullet, had a quirk that increased his physical capabilities. Ken then paused to take a breath. I do hope that you are all beginning to see the danger in these types of quirks, he continued, eyes glancing around at his students. With most villains using their quirks, most of the time, the effect is obvious. A man growing giant-sized, reaching into a bank and pulling out its safe is an obvious crime. A person who can turn their arms into blades while holding an elderly woman captive is certainly up to no good. But with non-public discussion quirks, things are not as clear. Most of the time, the victim is unaware that something has been used on them. It can take days, weeks, or even years before the effects of their actions can be seen, and by that time the culprit is long gone. It doesn't help when the victim omits that some level of intimacy happened, mostly out of a sense of shame and betrayal. Sir Ken, forgive me for asking this, began Shishida. But, should we not assume that all people with non-public discussion are villainous? There are people who think that in the same way that they think that your friend Shinso is a villain, answered Kansas. The tall man then looked up, his face clearly remembering something. In truth, those examples that we have been talking about until now are the more extreme cases. Simply put, most people with non-public discussion quirks would rather not talk about them and would be more than happy to live a peaceful life. Though that is harder for them as they are always questioning whether the people in their lives actually love them or if they are only there because of their quirk. Or dealing with people who exploit their quirks for their own ends. At that Aways raised his hand. Sir, have you ever had to deal with someone like that? Now Ken really looked like he was watching his past flashing before his eyes. Slowly, his lower lip trembled while tears began to form. Yet he managed to compose himself for a moment. He began, his voice sounding choked. The pro-hero paused, clearing his throat before continuing. I did. This happened shortly after I graduated from hero school, making me a few years older than you all are at the time. I was a young, fresh sidekick at the time. Meaning I was often given the jobs that the more senior sidekicks or the hero didn't want to do. My first job made that painfully clear as I was sent to a high school close to the agency to check in on a case of potential quirk misusage. More importantly, I was told to make it quick. Ken then paused again as the weight of the story he was now telling seemed to hit him harder. It looked like he was having trouble standing, body slightly trembling as he began to relive the events of that time. Yet despite all of this he continued. So off I went, bright-eyed and ready to make a difference in the world. They never told me what the issue was, so I assumed it was some kids pulling pranks on each other with me being sent to scare them into obeying the law. Even today, I wish that had been the case. Now Ken moved to his desk, sitting down as it seemed that standing was becoming far too difficult. The class watched as their homeroom teacher brought his hands together, nearly blocking his face as he continued. When I got there, the school brought me to the perpetrator. I found her, curled up in a corner of an empty room trembling as she hugged herself. When she looked up at me, she had 2 black eyes as well as several cuts that had not been treated. And when she saw that I was a hero, she became even more scared. She screamed over and over again that she didn't do anything. To not take her away. I was confused and more than a little worried. I tried to approach her, but she screamed at me not to come near her. So, I did the only thing I could think of. I slid my first aid kit over to her and then asked to hear what happened. Apparently, this girl's quirk caused her to sweat an aphrodisiac. She explained that she had to get really sweaty in order for it to have any real effect, often whenever she pushed herself too hard during gym. She swore that she did her best to make sure that it never became an issue. That she had special shampoo and body wash to remove the substance after gym class as well as keeping her gym clothes sealed away tightly. Her doctors told her that as long as she did things like that and avoided going out on extremely hot days, she could live a normal life. She had never had an issue with her quirk until today. One of her classmates had attacked her, screaming that the girl had used her quirk to seduce her boyfriend. It wasn't until later that we discovered that her boyfriend was a cheating pile of scum who had been fooling around with over a dozen girls. When he was caught, he lied using that poor girl as a scapegoat. Ken then shuddered. At the time, I was confused on how best to proceed, he said. When I saw that girl, I didn't see a villain. Just a scared girl who had been the victim of an attack and a wild accusation. But the school wanted her to take the blame. The parents were all demanding that this girl be removed from the school. And the agency was telling me to hurry up even though I had only been there for an hour. In the end, all I could do was take her to the hospital and request a more detailed investigation into the matter. Sadly, my request was denied before I could finish my sentence by the very hero I was sidekicking for. Later I learned a very uncomfortable truth of that day. Heroes tend not to get involved with cases like that. The amount of money that the government pays for situations like that are minuscule when compared to more flashy crimes, so there is no benefit for most heroes to get involved. On top of that, the media tends to steer clear of crimes of this nature and, if they do, will often hint that they believe that the victim was at fault. And when a hero does go to bat for the victim only to be later proven wrong, they are seen as a fool by the public. Finally, cases like these take a long time to sift through. This isn't a situation where you can just punch the problem away or simply lift heavy debris off of someone trapped. When you take all of that together, cases like that are not worth the effort. That's awful, yelled Izuku, unable to hold himself back. How can anyone call themselves a hero when they see someone in need and look the other way? That hero was nothing more than a vile sinner, added Iida. That is the most unmanly thing I have ever heard, stated Tetsu in disgust, slamming his fists on his desk. Please tell me that something eventually happened. Yes, eventually. Though not before that girl was dragged kicking and screaming into hell, said Kansas after that incident. She was treated like she had the plague. All of her friends abandoned her, suicide baiting written on her desk. Then the most unforgivable thing happened. Her own father raped her repeatedly. So there she was, broken and alone on the streets with barely any clothing on while bleeding horribly. She was lucky that a sidekick who had requested patrol in that area showed up soon after, having been informed of a loud commotion by one of the neighbors. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Everyone was so engrossed with what Ken was telling them that they all jumped when they heard the sound. Izuku turned to see Midnight standing there at the door, her usual sultry persona longer present as she looked at her colleague with clear empathy. Ken, for his part, just let out a soft sigh as he got out of his seat. Guess homeroom is over. How long have you been there? He asked. About 10 minutes, she said as Ken approached the door. I didn't want to interrupt. Ken merely nodded before turning to look at the class once more. Before I go, I would like to remind you all that your heroics class today will be with all might, he said. Tomorrow, we will pick up where we left off on the topic of non-public discussion quirks. How to properly deal with the situation and so forth. With that, the man was about to leave when Izuku stood up out of his seat. Wait, that girl you were telling us about, he began, getting Ken to pause. What happened after she was found? For a moment, Ken seemed to hesitate. He then gave a look at Midnight, clearly silently asking for her permission to answer, seeing as he already cut into her time. Almost instantly the woman gestured for him to continue while wearing an understanding smile. That night, she was taken to the hospital to receive proper treatment with the sidekick standing guard to make sure everything was all right, answered Kansas. Once her wounds were treated, the sidekick sent a report to the Public Heroes Safety Commission. While they did keep the incident out of the press, the agency I had been sidekicking for was investigated and the hero running it was stripped of his license. It wasn't till I had my own agency that I found out that my former boss had glossed over the incident at the school and allowed the situation to grow worse due to his negligence. Last I heard, that hero is still working as a part-timer for KFC. As for her parents, the father was charged and is still in prison while the mother got out 2 years ago. And what about the girl? Asked Iida, her hands clasped together in prayer. Did things get better for her? Has she found happiness? I like to think so, was all Ken said before leaving. Ken walked down the hallway of the school while memories of the past played in his mind. With his head down, he recalled that first day with perfect clarity. He remembered himself as he was back then, not as muscular as he was now, his face softer, and his hair long enough to be tied into a ponytail. How he stood there, mouth hanging open as he looked at a girl curled in a corner crying her eyes out. He still recalls how every strand of her long, neon green tried to hide her face while those piercing Arctic blue eyes managed to be seen despite the swelling. The way she trembled, scrambling into the corner with her movements causing the various footmarks and rips into her uniform to become more pronounced. He was so out of his depths back then. Perhaps that was what helped her open up to him that day, the fact that he was so clearly clueless to the situation yet still wanted to help. Eventually, Ken paused in his walk before pressing his back against the wall. Not caring if someone came by and noticed him, the blood-themed hero reached into his utility belt where he kept his wallet. There wasn't much inside: his hero license, a couple of bills, a UA credit card, and one other thing that was precious to him. It was a picture. Lifting it up, the man looked at it with a smile on his face. There he was in a black tux, his hands on the waist of a young woman only a few years younger than himself. Dressed in white, the woman was smiling as she was spun around in the moment with her neon green hair shipping around. The long, deep scar covering half of her right face was clear as day, but he didn't care. What some people called an imperfection just made her all the more beautiful in his eyes. Aizawa, when he found out about their relationship, called it irrational and unethical for them to be together. He spouted off about how likely it was that her emotions weren't real, that she was just clinging to him for support and security, that he was just feeding into some damned fairy tale happy ending that she wanted to believe in since her real world was hell. The man had also clinically stated that he was probably mixing up his own feelings, marrying her for the sake of trying to make up for his past mistakes. This was one instance that Ken couldn't hold a grudge for the views of the man, as he wasn't the only one who thought that at the time. Somewhat lost in the memories, Ken pulled out his phone. By the third ring, the man was ready to just end the call. It was, after all, out of the blue and she did have her own job. But before he could, he heard a voice that was sweet as honey. "Sekijiro?" his wife began, confusion in her voice that was swiftly turning into panic. "Is everything okay? Was UA attacked again? Are you being taken to the hospital?" "No, everything is fine, Megumi," replied Ken in a reassuring tone. He paused, allowing her to collect herself. Faintly Ken could hear her exhaling, no doubt releasing the fear she had been holding inside. "It's a little funny," Megumi said after she had composed herself. "When you told me you were leaving your agency behind for a teaching job, I thought you'd be safer. That I wouldn't have to worry when you were late coming home." There was another pause in which the blood-themed hero could just barely hear her hair swaying about. No doubt from her shaking her head. "So, if the school's not under attack, why did you call? You normally wait to call me when we're on our lunch breaks." "Not that I mind this little surprise. I'm having a rough day," admitted Kansas, "and I needed to hear your voice." As the pro-hero said this, his thoughts lingered to Aizawa's views on heroic relationships, that they were an unnecessary distraction. Well, Sekijiro completely disagreed with that. "You remember how there was an issue last night at the school? One that I couldn't talk about until it was all settled?" "I remember," she replied, her voice sounding concerned. "Well, the matter was somewhat settled this morning," continued Kansas. "I'll be able to talk about it more when I get home if you want, but..." The man trailed off as a long sigh, one filled with his own frustrations pouring out. "Let's just say that something unexpected came up and things got really heated. I was honestly ready to go to blows had the other teachers there not stopped me." "You're not in trouble, are you?" asked Megumi. "No," answered Kan, a slight smile on his face. Nizu really didn't hide at all that he felt the same way. He seemed to take great pleasure in stomping on the issue. That teacher, no doubt he's going to be licking his wounds for a while, making him more irritable. Not to mention more of a pain to deal with. But that wasn't the only thing that came up. Given the nature of what happened, Nizu asked us to alter our homeroom for a bit to talk about some sensitive subjects. One of which being non-public discussion quirks. "Oh," was all Megumi could say about that, her voice telling him that she was shifting in her stance. "I told my students, I told them about how we first met," admitted Kansas. "I'm sorry. I should have called you to talk about this before I brought up this subject. It was wrong." Hey, snapped Megumi in her no-nonsense voice. It's not just your fault. Nizu was the one who asked you to do this out of the blue. To be honest, I'm madder at him since he asked you to do this despite knowing what happened back then. He was the one who the Safety Commission put on the case after you reported it after all. Maybe, but, began Kan as he looked to the side. I'm still the one who decided to begin with this subject. Maybe I should have started with a lesson on invasions of privacy. But I just wanted to get this one out of the way. There was silence for a moment before Megumi spoke. You know, now that I think about it, maybe Nizu was onto something. I still don't like that he asked you to do this, but if your students can become heroes like you, then I think it'll be worth it. Later, during the beginning of the lunch period, Pony was walking down the hallway near the library. The American blonde was waving her hands around in the air to air dry them as she had just left the nearby girls' restroom. Sure, she could have used one of the bathrooms near the lunchroom, but she still felt nervous about using them. It was one of the places that the entire campus used at one point or another, and, while she trusted that the UA teachers had gone through the school already, it was better to be safe for the time being than sorry. So, for now, she was using the restrooms mainly used by general studies. Seeing them for the first time actually lifted Pony's spirits a bit. When she had first gone down this way, there had been a fear that they would not be well maintained. After all, the school was geared towards heroics in one fashion or another, with general studies being the lone exception. So there was a chance that people like Shinso and the others were not getting the same level of treatment as hero students. And, judging by the bathroom, that was not the case. The stalls were in perfect condition, the toilet was definitely not some cheap brand, and the floor seemed to have been polished recently. The only reason she hadn't used the air blowers to dry her hands was because there was a bit of a line to use them and she was pretty far from the lunchroom. Just as she passed the glass doors leading into the library, Pony stopped in her tracks as two familiar figures approached her. One was Tokage, holding the hand of a very nervous-looking Uraraka. "Is everything okay?" asked Pony, tilting her head to the side as she spoke. "Oh, it's fine," grunted Tokage as Uraraka looked like she was trying to make herself look smaller. "Looks like your boyfriend really came through." Uraraka just got a text from Nizu asking if she was willing to come to his office during lunch. "She snatched my phone and told him I was on my way," murmured Uraraka while glancing over at Tokage. "I could have done it myself." At that, Setsuna rolled her eyes. "Yeah, sure," she said in a disbelieving tone. "You were staring at the message for like 2 minutes before wondering if it was okay to see him tomorrow?" Tokage's face then softened as she wrapped an arm around the brunette's shoulder. At first, Uraraka stiffened slightly, but Pony could not help but notice how the girl soon seemed to melt affectionately in the embrace. "Look, you don't have to go in there alone. I'll be there every step of the way." "Really?" asked Uraraka as she looked up at the green-haired girl with wide eyes. But after a moment she hesitantly bit her lower lip. "But, what if he says no? Then I'll just barge in there anyways," said Tokage with a confident smirk. Pony watched as it looked like Uraraka was about to object, only to be stopped when the other girl placed a finger on her mouth to silence her. "Look, a hero should never leave someone in trouble alone. If he tells me to leave, I'll just tell him that I've been to that hellhole you call an apartment and seen your living conditions. Heck, I'll even say that I'm your emotional support girlfriend." At that, Uraraka's face turned bright red while a small smile grew. "Would you mind me coming along too?" asked the American girl, gaining the attention of both girls. At that, Pony just shrugged. "Hey, I want to help out too. More people for moral support as well as showing how many people want to help. Plus, I am offering her to let her stay with me in the dorms." "Good point," admitted Tokage with a nod. "I had planned on bringing up that you had volunteered to let her stay with you, but there is a chance that Nizu might want to talk to you about it. This just saves everyone a bit more time." "I'm okay with it," squeaked Uraraka. "Great, let me just dash," began Pony, pulling out her phone to text Izuku. However, she was briefly interrupted when another person brushed past them. Seeing her caused Pony to pause, feeling like she had seen this girl before. Perhaps in the cafeteria? Well, regardless, this girl with long flowing dark hair seemed to know Uraraka, though Pony noticed a slight flinch as well as a strained smile when she looked at the brunette. A smile that then grew slightly more strained when she saw that the anti-gravity girl was in the company of two 1B girls. Quickly, The black-haired girl offered up a quick apology before moving into the library. After watching the raven-haired girl grab a large book off one of the shelves, Pony turned to Uraraka. "Do you know her?" she asked. "That's Yaoyorozu, she's my class rep," answered Uraraka with a nod, a slight thoughtful expression appearing on her face. "She's normally a lot more polite than that. Guess it has something to do with this argument Mina had with most of the class this morning. I honestly don't know what it was about other than it got really heated. Or maybe she's just anxious to continue her training for the sports festival." "Her training?" echoed Pony as she turned her head to look at Yaoyorozu. Said girl was already deep into her book, a look of concentration on her face while her eyes shifted from side to side. "Is that what this is?" "Yeah, it's all she ever does," admitted Uraraka with a shrug. "Every time we have a free period to train our quirks, she just grabs a book and begins to memorize it." Upon hearing that, Pony felt her lips purse as she continued to stare at the dark-haired 1A girl. A wave of irritation washed over her, hands almost clenching into fists. The blonde was no fool, already guessing that she needed to gather some sort of information for her quirk to work. What she needed to know, Pony had no idea. Did she have to understand how every part of what she was making worked? Going over every bit piece by piece? Or was it something else? Regardless, that wasn't the issue. It was that was all she was doing. And that struck a nerve with the horned girl. However, rather than dwelling on these feelings, Pony quickly went back to the task at hand. After quickly sending a text to Izuku, she and the two other girls began making their way towards Nizu's office. An office that Uraraka had no idea where it was. Meanwhile, Nizu was in his office sipping tea after setting down his landline phone. He had just finished a rather brief and somewhat heated phone call from the number 2 hero. Endeavor had called him out of the blue, the sounds of flames erupting in the background along with several explosions which told the unidentifiable mammal that the hero was in the middle of a fight. News reports on his tablet confirmed this, though the villain in question was clearly a small fry. Which probably explained why the hero felt comfortable to call his office, wanting to speak with the principal as soon as he arrived. With another sip of his tea, Nizu did the math in his head. Given his location, the time it would take for him to hand the villain over to the police while filling out the paperwork, top speed of moment through the city, and if there are no other criminals present then he should arrive here in 2 hours max. Now, Nizu had no real issue speaking with the man on such short notice. The man's son was a student here after all, and as principal, it was his duty to soothe the concerns of all the parents. But the question was, why did the man want to speak with him? Oh, that was a delicious question that was stimulating his brain. Could it be that he somehow found out about the incident last night? That was possible, though he doubted the young Todoroki knew about it or that Aizawa called him up to inform the family. That was possible yet unlikely. The only members of his staff who would do something like that would be Midnight, Present Mike, and Hound Dog. Yet they knew full well that the school was trying its best to keep the situation under the rug for the moment. And he knew them well enough to wait to speak with him before taking such an action. Could the young Todoroki have heard about the incident from either Shoto or Uraraka mentioning it to his father at some point? Or maybe he overheard it from a 1B student. Possible, yet also highly unlikely. Nizu was fully aware that the young teen was distant from the rest of his class, barely ever speaking to anyone. In fact, according to all of his teachers save Aizawa, the young Todoroki had so far asked to work alone during group projects. Even in All Might's class when they were doing team training exercises, the dual quirk user just did everything by himself while barely even glancing at his teammate. Based on this information as well as his own observations of the teen, Nizu found it highly unlikely for the young man to question either girl. Even less so with the other class. Though now that he was thinking about the young man, perhaps Endeavor wanted to talk about his son's performance thus far. It was possible. There was no question that young Todoroki had a powerful quirk. But Nizu, All Might, and even Aizawa had all agreed that the teen was hampering himself by not using his flames. Sure, he succeeded with every challenge they had thrown at him thus far with just his ice, but there would be times when that wouldn't be enough. That there would be opponents that could easily counter that aspect of his quirk, leaving the young man helpless. This was one of the reasons why Aizawa wanted Midoriya in his class. bone of my sword could create weapons stronger than steel with frightening sharpness from any part of his body. That along with the young man's skill in the martial arts would make Midoriya a serious threat to Todoroki. Especially if Midoriya used the same move he used on the zero-pointer. Sipping his tea, Nizu went over their statistics in his head and quickly came to the conclusion that Aizawa had a point. Physically speaking, Midoriya was stronger, faster, and more agile than Todoroki, who was more of a stationary fighter. Yes, if Todoroki used his quirk, he could easily overcome his speed issue, which was something that Midoriya couldn't. Yet that would be a moot point if the fight dragged on for too long, as the half-fire, half-ice user began to suffer the side effects of his quirk overuse. Overall, if Todoroki and Midoriya were to fight right now, Nizu would say that the bone user would win 8 times out of 10. If he were to use his flames, well now, he would need more data on how the son of the number 2 hero used them to make an effective mental simulation. A sudden knock at the door interrupted Nizu's thoughts from diving further. After setting down his teacup, the principal voiced his permission to enter, knowing full well who it was, as well as expecting her to not enter alone. "Ah, Ms. Uraraka," said Nizu pleasantly as his tiny eyes shifted towards the 2 girls in tow with her. Both from 1B. "Thank you for seeing me," said a visibly nervous Uraraka. "I hope you don't mind that I brought along some of my friends." At that, the 2 girls who had been looking around the office with looks of wonder and awe turned to look at the unidentifiable mammal before waving at him. A sight that made Nizu chuckle. "Oh, I certainly don't mind as long as you are comfortable," replied Nizu, gesturing to several chairs that had been placed in front of his desk for them to be seated. "In truth, it warms my heart to know that you have friends like this you trust enough to be here with you. Especially from your sister class, given the recent hostility and all that. Though, I am a bit curious, as I thought you might be bringing Miss Ishido today." "Well, I would have if I had seen her," admitted Uraraka, her tone nervous as she sat down. Tokage joined her by sitting to Urarak's left while Tsunatori sat on her right. "It's just that she wasn't around when I got the text and Tokage was there with me. Didn't want to waste time and I didn't know where your office was, so..." Nizu nodded, slightly frowning briefly as he did. No doubt the girl was afraid that if she took too long in getting here, she would have been turned away. Or worse. Mentally he cursed Aizawa for instilling this sort of fear of wasting time into his students. Yes, you should always try to get to the scene of a crime or a meeting with other heroes as quickly and as prompt as possible. But for something like this? The bubbling of irritation that Nizu was feeling continued to grow at how Uraraka ended her statement. The location of his office, along with several other key facility members' offices, were discussed in orientation, something that Aizawa had a tendency to skip. No doubt Aizawa believed that rational students would seek out the layout of the building themselves, on their own time while not wasting his. 1A probably only knew where the nurse's office was due to the amount of time that students were brought there. Oh, things were going to change. I see. "Thank you for your consideration towards my potentially busy schedule," said Nizu, remaining pleasant and upbeat. "But in the future, if you are ever called into my office and you would like someone to accompany you, you may spend as much time as you need to retrieve them. Though it is my hope that meetings like this won't become normal." As he said this last part, he got some light giggles from the other girls while Uraraka herself just gave a nervous smile. "Now then, let us proceed," continued Naru, pulling up a file he had on his computer. "I have gone over the message that young Midoriya sent me via my app. According to him, young Tokage discovered that your living conditions are not entirely beneficial to your well-being. That, by the urging of your friends, you are seeking to not only acquire a dorm here on campus but to also see if you qualify for some form of student aid. Is this correct?" "Sure is," said Tokage, her sudden outburst causing Uraraka to squeak in surprise. The green-haired girl then crossed her arms across her chest while giving Nizu a serious look that showed off some of her jagged teeth. "Honestly, calling that place an apartment would be a crime. The only benefit it has over sleeping in an alleyway is that you have a roof over your head. Though that isn't saying much considering the sliding glass door leaks pretty badly. Bet the people above her were dealing with a leaky ceiling. As for food, this cutie is practically starving herself. If I hadn't brought her over to Pony's place, the stale granola bars she claimed to have would have continued to sit there for a rainy day." "Tee," squeaked Uraraka, her face turning red with a blush. Upon seeing this, Nizu managed to hold back a chuckle as he wondered what had caused this. Was it the way Tokage had blurted out all this personal information, or was it the cutie remark? "I see," said Nizu, unable to hide the humor in his voice. "That explains some of the comments I have received from some of your other teachers. Nearly all of them said that you, Miss Uraraka, seemed to have more energy today, appeared more focused in class than usual, and more importantly, in high spirits. I can only imagine that it is thanks to having a proper meal for breakfast provided to you by Miss Tsunatori." "It was no problem," said Pony while giving Nizu a salute. Nizu, for his part, gave her a nod before addressing both 1B girls. "I would like to thank you both. Not only for the information you have given, but also for the help you have provided towards a fellow classmate up to this point. The two of you have truly gone above and beyond what most so-called heroic students would have done. I look forward to seeing how you both will continue to grow in the future." With that said, Nizu focused his gaze on Uraraka. "Now then, let us start with your financial situation. I have already gone over the information your parents sent as well as some minor investigation on my part. From what I have seen, you are more than qualified enough to receive aid. Something that should have been offered to your parents once you were accepted, though we have no record of that information being sent. As principal of you, I take full responsibility for this horrible slight against you and shall endeavor to right it." "No, no," said Uraraka quickly, raising her hands before waving them in the air while a look of panic appeared on her face. "There's no need to do that. I mean, we all make mistakes." Nizu warmly smiled at that. "That is true. To err is to be human," he said. "And it is very kind of you to say that. However, I believe that when a mistake is made it is best to both acknowledge and correct it with due haste, so that we may learn from it, how it happened, and to prevent such a thing from happening once again." There was a pause, allowing his words to sink in and allowing his young student to calm down. Once she did, the unknown mammal continued to speak. "With that said, I also wish to thank you for the assistance you provided to the school last night. Had it not been for the actions taken by both yourself and your fellow classmates, a great crime would have gone undiscovered within these walls until it was too late. So, to that end, I have already added you into the system of those students receiving financial aid, with the difference being deducted from your next installment. A small token of appreciation, but one that I am sure will be of great relief to both yourself and your parents, whom I shall be contacting in due time." There was another pause as Nizu opened up a different window on his computer, a slight frown appearing on his features. "Moving on to your living conditions, I started up my own little investigation after I received the message on the app. While it is still fresh and there is still plenty of stone to look under, from what I have gleaned mirrors the sentiment shared by Miss Tokage. Namely, it would be a crime to allow you to stay there and further hampering the potential of such a promising heroic career. Under normal circumstances, my paws would be tied, seeing as the dorms are full to capacity. Or, at least, they would have been had we not lost one of our dorm residents last night." Nizu let out a small smile, watching the reactions of the girls before him. First there was confusion, followed by worry that one of the students had passed or been kicked out. However, that lasted only a moment before he could see it in their eyes, the pieces falling into place. That Uraraka would be getting the room of one of the students they had helped apprehend. "Now, it will take some time before you can move into the room," continued Nizu, raising a tiny paw into the air as he spoke. "With the sports festival so close at hand, my staff and the robots are hard-pressed to make sure everything goes off without a hitch. So much to do. Because of that, it will take us a little over a week to have the room cleaned out and more thoroughly inspected before you can move in. Terribly sorry about this, but you will need to find your own lodging until then." At that, Pony jumped out of her seat. "Oh, she can stay with me," exclaimed the American girl, her large blue eyes sparkling with excitement. "It'll be like a week-long sleepover." "Well, I certainly see no issue to deny that as long as we have such an eager volunteer," said Nizu with a chuckle, watching as the blonde sat down while nodding her head. "Very well then. While I currently see no issues with this arrangement, I have been proven wrong in the past. Should that happen, please do not hesitate to seek me out. My door is always open to a student in need." Once more, Nizu paused, this time picking up a document on his desk. Finally, there is your request to be transferred to Class 1B. Ken has expressed a great deal of interest with your performance during the after-school training sessions. And he is not the only one. Both myself and all might have noted a mark of improvement since you began. You have clearly been learning how to fight along with new applications for your quirk. The same applies to Shoto. As for your current homeroom teacher, Izawa has shown a lack of desire to fight this. Seeing how beneficial this transfer is to your potential hero career along with a lack of objection by either teacher, I see no reason to deny this change. So, starting dash. Actually, spoke up Uraraka, leaning forward in her seat a little as she spoke. At the same time, both girls who had accompanied her gave the anti-gravity girl an odd look. I was wondering something. When I move to 1B, will someone have to leave? Because everyone there is so nice and I don't want them to hate me for taking the place of one of their friends. A hum of understanding escaped Nizu before he spoke. I see. Well, allow me to put your fears to rest that no one will be leaving 1B. Well before your request ever touched my desk, Ken had approached me asking to add additional students to his class from the other courses. He is willing to take in a larger number of students, admirable in my opinion. So I have agreed to this, with a slight limitation of course. Upon hearing that, both Tokage and Tsunatori looked both relieved and excited at the same time as they shared a look between themselves. Relieved that none of them were being kicked out the hero course as well as excited that some of the new friends they made during their training would be joining them full-time. Uraraka, however, merely bit her lower lip. So then I'll be taking up one of the slots meant for them, said the brown-haired girl as her hands went to her knees. Unfortunately yes, agreed Nizu with a heavy sigh. Unless two of the students at the sports festival catch the attention of Izawa, then 1A will have only 18 students once the transfer is completed. Nizu then paused as he watched Uraraka lower her head. Is something the matter? I thought this was what you wanted. It is, cried Uraraka as she lifted her head. Now Nizu could see something new in those eyes. Hurt, a stinging pain that caused both her orbs to become moist as tears began rolling down her face. It's everything I could ever want. I'm going to be saving my family so much money, having a nicer roof over my head, transferring to a nicer class. But I can't help but feel like it's too much. I know what you said earlier, that we should have been offered this and that it's because of what we all did last night. It's just that I can't help but feel like you're offering a handout and taking pity on me. That you're only doing this because I'm a poor girl. Achiko, yelled Tokage before roughly grabbing the girl's shoulders and turning her so that they were face to face. The green-haired girl's eyes held a fierceness to them as they bared into the teary-eyed expression of her friend. You knock this off right now. I'm not going to let you throw all this away because of your pride. Think about your parents. I am, screamed Uraraka back as a new wave of tears flowed from her. That's what's tearing me up inside. I know the right thing to do is to just accept everything, that it will help them out so much. But I can't help but feel like this. I hate that I feel this way, but it's here inside of me. It's not just something that I can turn off. And it's not right that I take away someone else's spot. Everyone in that class has been working there longer than me and Shoto. They deserve to be in the hero course. What if Izawa doesn't think they're good enough? I don't want to be the one responsible for them not achieving their dreams. At that point, Tokage could no longer hold onto her firm gaze as the dam that was holding back all of Uraraka's emotions finally broke. The anti-gravity girl began to cry fully now, leaning into the chest of Tokage as she sobbed. As for Setsuna, there was a brief look of uncertainty before her features softened while her arms wrapped around the body of the crying girl while Tsunatori just placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. As this happened before him, Nizu couldn't help but marvel at the unique situation before him. In the past, whenever he had made offers to students, they were normally extremely thankful while a few of the more prideful ones acted like they were getting something that should have been theirs all along. Yet, here was a girl who was tearing herself up because she knew what the right thing to do was, yet it didn't feel right to her. That she was getting too much and it would end up costing someone else their happiness. It was something new to be sure. Thankfully, he was an extremely smart individual. Well then, I believe the solution is simple, said Nizu, once more gaining the attention of all the girls in the room. Let me start off by saying that the financial aid will be given to you for, as I said, it was a mistake by the school to have never informed you of such an option. As for the room, please take it as a reward for all you have done for the school. You have more than earned that. As for your placement in 1B, well, tell me something, are you planning on giving it your all at the sports festival? At that, the emotional turmoil within Uraraka vanished, replaced with a fiery passion. Yes, she said while wiping away her tears. I'm going to give it everything I've got so that I'll be scouted by a good hero. I'm going to give it my all so that I can become a hero who will make a lot of money. So much that I can take care of both my parents. Is that so? Asked Nizu, a devilish smile on his face. Well then, how about we grade your performance at the festival? This earned him blank stares from all of the girls who sat there, waiting to hear what he had to say. If you, Miss Uraraka, can make it to the finals of the sports festival, then you will have earned your spot in 1B. But the test doesn't end there. Normally, first-year students are lucky if they get more than 10 offers even when they reach first place. So, if you reach that threshold, then I will allow Ken to take in an additional student so that you won't feel like you're taking their spot. What's more, for every 30 additional offers you receive, I will add an additional spot. There was a brief moment as the girls looked at the principal who, in turn, looked back at them with a smile as he saw the gears turning in their heads. In essence, he wanted to see how far she could go. How good of a showing she could put on to impress the heroes of Japan, enough so that they would like to take her on as an intern. The more she did, the more she helped not just herself but those that she considered her friends. Much like her current drive to help her family. Eventually, a smile appeared on the girl's face as she gave a firm nod while the fire in her eyes was lit anew. I'll do it, she said. Good, replied Nizu. We shall go over the details of your transfer after the sports festival then. But with that said, I would like for both yourself and young Ishido to speak with Ken during your free period this afternoon. I believe that he has some things he would like to discuss with two potential students of his. Shortly after lunch was over, Ken sat behind his desk chewing on some meat buns he had bought. Normally, he would be doing this in the teacher's lounge, had it not been for Aizawa. The blood-themed hero wanted to keep as much distance away from the man as he could, especially with this meeting. Before he could get halfway through his meal, however, the door to the room slid open revealing two female students. Looking at them, Ken quickly swallowed his meal before smiling at them. Uraraka. Ishido. Please, take a seat, he said, quickly wiping away any juices or crumbs away from his mouth with his sleeve before gesturing to the seats in front of him. The two nodded at this before moving across the room before sitting in the requested seats while Ken quickly slid his meal to the side. Once that was done, he stood up and walked around the desk so that he was standing in front of it with his arms folded across his chest. Now, Uraraka, Nizu has informed me of the deal, he began. I find it admirable that you are doing this. Just know that I will be cheering you on with all I've got. Yeah, you go girl, added Ishido, whom Ken could only assume was informed about the matter. Honestly, I have little doubt that neither of you will fail into getting into this class, continued Kansas, so, I wanted to discuss some things in order to make sure that neither of you are behind. The first is your hero costumes. Since your internships will be happening right after the sports festival, I would recommend that you head down to the support studio as soon as possible to get someone down there to work on the changes you want. And while the decision is ultimately up to you, I would highly recommend another first-year student. Next dash. Excuse me, interrupted Ishido, raising her hand. Ken couldn't help but notice that Uraraka had looked like she too wanted to raise her hand to ask a question, fighting with herself to do so. Yes, he asked in a pleasant tone as he was happy they were asking questions. This meant they were paying attention, which was always good. Also that they were comfortable with him to do something like this. I was wondering why we need to get upgrades. Or changes to our costumes in general, stated Ishido while Uraraka nodded her head. Upon hearing this, Ken raised an eyebrow. Hasn't Aizawa gone over this with you? He asked. Well, Aizawa always seems to get a little irritated whenever we get excited about hero costumes, said Ishido. In fact, most of the time it feels like he's saying we're better off without them. Like when we went to he was all like dash. Ishido paused for a moment to clear her throat before taking on an impression of one as homeroom teacher. Somehow her curly pink hair flattened slightly while her eyes became duller and deadpanned. When she spoke, her voice was similar to Aizawa's though with a higher pitch. I know you are all excited to be wearing costumes. But keep in mind you are still not used to wearing them and might hamper your progress. Such things are irrational. Ken would have chuckled and applauded the impersonation had the words not struck a chord with him. Though, he supposed the fault was on himself for not seeing this coming a mile away. Aizawa was notorious for his disdain about certain aspects of heroing. One of those being costumes. Figures, said Ken after a moment. Well, while the man is entitled to his opinions, I frankly disagree with him on a fundamental level since it's doing all of you a great disservice. In fact, he should be promoting you to wear them since you are not used to wearing them. Why is that? Asked Uraraka. Well, began Ken as he brought a hand up to his chin to begin rubbing it. The both of you designed your costumes before you set foot in this school with, hopefully, the only bit of real combat under your belt being the entrance exam. Perhaps you made a special request to help with your quirk or made a design that you believed wouldn't hinder it. Perhaps you designed the costume to pay homage to a past hero or family member or wanted something that would help you stand out. Those are generally the sort of thoughts going through most students' heads when they are making their costumes. And it is exciting to wear the costume for the first time. The fantasy rarely ever stands up to reality and you begin to notice the flaws in your original design. Let's take your combat training as a prime example and what you have learned since then. Uraraka, did you notice any flaws in your hero costume? The question seemed to catch the brunette off guard slightly as she jumped a bit in her seat. However, she quickly composed herself before moving into her own thinking pose. Ken watched as she closed her eyes, an expression of deep concentration appearing for several long moments. Oh, she said in surprise, her eyes opening as she did. When I first fought in the battle trial, I was at a huge disadvantage. I can remove the gravity from myself to cross an area faster to reach something, but that only works when my target is stationary. If I'm going to get a target like the fake bomb and the villain moves it, I'll just sail right past them. I have nothing that can help me move mid-air or increase my speed. I'm also reliant on using whatever I find lying around on the ground. Excellent. Very good job, said Ken as she applauded the girl, noting how she blushed from the praise. He then turned to look at Ishido. What about you? Any issues with your gear or costume? Not really, admitted the pink-skinned girl. I had it designed so that I can secrete acid from pretty much any part of my body without having to worry about dissolving my clothes. Not really interested in becoming the amazing streaking girl. And my shoes were designed to allow me to release my slipperiest acid so that I can slide around. But, yes? Urged Ken as he noticed the girl trailing off, biting her lower lip. Clearly she had thought of something. I'm just remembering back at the USJ, she admitted. I was pretty much useless at the time. I wanted to help 13 after she got injured, but didn't have any medical supplies on me. And I was worried about how to deal with that missed villain. If I launched my acid at him, he could have just warped it away and it would have gone to waste. So maybe add a utility belt? Urged Ken. Yeah, began Ishido slowly, mulling over the idea before her eyes brightened. Yeah, I could get a special belt that could hold supplies for emergencies. Or maybe get some gear to store up some extra acid? Ken nodded. This is the reason why many of the heroic teachers here insist that you wear your costumes, he said. While the first few times wearing it can get in the way, it's something that you will need to get used to. But, more importantly, you'll be finding the flaws in your original design before you head out for your first internship. Some people find that parts of their costume make it difficult to move in tight spaces or find parts of it constantly getting caught. Others begin to realize the oversights they made while designing it. The last place you want to be discovering this is out in the field when you are with your pro hero, as it can cause them to lose interest with you that much faster. Okay, but why go for the first years? Asked Uraraka. Wouldn't asking people who have more experience be best? But how did they get that experience? Counted Kansas, working with people in your own year is ultimately more beneficial in the long run. Especially when you find that one person you can go to over and over again. The reason for this is that those students are motivated to prove themselves. You will be out there wearing the gear that they made and test driving it. The better you perform out there, using said gear, helps attract the attention from the support companies. Or, in the best-case scenario, the more likely they can start up their own company if you climb quickly in the ranks. Trust me, you want to have someone like that watching your back. I know plenty of CEOs out there that will drop everything to help the hero who helped put their company on the global map. But, if the gear they are making doesn't work out, it's important that they know. It's important that Power Loader knows it's not working out. Then, they can make improvements or realize that they're not cut out for this line of work. It also helps that you don't need to find a new support course student every year, explaining over and over what your quirk can do. Upon seeing the looks of understanding that the two girls were giving him, Ken continued. Now, there is also the issue with your hero name, he said. I have a feeling that Aizawa didn't bring that up either. Knowing that man, he'll only do so at the last minute with Midnight standing behind him. Ken let out an annoyed sigh, irritation rolling off his body as he did so. This was another aspect of hero work that the man didn't care for. In fact, the story about how he had gotten his hero name was practically a legendary joke around the halls of this school, just accepting the first name thought of by Present Mike and calling it a day. Wait, we're getting to pick out our hero names? Asked Shoto with excitement. Yes, said Ken as he stomped down on his disapproval of his fellow teacher. Now, you don't need to make a decision until we come back from the break after the sports festival. So you have time to come up with a few good ones. But, if you decide on something, just run it by me. If I give you the all clear, we can add it to the data that will be accessed by the heroes who are considering you as an intern. Having a hero name already picked out can really help. Your hero name will leave an impression. It will either help draw them in, letting the hero know what sort of hero you are aiming to be and what you represent, or it can let the hero know that you aren't a good matchup. But if you are having trouble or if the name you pick has some sort of issue with it, I'll let you know and we can talk about it. I'm here to help guide you after all. There was silence for a moment as the two girls just looked at Ken with what felt like awe. Like he was some figure standing tall with a halo of light shining brightly around his head. Honestly, Ken would have not been surprised, though he would still be alarmed, if they brought up their hands in prayer. So this is what it's like to have a nice homeroom teacher, whispered Uraraka. It's been so long I had forgotten that it's possible, agreed Shoto, making Ken sigh. All Might sat before the large computer console, watching the current group of students performing today's exercise while the rest of the class was locked away in their own rooms. The pro hero could release his more muscular form so that now a skeletal man sat there with a hero costume pooled around him. A sight that would have brought forth images of a little kid playing dress-up with their parents' clothing if it wasn't so pathetic. Thankfully, he wouldn't have to be in this form for much longer as he was in the last group of the day. With a hum, All Might reached over to press a button off to the side, causing the image to shift. Now on the screen was a figure dressed all in black running down a street with a purse clutched in one hand. On the student's head was a special black mask, one designed so that once it covered a person's head it would give them completely generic features while also hiding the identity of the wearer. The clothing was another such item, crafted so that no one would be able to tell the wearer's gender. The scenario for this exercise was simple. A quirkless individual was seen purse snatching by two heroes. The heroes would win if they managed to capture the quirkless criminal using the capture tape provided or rendering said criminal immobile. As for the quirkless student, that person would only win if they managed to get away. However, unlike with his other tests, the heroes were not officially working together. They could, if they so choose, work separately or together. Meaning that if they worked separately, then the hero who captured the criminal would not only be declared the winner but would also receive the higher grade. But if they worked together, then they would both share in the grade. As for the student playing the role of the petty purse snatcher, they would fail in All Might spotted them using their quirks. At the moment, it looked like the criminal was about to get away when Kodai appeared in the middle of the sidewalk with her arms outstretched. The figure in black saw this, slowing down to a stop but still poised as if ready for a fight. Both the criminal and hero stared at each other, bodies tense, until the last person walked onto the scene. "That's far enough, villain," said Aways as he skidded to a stop, his words causing All Might to frown. It wasn't the first time one of his students had referred to the quirkless criminal as a villain, something that he would be sure to correct them on at the end of the lesson. Something which was about to happen sooner rather than later as the three students went into motion. The criminal moved first, throwing the purse into the air. Both heroes, surprised by this, made the mistake of looking up at the stolen item. So it came as little surprise that neither of them noticed a palm strike right into the gut of Kodai until it was too late. The young girl looked on with wide eyes as the air was forced out of her lungs, falling backwards. Before she could hit the ground, Awaze was on the move towards the quirkless purse thief. All Might watched as Awaze went down, grabbing the criminal's shoe with the intent to weld it to the ground at the molecular level. A plan that might have worked had his target not slipped out of his footwear. Realization could be seen on the face of the welding teen as the quirkless criminal spun around with so much grace that it looked like he was dancing before delivering another attack. All Might couldn't help but wince at the axe kick as it slammed down on Awaze's side, far enough from his spine to prevent any serious damage yet in a spot that would still make movement difficult for a while. All this happened before the bag fell back to the earth, caught by the criminal who then raced away from the heroes lying on the ground with his stolen loot. Having seen enough, All Might called the match in the favor of the quirkless criminal. The man then buffed up, transforming into his more muscular form before calling all of the students in 1B to the observation room. Within a few minutes, the entire class was standing before him dressed in their hero costumes save a few who were still in their black outfits. The first to take off his mask was the one who had just been on screen, Izuku Midoriya. This was soon followed by others like Kendo and Rin. Still, the man beamed a proud smile at the teen who he hoped would soon carry the sacred torch that was one for all. "An amazing job, all of you," announced All Might as he brought his large, meaty fists to his hips while his chest puffed out. "Now, who can tell me what they learned in today's lesson? That putting us against Midoriya or Kendo is just unfair," complained Awaze, holding his side while struggling to remain standing. "Seriously, you would have to hate us a whole lot to make them the villain in this exercise without telling anyone." Nearly all of the class nodded at this save the two in question. Kendo blushed slightly at the comment but managed to keep her gaze focused on their teacher. As for Midoriya, he just stood there while scratching his cheek as a weak laugh escaped him. Sorry young Awaze, but that is not the correct answer," replied All Might, throwing his head back and laughing for effect. "The true reason behind this exercise is to never let down your guard. The identities of your foes were kept hidden to help simulate a first encounter with an unknown, a faceless person in the crowd. From what I saw today, many of the heroes made the assumption that, based on the one piece of information provided, their quirkless status meant this would be an easy exercise. That between your additional physical training and your classmates' inability to use their quirk meant that this would be an easy match. However, none of you considered the fact that I would have chosen members of your class who were more skilled in hand-to-hand combat to be your opponent. Nor did any of you act like the culprit could have been armed with a knife or gun. Never underestimate your opponent, whether they have a weak quirk or none at all." Then, before anyone could comment on this, he continued, "There was one other thing that I noticed. Nearly all of the hero teams referred to their target as villain. This is a mistake as a quirkless person can never be a true villain. Make sure that, in future classes, you refer to them as a criminal." Now moving on to his. To All Might's surprise, several hands suddenly went up in the air. What's more, nearly all of the students he was teaching held confused expressions, as if they didn't understand exactly what he had said. Unable to hide his own surprise, the large mountain of muscles that was All Might gestured to his vine-haired student. "Sir, I fail to understand," began Shigaraki. "Why can a quirkless person never be considered a villain?" Well, began All Might, slightly confused as to what the problem was. Still, he pressed on with his answer. "It is simply due to their lack of a quirk. A villain is defined as an individual who uses their quirk to commit crimes. Since a quirkless person has no quirk, they cannot be considered a villain, much like how they can never be considered a hero." As he said this, All Might smiled, hoping that he had settled the matter with the actual definition of the term. A smile that was short-lived as he noticed the expressions on his students. Most looked shocked, like he had uttered a foul word or promoted something vile. Others looked almost offended, but what nearly caused All Might to gasp was the look he was seeing in young Midoriya. He could see it as plain as day in those eyes. Hurt that came from the deepest level of betrayal. But what had All Might said to cause that? It was simply the truth. The quirkless person could never be a villain or a hero. That's bull, yelled Tetsu, several of his classmates nodding in agreement. Most of us just got our butts handed to us on silver platters by people pretending to be quirkless. We all saw it. Who cares if they got a quirk or not? If someone is doing something wrong, then they are a villain. And why give them a different label? Added Komori, hands balled into fists which were raised close to her shoulders. Doesn't it contradict what you were saying before? Not to let down our guards regardless of who we're facing, only to then give a certain group of people a different label? Like they're lesser than us? Now hold on one moment, began All Might, raising his hand to try and wave them off. And what's this about quirkless people can't be heroes? Yelled Kendo, who, for the first time since he had known her, looked furious. UA allows the quirkless into the hero program. So why would you say something like that? Enough, snapped All Might, raising his voice in order to get his class back under control. What I gave is simply the official definition of what makes the difference between a villain and a criminal as defined in your textbooks as well as by the government. The pro-hero then held his firm expression for a moment longer before relaxing it as he saw several faces in the crowd calming down. Seeing this, he continued. As for the school policy of allowing the quirkless in, I disagree with it as it gives them false hope. There are simply villains out there that cannot be defeated without a quirk. All Might ended this with a nod, hoping his students understood. So that's it? Asked Kendo, All Might noticing that her hands had been balled into fists and were shaking. That everything else about us doesn't matter? All the training and work we do doesn't matter? That all the years I spent training to fight means nothing? Am I even worthy to be a hero? No, said All Might quickly. That wasn't what I meant at all. It's just dash. Just what? Yelled Kendo, who shocked All Might not only with her outburst but the tears in her eyes. All my quirk does is make my hands bigger and stronger. I'm pretty sure that I'll come across a villain that my quirk is a bad matchup for. That my quirk can't beat theirs. Does that mean I shouldn't be a hero? Or what of myself? Asked Shigaraki. If I ever went up against someone using flames, as Ken mentioned, my quirk would be useless. I would essentially be quirkless before such a foe. Should I then not be a hero since there are people out there that can't be defeated with my quirk? That is completely different, began All Might. No, it's not, yelled Tetsu. You're saying that quirkless people shouldn't even try to be heroes because there are those out there with a born advantage. So why doesn't that apply to us? Why aren't you telling us not to bother because there might be people out there that we can't beat with our quirks? Heck, Midoriya and Kendo can kick 9 different kinds of ass. If they lost their quirks, would you just kick them out like they were trash? Because that would be really unmanly. Just give Midoriya a couple of swords and Kendo some leather gloves. As more students spoke up, demanding to know if they could be heroes or not, All Might gave up trying to answer their questions. He could tell that they wouldn't listen. It was official. He had lost them. Mina Ishido let out a small groan of pain as she slid into her desk the next day, her backpack falling to her side as she almost slid off her seat. For a moment,
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.